Hey guys, Sly here, and welcome back to another episode of the Sly Army Tierlists. And as you can see, I am joined here, of course, with the good friend of the channel, it's the Mr.
Friend of the
Goldie.
show,
So,
me.
and well, we're gonna be doing a tier list that is actually funny enough, a bit of a tie-in to a podcast episode we did 2 years ago. So, if you guys remember, back in 2022, that was whenever I still did the Sly Army podcast, which was the precursor to this show. And we had an entire section us talking about just the general history of Lego as like a company, a brand, and as a product. I highly recommend you guys check that out. And if I'm going to be honest, it was always my idea to do a full dedicated tier list on Lego. And well, that's exactly what we'll be doing tonight. So, but
Tonight.
so it just took us a while because of scheduling and other tier lists that kind of got in the way. But don't worry, I didn't forget. So, and plus, I thought we would do kind of a bit more of a oddball one as our final tier list of the year. And
Final
so,
of the year, second to last day of 2024. I hope all of you guys are ready
yeah,
for.
I don't know how I am gonna feel about 2025, but I'm just hoping it's gonna be at least a bit of a decent year because I've already got some concerns. But that's the point. Point is that we're just gonna have some fun. But of course, before we do that, of course, I want to make sure that you guys check out Goldie's Instagram. If you guys want to
Please.
check out their art, of course, feel free to do so in the links on the side. I'll make sure that
You don't
YouTube.
you don't gotta, but I'd prefer it if you do.
You don't gotta, but like, be
Yeah, I'm not
kind of.
saying you have to, but like
All right, there we go.
you really should.
All right, and it should be linked on all those. So he would actually greatly appreciate if you guys check that out. Um, but yeah, do you have any grievances before we actually get into the topic at hand?
With
So,
Lego,
no, just in general.
I have a lot of grievances, but they would really kill. They would really be a bit of a buzzkill,
A bit of a
and
mood killer. Okay.
it will be a mood killer. I've been wanting to have fun. It's the holiday season. It's still the holidays. Not over till New Year's Day. It's still the holidays. I've been trying to keep things more positive just for the meantime. Take a break from negativity.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I hope everybody has been. I hope everybody's been doing the same. And if you are, I hope you've had. I hope you've been doing a. Hope it's been going well. So we all need little breaks. Even if you don't celebrate any holiday, even if you don't celebrate, this is still a good time just to relax and reflect. And we're going to do that by talking about toys.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna reduce ourselves to children tonight.
Yeah, we're going to be the well-adjusted 20-somethings that we are, and we're going to talk about toys.
Okay, so God damn it. I don't even know what to say after that.
Legos are for everyone.
Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Okay, so there are many things in the world that. Okay, you know what? To quote Kid Icarus, there are many things in the world that, despite how many times they sold out, you just still enjoy even into adulthood. And well, let's just say that Lego is one of those things for us.
Very
And,
much.
and again, if you guys want more general context, I do highly recommend you guys check out that podcast. It's not a shameless plug. Obviously, that is a good complimentary piece. It is a bit outdated because there have been some new themes that have come out since that we will be talking about here. But generally speaking, short version here, Lego is just kind of one of those things where it appeals to a wide variety of different audiences. And over the years, Lego themselves have understood that. And it's also just kind of weird considering the many different financial troubles they've been through. I mean, they have almost
Factory
yeah,
burned
they've
down
almost
like
lost
rocket ships.
they've almost lost their company 3 times, which is just insane to think about considering that they are one of the biggest toy companies in the world. I don't think they're quite the biggest. I think Hasbro still
They're not.
out
They're not Hasbro or Mattel. I think Hasbro or Mattel would have that crown.
but yeah, like I think one of those two is still technically the bigger company, but Lego is still amongst the giants for that. And well, unlike a lot of the products that those companies make, Lego has just always been something that appeals to all audiences because of its brick-like design. You can pretty much make anything out of whatever is provided within a single box of a Lego kit. And that, you know, building allows for so much creative freedom that's allowed. That being said, you like not necessarily everyone likes to be as like creative. Sometimes they just kind of want to be able to play with something that is just a general representation of something of what it's supposed to
That they
be.
enjoy.
And that's what we'll be talking about tonight, are the many different themes that Lego has put out throughout the many years that it's been around. So,
Harm.
huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think you said something. So, and that's what we'll be talking about. Now keep in mind, this isn't every single theme. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of themes that I felt like were just kind of splitting hairs because the website that I used to determine what was like its own theme was a website called Brickset. Essentially, it's like the Lego Wikipedia, and it's been like an invaluable tool for me to be able to do the research, not just for this, but also that podcast episode. And I am forever thankful that a website like that exists. And so, admittedly, we are going to be combining some themes together if they are just kind of generally the same thing. But whatever, let's go over like the general rules, because we do that
have
every time.
some rules.
Yeah, so if I'm going to be honest, the rules for this one aren't particularly too strict because, well, just like our character tier lists that we've done, this is probably one of the more subjective tier lists that we'll be doing because this one is just more based off of how we personally feel about the general aesthetics of the theme itself. Not
aesthetics and childhood and
yeah, and trust me, considering that a lot of these themes came from the 2000s and we were both kids in the 2000s, we're going to be doing a little bit of a bias with some of those themes from that decade, a little bit of like the late 90s and early 2010s here and there because of some crossover. But generally, that's just kind of the vibe that we're doing. That, but also, if there's really any other rule that I wanted to make sure that I lay out for this here is, obviously we didn't do every single Lego theme, not because I wouldn't have been excited to talk about them, because we've done tier lists that are going to be longer than this for sure. Like, we've definitely done that. But there were also a lot of themes that you can definitely tell were made for specific audiences, and I wanted to focus on themes that specifically were just more of like general audiences rather than like, you know, one that is like a theme that was specifically made for obviously smaller children or even like, you know, little girls and stuff like that, because
that would just be
it'd be weird, but also it'd be disingenuous of us because that we're not the target demographic. It's the same reason why we did not rank Nick Jr. shows on our Nickelodeon tier list or Playhouse Disney Junior shows on the Disney Channel tier list. It's because we are not the target demographic, and it's also because it's not meant to be for people from our age.
Yeah, at that rate, we'd just be punching down.
Yes, and I don't feel like punching down unless if it's stuff that deserves it, but that's in very, very rare instances.
Rare cases.
So, other than that, it's all free game here. Oh, and also, one other stipulation. I've always been someone who's always preferred sets that are that have minifigures in them and are minifigure scale, which for those who don't know are basically sets that were made to be used with minifigures in mind. Though there are some themes in here that do break that rule just because of like just how big of a theme they are in general. But generally speaking, themes that are on here have to have at least 5 like legit sets that fit that theme to be qualified on here. So if it's a minifigure theme, at least 5 sets that are minifigures, like that have like minifigures in them and are just general play sets. Though if they are something like Technic, Bionicle, Architecture, obviously those are different, but generally if they line up with how people think of that theme, they're on here as well. It's complicated, I know it's weird, but once we get to the list, you guys will know exactly what we're talking about here. So,
and it's a wide catalog in general, so it's going to be a little
yeah,
iffy.
that also gets me into the other point, is that many of these different themes aren't just exclusively minifigure themed, like, you know, or they aren't just exclusively minifigures. There's some of these themes actually also have constructible figures, or they have mock builds, and those will also be counted into the general consensus of how we personally feel. But other than that, those are pretty much the only stipulations that I've got to really say. Obviously, of course, if you guys personally do disagree with us, that is completely fine, especially considering something like Lego. It's going to be very subjective. So one theme that you guys may not like, we might love, and vice versa. So do keep that in mind. So, but yeah, do you have anything else to add
Any
on that?
reservations? No,
Well,
I don't
anything
think
like
I
any
do.
other personal stipulations you want to put to yourself, or like anything like that.
I guess another thing worthy of note is that for sets that are based on any specific IP, so like a movie franchise or a cartoon or even a video game, we are going to kind of be judging based on our opinions of said IP. So do
Mm-hmm.
keep that in mind. We are not going to be, as Slam mentioned earlier, we're not going to be like objective, and that includes stuff that's maybe tied to something, to a movie that we like or to a show that we don't like.
Yeah, I did kind of forgot to mention that, is that there are definitely going to be themes on here where I don't particularly like the IPs, and I will be very vocal about that. And I might be a bit biased on that, so do keep that in mind. Because if you guys know anything from my Caspian Award series or even the tier list series itself, you guys know that my personal biases have a bit of more of a way to them compared to most people, because aesthetics matter to me.
You're a,
So
you're an aesthetic person.
yeah, I like aesthetics. I mean, just look at my room. I got like Funko Pops, I got posters, plushies, memorabilia over there. Hell,
You're a
I even pointed this
filthy.
out like on Christmas. I have Lego sets on the top of that shelf right there. And I built
You're
that
a
Star Destroyer on my stream, which I know that slightly spoils where one of those themes is going to be, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
you're
Point
a
is,
filthy materialist.
okay, but like at least I'm willing to not buy the stuff that's made by companies that are actually cringe.
It's made in like sweatshops.
Well, I mean, a lot of these things are made in sweatshops, but the point is that
Oh,
I don't want to. My point is that I don't want to support companies that are doing like extremely, extremely fucked up shit. But
no
that's
Wizards of the Coast nonsense.
yeah, no Wizards of the Coast bullshit. But that's a whole other
Yep,
conversation I really don't want to
neither
get
here nor
into.
there.
So, but yeah, anything else before we begin?
No, I think that's just figured that'd be the only thing worthy of clarifying before we begin.
Sweet. So we got 65 themes on here. Again, like I said, we didn't do every single theme. And keep in mind, generally these are themes from 1989 onwards. So
Yeah, we're not gonna cover like the town set from like the
yeah,
'60s.
we're not doing like classic Lego sets. Like no Lego, like classic Lego Space, Lego Castle, or Lego Town. Though their successor like themes will be covered. So
Yeah,
do keep that in
not
mind.
that we've not that we have no interest, though I guess that is somewhat of a
It
factor, but also it's like
well,
even if we
90s to
did,
now is
why would
how I treat things mostly. So
yeah.
90s
And
to
even
now.
if we did, those sets are like collector's items that would be both rare and hella fucking expensive.
I mean, keep in
So
mind. Well, I mean, we're still going to be judging them how we personally feel about the sets, anyways, even if we didn't own any of these sets. Because, I mean, let's be real here. I doubt you ever owned too many. I don't know, like Lego Space Police sets.
no, I don't really have much of an interest in space.
Well,
So
I guess you'll.
guess I will.
I guess you can. I
Like,
guess start on
someday.
that note if you want to choose
Oh,
the
great.
first theme. So. And by the way, you can choose up to 4 per person since it's just 2 of us. So choose any theme.
Hold on, I don't got my. Do you have a quick technical? Do we have a
I
link
sent
for the
the link to the private chat.
con the private chat? Okay.
Yes, it should be in there.
Here we. Oh, here we
Yeah,
go.
there you
Okay.
go. Yeah, I make sure.
Personal
Yeah.
themes. I forgot. I forgot. That's my bad.
No, you're good. It's been a while since. No, well, okay. The last time we were on.
No,
Whatever.
no, we did the villains tier
Yeah, we
list.
did
That
the
was like
villains
what,
tier. That was a month ago.
2 weeks ago? A month ago. Okay. Jesus, time flies.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is a
so
monthly
fine.
series.
We're gonna
So.
so fine. We're gonna start with Space Police because you. I guess
Well,
it is.
which
It was.
Space Police though? Because there's 2 versions.
Hold on. Let me control. Let me control plus so I can freaking read. Space Police 1 or Space Police 2? I guess we'll just start with 1. We'll go chronologically.
All right, here we go. This is the. By the way, this for those who don't know is the original Lego Space Police. Yes, the one from the late 2000s, early 2010s. That was actually a sequel to this because this original theme was from between 1987 to 1992. So, and if you, by the way, of course, I mentioned to you I have Bricklink, so if you want to skim through that, you can if you want to have a bit of a judge of that.
Yeah, I will. I will be pulling. I will be pulling up the list for
So,
galleries. So
okay, I guess I'll say my due diligence while you talk about that.
this is the Space Police from the 2000s.
No, 80s and 90s.
Okay, I'm on the right. I'm on the right space then. Well,
Yeah, yeah. Here's the thing that's complicated about that brick set thing is that they have both the castle, like all the castle and all the space themes put into the general categories of space and castle, but they're their own individual themes. It's stupid. They should have had them separate, but whatever. But
well,
anyways,
based on the vibes and regardless of my opinions on space, which is, I mean, I don't hate it. So I think these are pretty cool. I think these sets, I like how they all have a consistent sort of color scheme of red, black, and blue, and some white here and there with like the police astronauts, which I guess makes
yeah.
them kind of pop out more, which is pretty cool. And I believe isn't sort of like red with these sort of like red clear parts. Isn't red clear a very rare color for Lego blocks nowadays?
Yeah, it's no longer that common of a block, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I think that kind of helps make this set a lot cooler, is that it's a little bit more one of a kind. We are going to be incredibly freaking nerdy here, by the way, when talking about this. Like, we are going
You,
to be incredibly nerdy.
because you're the Lego guy. So
Yes. So I give this a solid B tier, just on, even though it's not a particular genre and setting that I am into, I think the sets themselves are pretty well designed, and I like the color scheme, I like the vibe, and I mean, we are on a tier list that is purely vibes based, so it checks out for me.
I mean, this one's kind of a weird one for me because, like I said, this one was the Space Police from, like I said, 87 to 93.
Yeah,
But they came into 2 separate waves. There was this color scheme with the black, red, and
black,
blue,
red.
and then there was the second wave, which was black, and I think it was green and white. That was in the 90s. This color scheme was from the 80s. I think
Yeah.
I like this color scheme better, but I like the builds better in the second wave. So it just kind of weird like
You
that,
gotta
and that's not
you
even
gotta
getting into the whole Blacktron sub theme, which basically, for those who don't know, basically was the criminal side of this theme, where it's black with like
base
yellow trimming.
base mafia.
Space Mafia. Well, that's not Space Mafia. Space Mafia is with Space Police 3 from the 2000s, but we'll get to that later. Uh, but as far, I mean, keep in mind as well, obviously, this is from way before our time. This, again,
Yeah,
we're
late
2000s
'80s.
kids. We're not 90s kids or even
Yeah,
80s kids. But
God,
if I had these sets,
I'd like
I'd
them.
be fine with them. Though,
I'd be happy having them.
because of
Like
that
God,
just kind of inconsistency, it's going to be more of a low B, early C tier for me. But that's just kind of my general thing. So
your
that's all I
opinion.
got to really say about Space Police 1. So,
Well, are we doing
next
this in
theme for
threes
you.
like usual? Are we doing these in threes between the two of us?
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Sorry. Talk again?
Are we doing these? Are we making our picks in threes between the two of us like usual?
Fours, since it's just two of us.
Four. Fours, okay.
Yeah, because if it's
Hell
two
yeah.
of us, it's four. If it's three of us, three. If it's four of us, two. And then, yeah.
Well, then I guess we'll just move on, considering it's convenient, to Space Police 2.
All
I guess
right.
I could just kind of. I
The
guess we can.
one, yeah, the one that we grew up with. So,
Yeah, we can get this sort of theme out of the way.
yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't grow up with Space Police 2, more so 3, but, Space Police 2.
Well, no, I'm calling this one Space Police 2. Space Police 3, like, this is Space Police 3. I just combined Space Police 1 and 2 from, like, 87 and 92 and the first one we just talked about. Space Police 3 is the one that we grew up with, and that's what we're going
Okay,
to do.
fair enough. Yeah, okay, here we are. 2009, 2010, yeah, this is.
Yes, this is the one we grew up with.
Yeah, that was a small child. I remember these minifigures, I remember these aliens.
Yeah, this is like
These,
the very militarized space. Because, I mean,
all the,
this one's kind of
all the
awkward, I feel like,
aliens.
for a lot of people, because this was around the time when they made a lot of their space themes more combat heavy. Which I'm not against, it's just,
They
keep that in mind.
militarized their police force
Yeah.
against the aliens who are doing illegal things. You could say that they're, you know,
I know what you're referencing, and I will talk about that once you're done, because
you could say that these aliens are illegally doing
okay, just
things.
talk about your thing before. Don't
Hammer
please.
as
I
subtle
don't
as a
want.
bomb.
Yeah, I don't
All
want
in
to be
all, these
demonetized.
sets. All in all, these sets. While I do like specific color themes, I also like it when things are just generally colorful. And I mean that's just a given with the two that. But by then with Lego, like they had gotten more colorful, whereas back in the day they did kind of like their sort of schemes. And all
I
in
mean, this one
all,
still
like
technically has that. It's just mostly for the space police themselves, not so
yeah,
much
like
the
black and
criminal.
white,
Yeah, not
like
specifically for the criminal guys.
yeah, but it's kind of your standard police colors, so it kind of
Fair.
feels normal. But all in all, like there's a couple things in here that look cool. Mainly the like the alien stuff, like the alien cars reminds me of like the the land speeders from fucking Star Wars.
Yeah, like the one in the hyperspace pursuit set, or even like the lunar limo. Like,
Yeah, like it's just like that kind of stuff, which I think is really cool looking.
hmm
Not so much like the police station. I mean, I guess it's kind of the containment pods are kind of funny, but yeah, or the pit stop, the Squidman pit stop, like the space gas station, I think is really cool.
yeah.
So like, there's some. I guess it's like I like the more like general like space alien stuff more so than like police stuff. Though the Galactic Enforcer is pretty cool looking.
Yeah, that's why I chose it as the picture to represent the theme here.
So this is, I guess I will put this in, I will also put this in kind of a B, a lower B, but 'cause but still I think it's really cool. And obviously this is the 2000s, so Lego sets have gotten a lot more complex.
Yeah, late
Since in
2000s,
like the
early
20
20.
year,
Yeah, this is
yeah,
from
yeah, this is
2009 to
20 year,
2010, so yeah.
yeah, we got like a 20 to 30 year like time skip. So like,
Hmm.
no, 30 to 30 year time skip. I'm sorry.
No, this is 20 years.
Oh,
So
yeah, I'm mixing up dates. Yeah, we got like a 20-year time skip here, so it makes. So I think I'll put this B tier as well.
yeah, I am gonna put this in a B tier, because I do actually like how they have a general. The thing with a lot of like these Lego space themes is that they typically do kind of stick to like one general like color scheme for a lot of their sets, especially from around the late 2000s and early 2010s. But this was one of the few themes that was able to kind of diverge away from that. Um, I mean, maybe with the actual like police sets themselves, they kind of kept to that, but with the criminal sets,
Aliens
they
and
have
stuff.
like a variety of different colors. They got yellow, they got black, they got purple. The lunar limo
Oh,
looks freaking sick, by the way.
yeah, it's sinister as hell. Like,
Like,
but
by the
yeah,
way,
it's black,
that
gold, and
minifigure that
purple.
you see, like the purple guy, by the way, his name is
Yeah,
called Brick Daddy, which is like, my god.
Brick Daddy.
Um, he's like an expensive minifigure. He's like, I think like $200.
R- r- he is the Brick Daddy.
Yeah. So, and I actually had a few of these like sets. I had the Hyperspeed Pursuit, the Gold Heist, the Raid VPR, and the Squidman Escape sets. Those were the ones that I had from this theme. And as a kid, I thought they were pretty cool, especially with the cool alien designs, because this is when they started to really go all wild with newer minifigure molds. That
Yeah,
being said, though, and I hate to be that one guy, I'm not gonna like harp on this point too much, but there is one problem. There's only aliens as bad guys, and there's only humans as
and that
good
makes
guys.
which makes this set kind of racist.
Well, it makes the entire theme, unfortunately, have kind of pretty bad implications, if you ask me, and
Implications,
can be
which
interpreted as something that is pretty rough. And so, because of that, it is unfortunately kind of aged poorly.
yeah, and although keep in mind, I don't think that was the intent.
Yeah, I don't think that was the intent. But like
So
looking at this through the lens of an adult, it's really hard to kind of,
not
separate
see
that.
that, but not see that, but it's I kind of I just overlook it as like a kind of like just an unintentional one of those sort of like kind of innocent mistakes,
Yeah,
if that makes any sense,
yeah, it's
as dark
just
as the implications are.
yeah. Basically, like if they were to have had like human bad guys or like alien good guys, I think that would have been a much better thing. Hopefully, like, if they ever do reboot this, but that's a whole conversation we'll talk about at the end of the stream. Point is that there's implications. I guess it's just kind of hard for me with those implications for me personally. Though that's not to take away from the sets themselves. Sets themselves are pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, all right, what's your third pick?
Okay, on to my third pick. Let's keep going. Let's
And
keep
by the way,
going.
you don't have to just keep doing space. You can do other themes if you so please.
I I know. I know. So let's go to the opposite of space. What's the opposite of space?
Ground.
Water. Aqua Zone.
Yeah, this is another theme that is from before our time. It's from the mid 90s. It was their first underwater theme. Also, notably, the first theme to have the very common Lego staple of crystals being involved. So,
Crystals.
Because
Is this the first instance of the Lego shark?
no, that was I think in Pirates,
Oh, I
but
like the Lego
but
shark.
this was the first instance of crystals. Which, if you guys know anything about Lego sets, that was like a common thing they did as like the thing that the good and bad guys are fighting for.
Everyone wants crystals. It's like Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, it's like crack in the Lego universe.
Crash, Crash Bandicoot.
I don't know
So
how
yeah,
that's
yeah,
done.
is Lego Aqua Zone 1. Are we putting this in? Yeah, we've got this in 2. So Aqua. Wait, no, there's Aqua Zone and Aqua Raiders. Okay,
Yes, those are
but
two
we're doing
different. Yeah,
Aqua
those are two
Zone.
different themes. Keep in mind, and also keep in mind with with Aquazone, that obviously also includes the Aquanauts, like the OG Aqua Raiders, not the 2007 one, Aqua Sharks, and the Hydronauts and the Stingrays. Just kind of that whole, basically anything that was like a 90s submarine is in this theme.
Is this so? I do find these like 90s sets charming. That there's something about maybe it's just the way the design is, how it's like kind of simplistic, but not really.
Well, I
Like,
guess I think what makes this theme look pretty cool is the use of like the greenish yellow translucents, because this
yeah,
was the first time they started using those. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, which makes sense for like deep sea, like especially with greenish. And there's a couple other stuff in there. There's some orange that's used, but for a large part, yeah, again, in keeping with a lot of old school 80s, 90s Lego themes, they have a consistent color scheme with
Hmm.
sort of black, green, yellow, and occasionally dipping out into like black and orange,
Hmm.
which I do think is a and again, yeah, and as you said, this is some of the first instances of translucent pieces, which I know we're nerding out, but it's cool.
Well,
So,
the translucent yellow, but yeah.
so Aquazone, I'm putting it in a B again because while but a higher B than the space stuff because I do
Dang.
prefer undersea explorations more than sort of your general, not your general, your space stuff. So, and again, crystals, transparency. I like the fish stuff. I like the submarines. I think it's really cool. And I just find these like 90s sets kind of charming in a way. They're humble, I guess you could say. If
Humble.
that makes sense.
Yeah, this one I'm also gonna put in B tier also, because this I do consider this to be a pretty important theme. Because again, this theme introduced some of the motifs that we see with a lot of other Lego themes. For better or for worse, you can obviously decide. But as far as introducing newer translucent colors, adding in crystals, and even just the general designs of especially the Stingray sets. I don't know why. I've just have always liked the look of something like the Sea Scorpion set,
Yeah, like
which is the one that you see on the picture here. Funny enough, I never actually owned these sets, but I remember my guardians, they got like a basically just kind of a random assortment of Lego sets that a bunch of other people had, but they were kind of getting rid of because I think their kids were getting older or something like that. And
yeah.
I actually got that like translucent piece from that, and I always use that with like mock like space builds, and I thought it was kind of cool.
It's very
So
cool.
that being said, though, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I'm a big fan of the sets that have all the yellow on them. It just
You don't think
yellow's just
yellow?
yellow's just kind of a hard color for you to make look good. If that makes
It
sense.
it depends. It depends on the shade of yellow you're using, which I prefer the shade of yellow, especially when we're going with the submarines tend to be yellow.
I know they tend to be yellow, but like I don't know. I guess I just never really was a big fan of like a lot of things that were the color yellow, with very few exceptions. So
You seem like yellow. You're not a very yellow person.
I mean, I'd rather. I mean, if you're yellow, that probably means that you're someone who's sick, and that's probably not a good
You're
thing.
mellow.
So,
You're yellow and you're mellow.
no, I meant like physically sick.
You know you're sick, man.
Point is that like it's a cool theme, and I do respect it. So it's just not everything is something that appeals to, like would appeal to me as a kid, and even just obviously nowadays. But even just kind of putting it through the lens of a kid, the what like the Stingray sets and the I think it's the Hydronauts. No, not the Hydronauts. That's
Hydro search.
the
Oh
Aqua
no, yeah,
Raiders of this theme, not the sub theme itself, but like the actual theme, like sub theme, whatever. Basically anything that was like gray, like the translucent green or black looked cool. Looked cool. So and even the black and orange. So B tier.
B tier.
All right, one more for you.
That's oh yeah, fours. Okay, one more. It'd be awkward to jump around, so Aqua Raiders. We're
All right.
keeping I'm keeping things awful consistent. How do you spell
Awfully
aqua?
All right, now this is the 2007 theme, which has
Aqua
nothing to do with Aqua Raider or Aqua Zone. So
nothing to do with Aqua Raiders. This is a rather small set.
yeah, there's only seven
Limited.
theme. There's only 7 sets in this theme.
I was gonna say I remember these displays at Toys R Us, but no, I'm thinking about Lego City deep sea sets, which is kind of what killed.
Well, I do remember these sets being around, but there's one.
I do remember,
But
but
there's one problem with that though. I didn't care for this theme, and I don't think I still don't think I do.
the set has the PNG of the Lego skeleton. They're all PNGs
Yeah, they're all
in this
PNGs.
picture, edited over a background.
But
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean that shark is cool. That crab spider thing is cool, and that anglerfish is cool. Like
I don't know. This was
it's
kind of one. It was one of those like sets during that weird transitionary period between when Lego was kind of moving away from a lot of their old school like designs to the new school stuff, and this just wasn't quite there yet.
this didn't really stick as well as some other ones might have.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, the only set that looks interesting to me is the Aqua base, and even then, again, I'm not really a big
You don't
fan
like
of
yellow.
yellow. Yeah, so I hate being that guy. I'm putting this in a D tier. It doesn't help
Yeah,
that this was one of those themes that only had one wave, which was extremely common with Lego in the late 2000s to the mid 2010s. I don't know why,
yeah, it's
but
kind of a
yeah.
D tier, like really, not really speaking to me. Not bad, but not really catching my interest.
Yeah, I mean, and again, keep in mind, I was I remember when these sets were new and I wasn't interested in these. So how the hell do you expect like
How do you expect me, an
well
adult, to be
well I guess
interested?
I'm just pointing out like how would you expect kids from like other kids from back then to really respond to these sets? Not
Yeah,
particularly
like
kindly. So
damn, I had like three pretty solid examples, and then I end my first round with a dud.
yeah.
I guess a good way to describe this theme. It's just kind of a dud.
Yeah, it's a dud.
It's just kind of like not bad. It's just like, oh, okay.
Although I guess that's my turn then, so I guess we can
Your
talk about.
turn.
You know what? I kind of want to talk about something a bit newer,
I want
which.
to talk about something new, which means I'm gonna hate it. Exciting.
You know what? Actually, let's talk about the newest theme. No, actually, I don't think it's technically the newest. The newest original theme that's on here.
The newest original theme.
Dreams.
Dreams.
So
I
obviously
didn't.
this is way after our time, though I guess just we're gonna look at this through this perspective of would we have liked this as a kid?
I have liked these as a kid. Oh my god, how am I not finding these on Brickset? Oh, it's three Z's. What?
Yeah, it's three. Again,
Because it's sleepy.
because misspelling things is cool, remember.
Sleepy. Z.
Um, this is a really weird theme because basically the whole premise is that they're in some like fantasy dreamland, and obviously, that involves like a lot of cutesy stuff, but also there's like separate nightmare factions. I'm not gonna lie though, the nightmare faction stuff looks pretty cool, especially the ship that you see on the cover here. Yeah, the shark ship.
Shark tip.
Also some of the cool like yeah, like the Pegasus looks kind of cool.
I like
Uh,
the stable of dream creatures, the space car. Yeah, the Sandman's tower looks pretty cool.
yeah,
I like.
I'm not gonna lie, that is probably my favorite set personally. Because I mean, I'm biased because I like stuff that is a bit more Middle Eastern looking, and that's like the
It's also steampunk because it's got gears.
yeah, it's got gears and stuff. And even
I
like
like,
the Fantastical Treehouse looks pretty cool.
I like the Izzy's dream creatures. I like that red panda-ish thing. So I like cutesy stuff. So the
Well,
cat
that's the
bike,
part
you're
that I'm
right. That's
not
exactly.
particularly interested in. Is like all like the bunnies and like the
Okay, well, what about the robot dinosaur C-Rex? That thing was fucking sweet. It's like Carzilla
yeah, it looks kind of cool.
or the space bus, like how it just kind of is a school bus in space. And it's so colorful too. Like this really does feel modern in the sense that it's so.
Well, I mean, yeah, this came out last year, so this is like one of the themes that came out after our podcast. And truth be told, I'm gonna put this in mid B because basic. Okay, I guess I might as well bring this up now. And this is something we talked about in our podcast. Basically, Lego has a bit of a problem with not having a lot of new original like IPs
Yeah, as of late.
as of late. And that is a little bit sad considering that the original principles of Lego was that they like originally they avoided licensed themes until the late 90s because well they were financially struggling at the time.
You're financially.
And
That's
while there
totally
has
right.
been plenty of themes that are licensed that we'll get to that I do appreciate, it did come at the cost of not really making original sets and
Cost of
thus
creativity.
because of that they're like Lego overall has unfortunately increased prices a bit too much, and well, that just kind of leads to a lack of just variety with a lot of the themes in general. And so essentially Dreams is definitely something in the right direction. The entire theme is not entirely my theme, but it is a step in the right direction, and I'm hoping that showcases to Lego make more original themes like this, because
Yeah,
it's not just
because
for my sake, it's also for kids' sake, because I want kids to have their own thing and say that, hey, we have this really cool theme that we have, and that's cool.
don't be afraid to dreams,
So,
kids.
I mean, I don't know if I like the name, but the theme itself I think is cool. So, how
Yeah,
do you
the
feel?
name is kind of stupid, but at the end of the day, I would put this as like an A tier because
Damn.
just look at that Nightmare Shark ship. Oh
I
my
mean, it
god.
is. I mean,
These are
that is probably
these
the
are
best.
extremely creative and complex and colorful and
Mhm.
just like you see like these are eye-catching. Like I see these at the store because I still go to the Lego sections when I'm at like the mall and I go to like Target or Shields or whatever. And these
Mhm.
always catch my eye. Like the Dream Village looks cool, even though that's like more of a smaller set, still their little dwarven village. Or again, like I said, the Sandman's Tower or the space car and the T-Rex thing, the C-Rex.
I will also admit the
They're
Castle
awesome.
Nocturnia is actually probably one of the coolest things that Lego's done because they have the actual like bricks built on the side. Like they're not like fully like stood up, which is something that Lego rarely ever tries to do, and I think that's pretty cool.
Castle
So
Castle Nocturnia. Where is that?
it's on like the far edge.
Far edge of what?
Well, no,
Glory?
no, it's
I
under the
don't see
theme.
the I don't see the Castle Nocturnia.
You know what? Since we're on,
Whatever, whatever. I'll Google it later.
but yeah, point is, make more Lego themes like this, please, Lego. So, anyways, next theme.
Next theme.
Let's go back to our childhood, or at least
Go back to
my childhood.
your childhood.
Let's talk about dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. What about dinosaurs?
Well, they like to attack, don't they?
They do. They are very angry.
And they like to attack so much that Lego got in
Like
legal trouble with this theme.
with this theme. Is
Yeah,
this just
Lego Dino Attack.
Dino Attack.
This came out in 2005. And by the way, for our European viewers, this is Dino 2010, but it's the same theme. The only difference is, well, in America, in Canada, they have guns, but in North America, they have hooks and have like uh rope cages. Why? Because Lego got in trouble for having a theme that was too violent and was
Essentially just built around poaching.
poaching an already extinct species. So,
but it's so cool looking.
I mean, is it though?
I mean, well, the set wasn't really around long enough for it to have like anything. I mean, that it's not stuff. It's stuff that you could get from other themes. I think, like the cars and the helicopters and that buggy. Like, yeah, they're cool,
I
but it's
mean,
not something you
here's the
can get.
problem with this theme, and this is a common like thing we've talked about so far with the
Theme.
stream, is color. Because the more colorful it is, the more appealing to a child it is. All these sets look so drab. And I know, and it's not just because of the box art. I've seen like pictures of these and even like video of like these sets. They just are not, they just don't look good.
Which I get. They're trying to go for like I wouldn't say grungy, but like a, like a semi-apocalyptic or disaster.
They're trying to do like a whole guerrilla war thing against like dinosaurs.
Yeah, because like the premise is like dinosaurs are attacking the city and all that shit. So, but yeah, it just doesn't really look. It looks pretty drab. Yeah, you're right. Like it looks pretty drab.
Not to mention, this was another one of those themes that only had one wave. And well, that's probably because they got into legal trouble with this one in Europe. So they probably couldn't have released more sets anyways. But even just kind of besides that, I don't think this is a theme that would have lasted that long. Like even just kind of regardless. So this is another D tier for me.
I'm curious though as to what the actual like legalese, like what was the actual like claim? Just violent, like sort of.
It basically it had to do with the idea. Well, funny enough, part of your reasoning was in that legal thing is that they thought it was encouraging poaching. So
fair enough. This is the 2000s when every dentist across America was going to Africa to kill lions and elephants.
Yeah.
Strangely, dentists for some reason. I guess it's true. They do like causing pain and misery.
But yeah, it's just not a very good theme. Hate to.
Yeah, it's just kind of, again, like, regardless of the controversy, it's just a lot of stuff that you could get elsewhere with like attack choppers and cool trucks and shit like that.
And honestly, the dinosaurs themselves don't look really that good either. There's been better dinosaurs since, and even better dinosaurs from before this.
I mean, I think the
So.
Iron Predator looks cool with like the treads, but eh, just doesn't just doesn't ring to me. Kind of a kind of an F tier set, just kind of like just based on the like without the controversy a D tier, but
I mean,
you
I'm
know,
still just gonna put it in D tier because the only reason why I'm not putting it in F is because if these sets had different color schemes, I think they would have been better. Because it's not even that the designs themselves are bad; it's just they chose a bad color scheme, and like I said, the dinosaurs themselves don't particularly look that good. I mean, hell, that dinosaur on like for both like the T Rexes for both from both the Ina Predator and the T1 Typhoon,
don't even look
those
Lego.
don't even look like Lego. As a matter of fact,
Yeah,
they look.
you look
You know what they look like? And this is gonna
what?
be a throwback for you if you even know what these are.
I even remember.
They look like not Fisher Price. They look like Imaginext dinosaurs if you even know what those are.
I do, yeah. It just
So
does not look Lego.
yeah, again, this was that weird transitionary period. So again, the mid 2000s was just kind of an awkward time for Lego. Again, watch our podcast on that. But yeah, so not an F tier for me, but yeah.
F tier because I'm disappointed in Lego.
All right. Let's go back. You know what? Let's go back to the 90s.
Back to the 90s,
Although late 90s.
late 90s.
Rock Raiders.
Rock Raiders. I love raiding rocks.
So this was technically this did have two waves, but it only lasted 2 years. It was gonna have like a third wave where it was gonna be like ice caves, but that never got released. But as far as the sets that are released here, I guess it's a C tier as well for me. Mostly because I don't know. This is just one of those themes where it's like they didn't really do a lot with the theme itself because
It
you're called the
definitely,
Rock Raiders,
it def
but there's not really a lot about rocks.
well, a lot about, well, what can you make about rocks?
Oh, we'll get to that in a little bit
It
because
does have, they are looking for crystals,
yes, this was another theme that with that trend of crystals, of course.
and it did introduce a lot of like minifigures that are kind of like very classic, like in their design, like in head, like especially with like the headpieces.
Yeah, this is whenever they started to really ramp up the named characters. Um, though honestly, I couldn't tell you a fucking name of them because again, this is like
Name,
this was like right before our time.
yeah, 99,
But like,
2000.
as far as the actual like designs themselves, I like the color scheme because I like the use of like like the light cyan blue.
Yeah,
I just think the
it's an
models
interesting color.
themselves are ugly. Like
They're
that.
definitely a product of their time. I do like them because
Well,
they're
a
ugly.
product of their time, but again, there's themes that we've talked about from earlier that look more appealing than this.
Yeah,
So,
which again, I think is just a result in the look that they in the like industrial look that they were trying to go for, which kind of makes things feel a little more grungy.
I mean, I will say this, the rock monster big fig, like it was a
Like,
big deal. It wasn't the first big fig technically, but it was definitely like the first one that got a lot of attention, I felt like, at least from what like seen.
drew a
So,
lot of controversy.
did not draw up a lot of controversy, come on.
People didn't like it; they hated it. So
Okay, but like there's weirdos who hate everything that's new at whatever time period. So
Never tell. So yeah, C tier.
yeah, C tier. But then that gets
Solid
us
C.
into the other theme about raiding rocks, but it's not the Rock Raiders.
It's not the Rock Raiders.
It's
It's
it's the Power Miners,
the Power Miners.
the spiritual successor to this theme. And
Look at all that green.
hot take, I mean, yes, it does use a lot of green, and that's probably
I
my
know.
that's honestly my only complaint about this theme is that they used too much like of that like light green color. Other than that
Got
though,
Nickelodeon.
that being said
Other than
though,
that,
this in my opinion is well my first A tier, almost S tier.
whoa.
So I will admit I did also grow up with some of these sets, specifically the Thunder Driller. That was like the one set that I remember really, really wanting for some reason, even though it was only like $40. Like it was only $40. It wasn't actually that expensive. Actually, I think it was only $30 actually.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was only $30 at the time.
Oh my God. I wish.
I know. Boy, how much Lego has changed as far as
Yeah,
prices
my God.
in just
How
15
about
years.
how about that economy?
And well,
Ugh.
this was Great Recession time too. Remember that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're right.
But yeah, these, well, yes, they are monocolor, and that's probably my one complaint. Honestly, the designs themselves look much more how they should be as far as an industrial design, as far as Lego sets are concerned. Because they still kind of have that grungy look, but it's done in a way that makes a lot more appealing to a kid, especially from the time. And it's also helped that they actually have more sets involving rocks because, well, they've got the rock monsters there because
How am I?
because the original Rock Raiders theme only had like what 8 or 9 sets, and only 2 of them had rock monsters. Every single set in this adds at least 1 rock monster, sometimes 2, sometimes even 3 in some instances.
Sometimes a lot.
Even a Crystal King rock monster dedicated set, which honestly, I mean, some people might think it looks ugly. I think it works with the theme itself.
Don't
And
throw dynamite in his mouth.
so overall, and even like going into 2010, because this is another theme from 2009, which spilled over into 2010, them going
Yeah.
to like a lava theme and replacing a lot of the orange pieces with the blue. Honestly, I think that, I mean, they could have done a little bit more, but that, like I said, but generally speaking, I think it was definitely a much need, like a decent change of pace.
Nice refresher.
And so, yeah, no, honestly, I think this theme is pretty cool. And I just kind of wish they didn't cut it too short, because this was one of those themes that you can tell they had plans to continue it, but they got cut short for whatever weird reason.
The filthy corporate heads decided to cut it off.
So, and yes, by the way, this is also another theme involving crystals, but that's the point.
That is just par for the course.
That's just par for the course.
I've been having to continuously control plus because I cannot fucking read. I cannot read. Power miners? Where the
It's the
are
one
you?
with like all the yellow green on it.
And I keep mixing it up with Alien Conquest.
No, those are not the same theme.
There it is. Power miners. I give this a nice little B tier because, you know, I think the sets are really cool, but I for one am not really into Legos for like I'm not really into Legos for stuff like machines and vehicles, you know? Like
It's like what I'm exclusively for when it comes to Lego nowadays.
yeah, which is funny because yeah, but like for me, Lego is not. I don't really take to the. I mean, I like them, but they're not really my main thing. I'm not really a big fan of the vehicular aspect.
Not even the titanium command rig.
I mean, I acknowledge that they're cool, but like, God, I remember these little rock people.
Yeah, the rock
but like
monsters.
no trash can people. But
Trash can people. Okay.
you know, I just don't like. Is that a banana in that crate? That's amazing. But or lava traz with a Z. Well, these there's a point for it being a Z. It's supposed to be like Alcatraz.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just for me that like vehicles and stuff like that is not my forte with Lego. But that being said, they are pretty well designed, especially during a very iffy period of Lego's history,
Actually, no. This was when they started to finally turn around.
especially for a period of time where Lego was finally starting to
Oh
turn around.
my god. Correcting
And
yourself.
and this is very symptomatic of that.
Alright,
So good job.
good job. Now it's your turn.
Now it's my turn again. Woo, 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 woo. Uh, but we talked about dinosaurs in a bad light. Why not we talk about dinosaurs in a very good light? Why don't we talk about our favorite modern movie franchise that we don't know why
Oh, great.
still exists?
Our first
Yeah, you
license
thought, yeah,
theme.
yeah, you thought I was gonna talk about Dino, but no, we're talking about Jurassic World.
By the way,
More
do you
like,
like how it's just Jurassic World and not Jurassic Park, even though they have Jurassic Park sets?
well, that's how do you spell Jurassic?
Gurasi.
U-A.
Oh, shit, I
Okay, there we
don't.
go. No, it's okay. Spell check. Don't worry, spell check did the work for us. More like Jurass, am I right?
Okay. This is where my biases are gonna start popping up. By the
Yeah,
way,
I figured we should. Oh my God, 5 pages. Okay, that's quite a
yeah,
lot.
they've released a lot of sets within this theme.
Who the hell is Doctor Wu?
He's like a new character. I'm pretty sure.
It's a new character. I don't care. Do
But
I care about?
okay, so this is where
I don't care
This
about
is where we're
Chris
gonna
Pratt
start talking
or
about less the theme and more so the IP.
yeah, I figured this was a proper time that we talk about this. We're not
So
gonna go into a full movie review though.
yeah, there's not a full movie review. Point is that if I'm gonna be honest, no, this is probably not that big of a hot take. Honestly, as far as Jurassic Park slash Jurassic World as a franchise, I hate being that one guy, but there's only been one good movie, and that being
That's the
the
first
first
one.
that first one. Every other
Is
movie is either been just kind of whatever or terrible. And
what are the sets that are from the first movie? I'm trying to find.
I mean they made one where it's like a giant brick built T-Rex.
Where's Jeff Goldblum?
Jeff Goldblum, starring Jeff Goldblum.
Starring Jeff Goldblum. Where's Lego Jeff Goldblum? Come on.
Yeah, it's
But
called
anyway,
Jurassic Park T-Rex Rampage.
T-Rex Rampage. It's the only reason you watch that movie, anyways.
It has
See Jeff
more to
Goldblum
do
wearing.
with that. To be
See Jeff.
fair.
There he is. To see him dressed in all black for some reason, even though he's supposed to be like a scientist or something. But
It's funny
he's a
because
cool
I just thought he was just some random dude they brought on and like for that.
yeah, like
Because he just
he looks
looks like
more like
some random ass dude.
he looks more like he would be, I don't know, maybe like a journalist. But even journalists don't like dress up. He dresses more like an actor.
He looks like a fake greaser. I know, fake greaser. I did say that.
Fake greaser. But anyways, whatever. It's Jeff Goldblum, and he has one hell
Point
of
is,
a
okay.
tan.
Anyways, point is, honestly, at least in my opinion, and probably yours as well, only Jurassic Park 1 was good. Everything else wasn't very good. Jurassic Park 2 was just kind of whatever. Jurassic Park 3, a lot of people hate. And then that gets us into the Jurassic World, where
Which is a nostalgia franchise.
it's a nostalgia franchise that is solely reliant on the original movie and is basically just okay. It technically does have a plot, but it's a really dumb one. And it's also another
Return
one of those.
Jurassic
It's also
Park
another
is
one of
good.
those movies where, and by the way, I don't hate Chris Pratt, but it's one of those movies where Chris Pratt is basically just made to basically just play himself.
Chris Pratt is hired to play Chris Pratt. You're
So,
not fueling my growing. You're not fueling my growing annoyance with that man. Jurassic World. Annoyance.
so,
Keyword being annoyance,
so
not hatred.
yeah, I'm putting this in a D tier.
I
I
put
don't,
this in a D tier
I don't
because
like
Jurassic.
hate the Jurassic World in the later Jurassic Park movies. I just don't care.
No one cares. Well, yeah, no one cares. That's always the funny thing with these movies is that they come out and no one talks about them. Like I talk to people about movies and they go like, well, then there's like the third Jurassic World, and they made a second and third Jurassic World, and I'm like, yeah, they did.
And they're gonna make a fourth one, by the way.
Yeah, like nobody knows what they are. Like just your average studio, like your
Well,
average
okay. Well,
audience,
here's the confusing part,
not
though, is
know.
that they still make $1 billion. Because yeah, Jurassic World Dominion that made like $1 million in the box office.
Is it? Oh, is this like a Transformer situation where
I think it's a Transformers situation.
the movies just do really well in like China?
Well, I don't know. I don't know
It's like,
about that, but
well,
I,
that's the thing
I
with Transformers is that the movies
okay.
do
What I
really
consider
well.
to be a Transformers situation is it's just people casually going to see a movie just to see it. Because
But that's what
you know that happens. Like
I know that happens, but
like
again, whenever I talk to anybody about a movie, about these movies, they say like I've never, like I didn't even know they made like three of them. Like
let alone a
average people.
fourth one next year.
Well, I didn't even know that until you told me. But like,
Yeah.
so I feel like it's just like I think these movies just do really well overseas. Like I think it's just one of those. Like for me, when I said Transformer situations, it just meant like it's a movie that's made more so for foreign audiences rather than domestic audiences.
By the way, don't you like how we're using Lego as a conduit for us to talk about franchises we don't like?
About franchises, I do, because what other because like I don't like I like the first Jurassic Park movie, but it's like it's just a good movie. Like it's not like it's like an amazing movie. It's just a good movie.
Well, it was a movie that was respected
It
because
was
of its
very
use of. It
revolutionary
was
for the time.
revolutionary in the sense that it was one of the first like movies that heavily relied on CGI that did it well.
Yeah, so like it's very important as far as like film history, but as a film, like it's a good film, but it's not like franchisable.
Yeah. So, but as far as the Lego sets themselves, obviously bias we're putting in here, but even then, I will say the sets themselves aren't terrible. It's just the
The
context.
dinosaurs,
It's just the contexts that I just don't like.
yeah, the dinosaurs and the vehicles and a lot like the T-Rex Rampage is a pretty cool recreation of the iconic Jurassic Park gate.
Yeah.
And all that. I like the boat escape. I like that little tugboat or the yeah, like it's if you want to build if you're a really big fan of the movies, and yeah, like the Jurassic Park Jeep is pretty cool looking. So like if you're a big fan of the movies and you want to build like your own Lego Jurassic Park, you can very well have a lot of you do have a lot to work with
Hmm.
in doing so with these sets. So if it's your thing, if you like those movies, if you like dinosaurs, then or even if like you wanted to like make just a prehistoric thing, like you don't even want to do a Jurassic Park thing, you
Just
just kind of
if
want to
you
do
want to
like
do that,
a
just stick with like the actual Jurassic Park sets because they do that is a sub theme within here because they do have the visitor center set. They have the scene with the Brachiosaurus from the like later on in the first movie.
they
Um,
spray Newman in the face with acid.
that's the Dilophosaurus thing.
I know. I don't know what dinosaurs are.
But
What am I, 12?
these sets, whatever. I just wish that they didn't focus so much on the newer
The
movies
movie.
or the newer movies. But whatever. Whatever.
You think Chris Pratt owns a Lego minifig of himself?
I mean,
I would. Like in the sense that like if there was a movie being made about like a Lego set being made about a movie I was in and I was in Lego form, I'd buy that set and build it, have Lego me.
I guess it just depends on the person, because again, it's more of a licensing deal with the studios themselves rather than the actors for their likenesses in Lego.
With Paramount or whoever owns Jurassic Park.
Universal.
Universal. Yeah, idiot. Universal Studios. God damn.
Again, my
Okay,
cousins.
moving on.
Yeah,
Too much.
yeah.
Talk
Second
too much.
theme.
Second theme. It's the first one. Okay. Well, you mentioned like actual dino sets, so let's go transition to just Lego Dino.
The last, actually, not technically the last Dino theme, but the last Dino set theme centered around dinosaurs on here.
Yeah, just dinosaurs alone.
Yes.
Like no tie-in. A very small set, and I know how you feel about yellow now.
Yeah, it's
Very, very, very yellow. Very like yellow and gray.
Yellow and red and
very,
gray.
So very industrial.
Again, you know, for me, this is another Rock Raider situation where I like the builds themselves, and this was the first thing when they introduced the current models of dinosaurs that they use for Jurassic World, and those models, like the molds themselves, I think are pretty cool.
Yeah, they are pretty cool, but it's like, see, I like you know, like I know I don't dislike yellow, but yeah, like I mean, the Dino Defense
so
HQ,
much yellow.
It's kind of hurting my eyes because it doesn't help that the minifigs are yellow. Like that's kind of what doesn't help.
Again, you see my problem with yellow with Lego.
Yeah,
it just clashes. It just clashes with the minifigures.
Yeah, too much yellow can be a problem. And I mean, that being said, the sets themselves are okay. I do like the T-Rex Hunter. I like how it has that little like grapple thing. You can just grab the T-Rex and like fly him around. Like
and by the way, notice how they're not using actual guns. They're using tranquilizers because again, they got in trouble with that in 2005.
They're using tranquilizer guns and nets
because they're trying to capture them, not kill them. So yeah,
Lego is nothing if not a company that learns from their mistakes.
That being said, yes, this is like the best dino-centric theme, but unfortunately not by much in my opinion. This one's only going to go up to a C tier for me. I don't dislike dinosaurs. That's the thing.
That's the thing for me. You're talking to someone who like doesn't. Well, I don't hate dinosaurs, but like it's not my interest.
Well,
like, I don't.
You know, I'm a Warhammer player. I played Seraphon as my first faction for like Age of Sigmar. And that's like Aztec dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs. It's just Lego dinosaurs just aren't the coolest thing. So
okay, we're halfway there.
Are
we done with dinosaurs?
Technically no, but we're done with them as being the main thing.
Okay, that's all I'm asking for. I'm a little dinoed out. I'm a little dinoed out right now. Shoot. Wouldn't be a stream with me. Wouldn't be a Goldie tier list without me going, who do I pick? For like 5 goddamn minutes. Let's just do superheroes. We already talked about like film franchises. Let's just do Lego superheroes. That was the first one
Which one? There's two.
DC Comics.
Okay, DC. And by the way, we're going to be lumping in Lego Batman for this, as that's a precursor series, and I also I didn't have time to put that on here, so.
So we're talking. So just to be clear, just make sure I'm on the right place.
Although at this point, they might as well just call this the Batman theme.
The Batman theme.
Because
Batman and Friends.
It's literally just 80% Batman and like 20% other.
Should we just call this Batman? Let's just call it Batman. I like Batman.
But
which I guess goes into
that's my problem.
You don't like superheroes.
Okay. I don't dislike superheroes. I just don't care. Okay, okay. Actually, funny enough, it's less to do with superheroes themselves, and it's more to do with Marvel. But that's a whole other story. As far as like, do you prefer DC or Marvel? Overall, I still think I do prefer DC, but
Same.
only to a certain extent.
Yeah. This is
And
a topic of conversation.
and so and what? What?
No, I just saw Clash of Heroes, which is like of the Batman v Superman tie-in.
Jesus Christ.
If you allow me to rant about that movie, it will hijack the stream. So don't. I could talk about that movie for fucking
Dude, I
hours.
could as well. Fuck that movie.
Fuck, that is all I'll say is that is Batman v Superman is legitimately one of the worst movies I have ever seen. And
It's
I've seen
really
stuff like
bad.
Son of the Mask, like twice. I've seen stuff like Son of the Mask multiple times, and still Batman v Superman is one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
I mean,
But sorry,
I don't think it's that bad, but it's pretty bad.
well, that I've seen. Like my personal list.
But anyways, so I guess my thing about DC is I guess I don't dislike the concept of superheroes. I just don't think I like the ones that are popular, if that makes sense.
You don't. You're a. So what's your favorite superhero? If you had to pick.
I mean, well, I guess that then gets us into the question: what counts as a superhero?
I guess somebody who. Hmm.
Because
They don't need
here's the
they
thing:
don't
is
need
that
to have powers.
it
They don't need
depends.
to have powers, but they don't need to have powers, but they definitely need to have like some sort of ability, whether that be, for anything from like super strength or just to have like intelligence. But it doesn't even have to be like super intelligence, you know what I mean? Like it can still be like
Well,
Batman could
here's the weird thing with me
like
is that when it comes to the superheroes, because I like obviously I like Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network, and like Disney Channel, right?
yeah, and you like
Funny
stuff like
enough,
My Life as a Robot and stuff like that.
though, like yeah, like shit like MLATR, Danny Phantom, Kim Possible. That funny enough, those are the types of superheroes I prefer. The ones that are a bit more like I don't know, like you're just kind of like ones that are more involved with like personal life stuff as opposed.
Personal heroes were the superheroes where their inner conflict, their personal lives are just as important as the bad guys that they fight, or the bad guys that they fight reflect conflicts within their own lives.
Exactly. And so I guess by that definition, technically Jenny Wakeman's technically my favorite superhero because she is technically a superhero, at least by
She does.
definition.
She does. She's got to save the world and get to school on time.
So that being said, though, I am someone who does defend Teen Titans because that was
Yeah,
one of my
Teen
favorite.
Titans.
That was one of my favorite shows, and that is DC.
In some of
And
these sets, you have, Beast Boy and Starfire and Cyborg. I don't think any of these have Raven though.
but
And Snuffy.
that then gets into my problem with the theme itself. It's
It
less
depends.
it's less the DC theme and it's more the Batman theme because Lego
Uh,
loves Batman.
Batman. And well, I mean, here's the thing though. I do like Batman. So
But like, do you want every single set to be Batman?
if they're good, because I don't really give a shit about any. I don't really give a shit about many of the
Oh
other
no! Oh no! Oh no!
characters.
Oh no! Are you
I
are
mean, Superman is fine, but like, which is topical because James Gunn's Superman movie's
okay?
coming
But like,
out
no,
pretty
but like,
soon.
here's the thing though. You know, last time they made a non-Batman like DC superhero thing like set was
Like
2020,
not, but it's like
and that was
I
Wonder
guess
Woman.
it's well,
I know that's
I
based
guess
off a shitty movie, but that's my point is that they should have if you're going to have a theme that's called DC comics superheroes, which I know Detective Comics, whatever, at least have other superheroes other than Batman. Like, have more Superman sets, have more Wonder Woman sets. Hell, I don't care if Blue Beetle was one of those mediocre like movies. At least make a set based off of it. That's my point.
I don't know, man. I just think like I only really give a shit about Batman with DC. So like I don't care that it's nothing but
My
Batman.
God.
I know that makes me sound like an asshole, but so like as far as things and like I'm like the Arkham Asylum sets look really cool. The Batmobile sets are pretty cool. Like like the Joker Land is really cool.
Oh yeah, I
Like the
forgot they
Batcave
released
stuff.
yeah, the Funhouse and the Joker Land, but
So like I'm gonna I would give this just like I would give this just like I would give it a high C tier.
okay, I thought you were gonna put it a lot higher than that.
No, I give it a high C tier because at the end of the day, as much as I really do like Batman, su- it's not like Batman is like one of my cornerstones, you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's in my top.
Well,
It's not
here's
like
my
it would be
thing.
like
Well, here's my point though. There's only so much you can do with Batman before it starts getting stale. That's my point.
yeah, I think there's a lot you can do with Batman, but like
There's
there's a
only
limit.
yeah,
There's
that's
a
my
limit.
point.
There's still a limit. There's a lot you can do, but there's still a limit.
So, honestly, okay, I am also gonna put it in C tier, but like this is the lowest C tier I'm gonna be
You're
putting.
putting it in a low C tier. I'm putting it in like a just a comfortable C tier.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna put it in like A tier.
No, because I do have to acknowledge that, you know, Batman is not
There's
like
too much Batman. You have to at least admit that.
I acknowledge it, but I don't care also. Like,
God.
but I'm okay with that.
Okay, you're wrong. Anyways, what's your
I
last
am
one?
my last one. The last one going to be Lone Ranger.
F.
Yeah,
F.
which kind of
Does
sucks because
anyone
like
remember this movie, by the way? Besides me, because yeah.
I only know because I know it's based off of like, you know, a really popular TV show from like the 50s.
Oh no, it's not from the
And they
50s.
like
It's from, I think, like the 40s or 30s
the
even.
40 yeah, like the 40s and like the 40s. Like a very well 40s and 50s because it was also a TV show. So radio and TV show. And it's really funny how Disney tried to do like, you know, like oh, they tried to do the
Yeah, they
thing that
try. Okay,
studios
no,
do
but
all
here,
the
okay,
time.
they tried doing. They tried to make a new Pirates of the Caribbean, but a
With
western.
Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
But a
with
Western. And like I get the thought process, but
it
who gives a
sucked.
shit about the Lone Ranger? It's 2013. Who fucking cares?
Not to
Everyone
mention
who
it.
grew up,
Not to mention it was just straight up not a good movie.
not a good movie. Which is kind of sucks because I like the Old West. I like Old Western themes, and I do think the Stagecoach set is pretty cool, and I like the minifigures. Like I like the the clothes and the like. I love Old West stuff, but like and train stuff. Like I know I said I don't like vehicle stuff, but I do like Lego trains because I think it's just interesting how there's like the electronics that can make him run. Like I just think like from a technological standpoint, that's pretty cool in a weird way. But it's like
Yeah.
yeah, I like Old West stuff, and if there was well, there is we'll
Well,
get
there
to that later.
was, but we'll get to
There,
that.
there was, and like I would love it if there was like if they made a new theme that was Old West themed. That would be really fucking cool.
So
But
make it
yeah, like
culturally appropriate, please.
of course. Like I like I like the minifigures for the cavalry builder because they're like old timey like 1800s U.S. soldiers, and I think those are really cool because Lego doesn't do much like historical. sets, and as a history
Or at least
nerd,
not anymore.
yeah,
So
Nani, they don't do much historical sets anymore, which as a history nerd, I think would be really cool, which is something I would really get into. But sadly, it had to be tied to a movie that no one cared about, which is tied to a a thing from the 40s and 50s that either everyone who did care about it is literally dead or is old, like in their 70s and 80s. So yeah, F tier.
by the way, and this is going to be a factor with some of these other things we're going to be talking about, but there is one big pet peeve of mine that Lego does with themes like this that annoys the fuck out of me.
What?
Them having the same character in every single set. In this case, the titular
The
Lone
Lone
Ranger.
Ranger.
That annoys the
Right.
fuck out of me. I don't know why. It just does.
And okay, no, not there. There's one set where Johnny Depp is not in it.
Yeah,
It's
and
the Cavalry.
that's the Cavalry builder set. Which, by the way, that would have been a decent battle pack set if they didn't have the Lone Ranger in it.
Yeah. Which is, again, I think it'd be really cool if they did like an Old West style thing, and they could do stuff like an Old West town, old miners, bandits, the army, like not full on, like just like not full on Civil War, but and Native American stuff with respect, of course.
Actually, do it with cultural
Yeah, with cultural respect, I guess you could say. But and like like old like steam trains, I think that'd be really cool. But unfortunately, and I think some of these are really cool designs, but unfortunately, I think it was all just. You know what? It's just because of that, I might just put this into a D tier because I do like the sets themselves. It's just that they're tied to like this
Well,
fucking stupid
here's the
thing.
thing. Like, I would even argue these aren't particularly that great of sets, anyways, because these aren't even accurate to the movie. Like this stagecoach set they see, that scene doesn't happen in the movie.
Well, I don't give a shit
So,
about the movie, so like
well, if you're
I
going
don't
to,
care about
oh shoot, where'd you go?
where'd I go.
Hold on, the Discord peeps thing, you disappeared.
I disappeared for a minute.
Hold on. Okay, you can keep talking. I'll try to fix this on my own.
Is this a me thing or a you thing?
It's on it's on my end.
Okay, you have me concerned because
But
for
and
those at home, for those of you at
yeah,
home, I
I'm
was
using
having some
reactive, and it just shut off like the thing for whatever stupid reason. But anyways,
oh,
you can keep talking.
and also, yeah, and also for folks at home, I was having some internet issues,
No,
like
it's not on your end. It's on mine.
okay, yeah. But I was having some internet issues like an hour before the stream, and that got me really fucking scared that I wouldn't be able to hop in or that there would be difficulties. But no, false alarm.
But
But as you were
anyways,
saying,
no, you were saying something. So
well, I guess I was just saying like I don't care about the movie, so like I'm only giving it like a D tier because I like old western stuff, and I think it looks pretty cool, like the bank and the sheriff's office, even if it is pretty small.
I just don't think it's really that like I don't know. I just think if you're gonna do like I don't know. I guess just with these like weird one-off movie tie-in like themes, because that is what this is, and Lego was
What it
built.
is, yeah,
I
it's a
just wish they
movie
were
type.
able to do it like better, but whatever. Anyways, while I try to fix this, do you want to try to do? Was this your last one, or
I did. I did superheroes,
okay, you're
and I
back.
did
There we
Lone
go.
Ranger. I'm halfway through now.
Wait, no, you did
No,
dinosaur.
no, no. I did.
Yeah, you did dinosaur,
This is the
Jurassic
last one.
World. Okay, yeah.
This is the last one. You're right. Okay.
Oh
So
yeah.
now it's your
By
turn.
the way, I fixed the thing, so you're good.
You
So,
fixed the thing.
anyways, okay, it's my turn. Let's do a theme that I really like. Uh, Castle. Going
Castle.
off the historical thing. And by the way, this is the fantasy castle from late 2000s. We're also going to throw in the 2013 castle in here as well, because why not? So, well, you guys know me. I love fantasy. As a matter of fact, I'd say like I'm probably one of those weirdos who prefers fantasy over sci-fi overall. And, well, if I'm going to be honest, that's pretty reflective on how I feel about this theme. And by the way, this is the humans versus skeletons versus or humans and dwarves versus skeletons and trolls. Though in the 2013 version, they had it to where it was like good humans versus bad humans. So, but you know what? This is going to be my first S tier.
Oh.
I'm a sucker for this type of theme because, again, I like fantasy, so obviously that's going to be a bit of a bias. But even with the way in which they did fantasy with this theme, this was definitely one of the best ways they could have done it. Because, again, they stretched out like the perfect amount of sets for every single faction, except for maybe the dwarves. They could have had like a few more sets for the dwarves. It's like my only complaint. But yeah, no, as far as like the castles that they had, obviously the castle you see on here for the humans, the skeleton castle looked really awesome. I wish I had that set. It was so cool. But even like the dragons that they had, because yeah, they had like the black and red dragons. They even had a green one for the good guys on the troll ship, which of course gets us into the fact that they had like, you know, an entire like whole like sub range of, you know, these different factions. Sorry, that made no sense. Okay. Point is that like they have like all of your typical fantasy trappings. They have your drawbridges, you have your catapults, you have your even like a giant ballista set, which is pretty cool. Even like a giant battle wheel for like the trolls. Yeah. A pirate ship for the skeletons.
So we're combining.
And even a little medieval town that I think they actually remade.
For
like
a little mini.
So
the witches.
Yeah,
they've got the blacksmith shop. That's pretty cool.
But yeah, no, overall, Lego Castle Fantasy, pretty cool. And like I said, that's not even just like the late 2000s theme. The 2013 theme that they tried bringing back, I thought was a pretty cool thing as well. Kind of wish they had more sets on that, because the red dragon that they had for that was pretty cool as well. Fortunately, that was the last real castle theme that they had, and that makes me sad. So, but yeah, S tier for me.
I will put it under an A tier, because these things are pretty cool and very...
Wow, that's coming from a fantasy hater too. So.
This isn't oh, it is kind of fantasy.
It is fantasy. But, let's be real here. It's fantasy.
But I guess it's just I like how older they feel more. How do I put this? They feel more beefy, in the sense that there's like a lot more. There's like a lot of shit that you get with these sets. Like you get a lot of whole ass structures. You know what I mean?
Yeah, structures and vehicles. Yeah, even like the dwarven mine was pretty cool.
Which is why, for me, I like this kind of shit, because again, I like Lego a lot for its architecture and structures and like being able to create like sort of landscapes, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So like you could very easily create a medieval town, like a medieval kingdom, as well as like in, you know, the skeleton, like troll goblin type shit. So like,
yeah, and like yeah, every faction has their own fortress too. They're not a single faction's left out, because they have the King's Knight Castle, they have the Skeleton Tower, there's the Troll Fortress, and there's the Dwarven Mine. So everyone has a base, which is pretty rad. So yeah, S tier, at least in my opinion. So
A tier, in my opinion.
So, since you like being alliterative with your Lego themes, apparently, let's talk about the successor to this, Kingdoms.
Kingdoms.
I'm gonna give this one an A tier. Because this one was them trying to go back to their roots in making a medieval theme, but more grounded in a more realistic setting. So this one's less fantasy and more derivative of like typical medieval stuff.
Where's the plague?
So, my God.
Where's the illness and lack of clean drinking water?
But anyways, and I think this one was cool. I don't think it was as cool because again, this one what just played it more straight as far as like medieval. Though I still really like that because that's what I like as far as Lego. And the sets that they offered, I think, are varied enough.
Are we talking Knights Kingdoms?
No, it's just called Kingdoms. That's a complete.
Kingdom.
That's the precursor to the castle
It's
theme.
the precursor. Where the world's there it is.
Yeah, it's right next to it. So
yeah. I'm sorry.
So yeah, and I mean this one also has like a cool little village set, more of a traditional village rather than like a walled village, but that's still kind of cool nonetheless. Even the jousting set I think is pretty cool. So as far as Lego played it safe with this theme, but I again I'm biased because I like this type of stuff. So
yeah, I would put this in a nice A tier because again I like stuff that is structures, and while this is a little bit far back as far as my interest in history goes, I'm not a big medieval type guy.
Oh, I am.
I still think this looks really cool, and
I'm the Middle Ages back guy. Actually, Renaissance back guy. So as far
not a Renaissance back guy, I'm like an industrial age forward guy.
Dang. You're missing out on ancient and medieval history, I'm just saying.
I'm missing out on how terrible the world used to be.
There were some good stuff that happened, even though there was a lot of bad stuff, but that's besides the point.
I do like the red, white, and gold theme, but like the main kingdom.
Yeah, what's supposed to be like the good guys.
The good guys, because red is a good color, always. I do like the mill village.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that it's like a traditional medieval village as opposed to like one of the walled ones, which is unique for a Lego set for this time. So
and it has they have little goats and pigs and chickens, which is cute.
Yeah, those were newer molds at the time as well. So yeah, A tier for me.
Yeah, nice A tier for me as well.
All right. You know what? Let's go something different. Let's do a non-minifigure theme.
A non-minifigure.
How do you feel about Technic?
This is misspelled wrong. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
So like the bulldozers and that. This is from like the 70s.
Actually, early 80s. It's been around for over 40 years. It's one of the oldest themes that's still continuing on.
I'm getting sets from like the late 70s.
Dang. Hold on, let me look up the...
Well, how is it spelled?
It's Technic.
Yeah, it's around since like the late 70s.
Damn.
It's probably one of the oldest themes that we're going to be looking into tonight.
Yeah, well, I think it is the oldest theme that is continuing on that we'll be talking about. Though, I guess just kind of in reference to how we typically do things 90s to now. But I've got a hot take for you guys on this one. I've never been a big fan of this theme as a whole.
I just think that it looks kind of ugly.
God. And there's all the people booing at us.
I just think this looks kind of ugly. I don't like all those holes and everything, like the connecting whatever these blocks are called.
Yeah, I've never really been a big fan of stuff like when it comes to Lego sets, I've always preferred sets that are minifigure size or that you can fit minifigures in. That's always been my appeal when it comes to Lego. And with Technic, I do appreciate that this is more of a older audience theme because that's the whole point of this is that this was like the original intent was it to make it a bit more of a technical theme for teenagers and like young adults. But funny
Right.
enough, it as someone who's a young adult, I don't care for this. It just never really was my thing, you know?
It's just it's just kind of ugly to me. I don't like the way this all looks.
I'm going to put this in a D tier, which I know that's going to like piss a lot of people off cuz I know people fucking love Technic.
Gotta find this bullshit.
So,
There it is. Yeah, a low D for me.
yeah. So, I know people are going to be they're going to have choice words on this one. But yeah, let's move on.
Move on from this. All right, you got your last one.
No, I got one more. Uh
Yep.
You know what? Okay, kind of relating to Technic, but not really. Let's go with another one that's kind of weird. Mindstorms.
Ugh, I was hoping you wouldn't pick this.
So, funny enough, this was another theme that I actually did own. But the original version of Mindstorms from 1998, again, it passed down to me. Um,
Old?
yeah, it's that old. Like
Jeez.
every like 3 to 4 years they make a new version of this, or did. It's not a thing anymore. But yeah, no, this is an old theme. But I'm curious to hear what you have to say about this.
I just don't care. Like, I get that it's interesting, whether it's like delving into like robotics, but it's just not what I think of, and I don't think what a lot of people think of when they think of Lego.
Yeah.
Like, I admire them wanting to like, because this is the 2010s. You know, the world is, but they noted they knew the world was becoming a lot
Late 90s,
more.
2000s, and early 2010s.
Okay, I
So
guess I more so think of their 2010s products that I'm looking here with their fucking battery packs. But I get it. You want to, well, this still applies to the 90s and 2000s. They recognized that the world was becoming a lot more of a technological place,
mhm.
and robotics and electricity and computers and whatnot. I admire them for wanting to like teach that to children at a young age because those are very useful skills in this world. But I just don't. I'm if you, this feels like this is only appealing to you if you're interested in like robotics or just like electronics. You know what I mean? And I don't mean like you just like using your computer. I mean like you like building things.
You like building
Like you like
robots, animatronics, all that fun jazz.
yeah, and like building PCs. So like I think this is kind of limited, and I remember not this felt very boring to me as a kid, and it still kind of does because I'm not. I don't know. I just give this an F tier because it does not feel like a fun.
Wow. Damn.
It just does not feel like a fucking toy at all. It feels so boring.
Okay, I don't think it's that bad.
Look, this isn't like look for Lego. Like if something's boring, then that's worth F tier. Like I'm not judging these based on like movies where like if it's a boring movie, it's gonna be a D. Like if it is that these are toys at the end of the day. Like we can talk all we want, but they're toys at the end of the day. And if they're not fun to look at and build, then it's failed. So like I'm judging a little differently than everything else.
Okay. I guess I'll put this in like a C tier for me. Because I think I like the concept. But again, here's the weird thing about Mindstorms. They start off as a spinoff of the Technic line. And you already know how I'm not a big fan of that. That being
Well,
said,
yeah.
that being said, though, the reason why I'm putting this above Technic is because at least it's doing something with Technic, if that makes sense. And I like the idea of being able to, well, be able to program your own robot and be able to mess around with stuff. And like I said, I actually had the original version of this thing. Granted, I didn't really mess with it too much because you know how kids are. They just like after Lego said they just kind of take it apart anyways. Um, but I think in hindsight, I at least understand the appeal. You may not, but I at least do. Because just the idea of being able to create your own like
Robot.
little robot, your little friend. You know how
Little
you like
friend.
talking about friends, right?
I like my little friends.
So
Wait, what?
yeah, how dare you put this now? Okay, I put this still in C tier, but whatever. It's just fine. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, your turn.
Oh,
What?
oh man, I had a no. My internet had a bit of a spike.
Don't worry,
Bit
I
of a
didn't.
spike.
Don't worry, I didn't really like say anything important, so you're fine.
Okay,
So
but I'm still scared. I'm still scared. Let's keep moving.
yeah,
Let's keep moving.
yeah, keep it rolling.
Yeah, we have to keep moving. Was that your last one,
Yeah, that was
or
my
is that
last
your
one. That was my
your
last one.
last one? Okay. Oh man, and my anxiety's going bad now because I'm afraid that I'm gonna cut out and I'm gonna ruin the stream. I'm afraid. Okay, okay. I'm gonna shove aside my paranoia. Uh, speed,
Speed.
speed, Lego Speed
Lego Speed.
Champions.
Oh, Speed Champions. Okay.
Speed. All I read is speed. That's the big word.
Damn, you should have chose Racers first, because I was gonna talk, but whatever, it's fine.
We're gonna go back in time. So,
Mm.
as a kid, I loved cars. Not the movie, but I really did like cars as a mode of transport. And since we've talked about techno, where it's cars that don't really fit into, like, are not minifigure scale, these are cars that are minifigure scale,
Mm-hmm.
some of which based on actual models.
Correct.
You know, so we have, yeah, like there's like Camaro, the Chevrolet Camaro, the Bugatti Chiron, the Scuderia for Ferrari, the McLaren, the favorite car to all failed sons everywhere. It's true. But Ford Fiesta, that's like what you, whatever.
Yeah, Ford Mustangs. You got Bugattis.
Well,
You got Mercedes,
Fiesta's the guy you expect,
Ferraris. You got
which is
1960, yeah. The 1968
which is
Ford Mustang, Chevrolets.
which is all pretty cool. And they're designed really well. They would be a really good addition if you're trying to build like a Lego city, like a more urban setting, if you just want cars to be driving around.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodge Challengers are really freaking cool. The Challenger and Charger, those are really cool. Mostly because I like those cars in real life. But yeah, I would say like these are a pretty good like A tier because like I'm genuinely impressed because when I was a kid, I thought that these would go the more, you know, Technic route. But no, they kind of, it was almost as if they were speaking directly to me. And we're like, okay, well, we have plenty that are now minifigure friendly, and they're, they even got like stuff that's like, a truck, like a pit stop truck, or like a race track setup kind of thing with flags and shit. So like, it's like they were talking to me, and like garage stuff. So like,
This
I
theme
have to
speaks to
do it.
you.
This
So.
does speak to me. It feels like they listened to my complaints as a kid and got on it, got to it, got on it.
All right, is your whole spiel about
That is it.
Okay. Yeah, it's funny that you chose this one in, like, first before you actually did the proper Lego Racers. Not to say that this isn't proper, because this is cool. As a matter of fact, fine enough, I'm also gonna put this in H here. Usually, I remember whenever this theme first came out. I mean, this was kind of around the time whenever I stopped focusing on Lego on like other things, and so I didn't really mind too much. And also keep in mind, I wasn't really much into cars or like racing or anything like that until a certain somebody introduced me the way.
The wonderful world of racing.
And since then, I've been collecting a lot of games, like racing games, like Need for Speed, Gran Turismo, Forza, all that fun stuff. And it really did start to make me appreciate this theme more because, like you said, these are actually based off of real life cars, which means it is technically a licensed theme. But the difference between this and a lot of other licensed themes is that these still fit into like any sort of generic, like general, like modern setting that you can put these into. You can put these into any like Lego City thing, and it would not be out of place at all.
Would not look out of place. If anything, would probably help. Probably like make things look better. Not
And
better, but it would add to the.
yeah, it would add. And the fact that they had to make completely new molds, like, brick molds for these, really just shows the dedication that they decided to put into these vehicles. And truth be told, if I'm gonna be honest, a part of me's been kind of wanting to get one of these sets at some point.
Like these look really cool.
Yeah, like, granted, some of the older ones are obviously going to be kind of harder to find, although I don't think these are going to be too expensive. Let me double check to the aftermarket. Oh, never mind. It's still expensive. God damn it. But whatever. Point is, this is a theme that I think is pretty cool. And if you're going to do a licensed theme, this is how you do it. So. But yeah. Though, okay, but the reason why I'm not putting this in S tier, though, is I kind of wish that they start doing more civilian cars, because it's mostly racing cars that they focus on. They do have some civilian stuff here and there, but it's definitely more focused on the racing, which makes sense because the previous theme, like, this replaced an older theme, but, I think it was definitely for the better.
Going on today. There are even some sets that are slated to release next year.
Yes.
Granted, they are mostly F1 cars.
Yeah,
but there's
F1.
also others that are still sports cars that they're still releasing. Like a Pagani, which I don't even know what that is. They have Paul Ryan's car from Back to the Fast and Furious, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, Too Fast, Too Furious.
So. Yeah, they have started to do like movie cars though, because again they have.
Yeah, they have. Funny enough, this is the first Lego theme to release something that's rated R.
Fast and Furious.
No, 007.
007.
Because
this is Daniel Craig.
Yeah, Daniel Craig. Those are all rated R movies. So Lego broke the rule of not releasing anything rated R or rated M. So, which, if they're gonna do licensed themes, please do it with cool themes. But whatever.
Do it with cool things.
Point is, cool theme. I do respect it, even if it is a bit too racer heavy. But it makes sense considering this replaced an older racer theme. So,
Okay, so that was number 2 for me.
That was number one for you.
Number 1. Okay, hold on. Why not? Why don't we do the OG Lego Racers again? We're keeping
All
consistent.
right, you're Mr. Consistency here. So
Not drag racer. I almost spelled Lego drag. No
yeah, this
racers.
is Lego Racers. This was the
Really?
original racing theme that was
When
in the 2000s and the early 2010s.
which they made a PC game out of, which I am
Well,
very
funny
happy about.
enough, this theme is based off of that PC game.
The game is based
This
the
is
set is
yeah, this is
based on
yeah, this is one of the themes on this list that was originally a video game before it was a theme, which is interesting. But this one's weird because this started off completely differently than it eventually became. Like it evolved over time, which
yeah,
is
because originally from like what you see in like the 2000s, a lot of the cars are more so mini scale, like not minifigure scale, but like
yeah, like the early
miniature.
2000s sets from like 2002 and 3, technically 2001 as well, but you know, we could ignore that one. Um
Yeah,
like
but
two,
there's
yeah,
also these like these like those little things you step on
oh
that like
yeah,
launch the car, like whatever that is, like whatever you call those.
oh yeah,
They're
the
just called
massive the pistons that they used.
yeah, the pistons, like those little experiments that you do in like high school, like physics class. Like, and I gotta say, like, the Brick Street Customs is a really cool freaking set. 'Cause it's like a car show room, like
Hmm.
garage. They have a speed racer, which remember that, like the movie, not the
Yeah, this
anime.
is technically another licensed theme where they
The
did
movie,
have licensed cars and had licensed movies, including Speed Racer, which is the anime that your parents don't know is an anime, to quote
yeah,
you.
yeah, the anime that your parents don't know is an anime. But they also got stuff like Street Extreme set, which is kind of like a little set, kind of like a little street, I guess.
Yeah, that was like a thing they did in the late 2000s where they had like that
There's
sort
like
of that
Ram.
I like to call it the Need for Speed sub theme because that's kind of the
Yeah,
vibe that I got with like the late 2000 sets. I know it's not Need for Speed, but like it's basically what they're
yeah, like
invoking.
I'm looking at the ones from like 2010, 20, like 20, 2009, 2011. Like a lot of them feel like they're stunt. Like you're kind of like you're shooting
They're like
like a
stunts or like they're street racing. That's kind of the
yeah, and
vibe that they got that I get with like the latter half of this theme's life cycle, like
yeah.
2005 onwards.
And to be honest, I feel like I think these are cool, but I think I would still rank these a tier below A. I think I'd put these as a B tier because again, as with Sly, I prefer the stuff that's more minifigure scale.
Mm.
And again, some of these are based on real cars, but it's definitely it's a bit more not as consistent as like
Yeah, this was
the
just this
Speed
was there's
Champion.
just their go this was just their like all go to car theme where there
Yeah,
are some minifigure sets in here, but not everything is that.
yeah. And so like I think because of that it kind of suffers. Like it's still cool if
That
that's
be
what you're into.
well that being
And it's
said
not as
though, some of the
they're not as versatile as Speed Champions is.
well, that being
Like
said, though, some of the cars that they did make that aren't minifigure scale, like they're smaller, they're too small to fit a minifigure. That being said, some of those cars are still pretty good looking, even if they
yeah,
are, they're compromising the minifigure in them. So I am also going to put this in B tier. Um, it's just it needed that extra step of having more of what Speed Champions would eventually do, which of course they got there. So that's all I got to really say about Lego Racers. Well, I guess the other reason why I'm putting this lower is those early years were kind of rough for this theme.
yeah, yeah.
So I don't think this theme really started to shine until around 2004 or 5. That's just me though. All right, your next theme.
Third one. My third one. What the hell is Alpha Realm?
Alpha Realm? You mean Alpha Team?
Alpha Team. What does it say?
Yeah, it's
How
a
did I read that? It looks like an R. That not even an I or an L. It's
welcome
just a stupid
to the
font.
world of secret agents, Goldie.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this is the first Secret Agents theme. And also the other theme that was originally a video game before it was a theme. So,
Sounds like a video game. A bad one. Oh man. I don't. Oh,
you just pissed off a lot of kids right there with that statement.
yeah, but whatever. They're children. What are they gonna do about it? They should be in. It's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. Central Time on a Monday. Go to bed. Wait, no, they're still on Christmas break. Well, yeah, well, next week you'll be back in school, so you know, wow, they have characters like Charge and Crunch.
It's so
Crunch
early 2000s. Though
Why does Crunch look like a
I will
Newgrounds
say
character?
though, what?
Dash. Oh my goodness. Ogle.
Oh yeah,
Radia.
Ogle. By the way, that's Lego backwards. So
Are they implying that they're evil? Or is this a Bronzy situation where it's like,
it's
oh,
a bronzy situation.
yeah, it's like, oh, he's the antithesis to Lego. He wants to destroy. He doesn't want to build. He wants
Oh,
to
by the way,
destroy.
you know how he got his minions? It's actually it's kind of fucked up for like a Lego set.
Are they reanimated corpses?
Technically yes.
Did he rob a graveyard? Girl Scout?
No, chemical warfare.
Oh my god! So he did
He
like
literally
one
bombed. He literally bombed an entire populace to turn into skeletons who serve him.
That's fucked up for a
And
children's
guess
toy.
when this released?
Yeah, 2001, 2002, like at the height of the war on terror.
But specifically 9/11.
Yeah, I mean, granted 9/11 wasn't chemical warfare, but
But
we're
it's
still talking
still
terror.
terrorism.
Oh my god, was that intentional? It can't be.
No, it wasn't. As a matter of fact, after 9/11, they had to completely change the storyline to where he just
Yeah,
like
you can tell because once you see like everything 2001 is like the same, but once you get to 2002, 2004, 2003, you can tell that the brand had changed quite a bit. Their skills, they're still skeletons, but I assume they're just like, it's like magic or something.
I think they retconned it to where they're just hired goons that just wear the masks.
Oh, they're masks. Okay.
They're masks now. They're not their actual skulls. They're masks now.
I prefer that because that's less fucked up. And
I
that's more
don't know
funny
what
to
the
me.
I don't know
That's
what
more
Lego
funny to
was.
me that they're just guys in masks.
I don't know
These
what the
guys
hell Lego was thinking back then. Jesus fucking Christ.
well probably didn't help, with like 9/11. Didn't really.
Exactly. Like
So I guess I can't fault this theme too much because it just came in like it just came out at the worst
it
possible
came
time.
out at the worst time.
This was like a GTA 3 situation where like it's a game where you're a criminal and you can cause great destruction throughout New York City, and it released in 2001.
Yeah.
Like you can blow shit up and kind of like you know, uh, so like I guess I can't fault this too much.
That being said, though, there
It's
is
kind of underwhelming. It's
okay.
still very
Okay,
dated.
I
It's still
funny
very
enough,
dated.
I like the last wave of this theme, but I don't like the first two waves. Cause well, you know my problem. I don't like yellow, and a lot of the Alpha Team sets are yellow, and it looks stupid. And I mean, some of Ogle's stuff looks kind of cool. I mean, I think the mutant squid looks kind of cool. Even the control center looks fine. Though, funny enough, their last year I think was their best year. Especially the one that you see on the picture here, the mountain fortress. I think that looks pretty cool as far as trying to make it into like a skull, like sort of fortress thing. Even like the Scorpion launcher looked pretty cool. It's just goddamn C tier. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I'd put this with like a C tier. I kind of feel bad for it, but you know,
It just came out at the worst time. And again, this was
yeah,
a movie, not movie. This was originally a video
video
game that
game.
came out in 2000 that eventually
It,
became a theme.
regardless of the time period, well, regardless of events, it is still a result, like the product of its time.
Yeah. All right. What's your next
Last
thing?
one.
Yeah, last one.
What's my last one? Should we go to just agents?
Sure, we can just
Like
do
the
agents. This is
spiritual
the
successor?
yeah, the successor.
But this time it's like, it's nice, clean, like, like,
Yeah, not
um,
someone causing a terrorist attack. Like,
like you're just super villains with like fucking, I wouldn't even say, just like cheesy action movie super villains.
yeah, like your
Like
Austin
Demolition
Powers or
Man,
like yeah, like your Austin Powers sort of thing, or like your
like your Demolition Mans.
yeah, like your Mission Impossible. That's kind of the vibe I get with this.
I owned some of these sets. I owned the car. What the fuck's the car? There it is. I own the
Yeah,
core
yeah, the turbo car chase
and
with
the
Spyclops.
with Spyclops. Come on, man. Just get regular prosthetic legs. You don't need to make yourself like obvious. You don't need to turn yourself into like Mr. Water News, okay? You don't need to make yourself look like so cartoonishly evil unless like you did it on purpose, which I think you need therapy. But yeah, I owned that. I owned the Wheeling Pursuit with
the
this acid man.
the wheeling pursuit. Oh, a four wheeling pursuit.
Four Wheeling Pursuit. And I think a friend of mine owned it's the one with the lady.
The one with the lady. There's multiple.
The River Heist with not Joker.
Not
Not
Joker.
Joker and not Harley Quinn. My friend owned that one. I thought it was for. I just remember being at his house and seeing them. Like, oh, I wish I had that.
By the
That's what you
way,
do with
their names are Dollar Bill and Dynamite.
Dollar Dollar Bill is a it's a character from a show. It's a character from a show called Billions. He's a hedge fund guy. So arguably even worse.
Anyways, I'm gonna put this theme in a B tier. Actually, high B tier, if I'm gonna be honest. I
Yeah,
know
I put it in a B tier because it's kind of cool. It's kind of stupid, but like it's still kind of cool. Like the submarine and the
honestly,
like
I've always liked the volcano base. That looked kind of cool.
yeah, like again, like Doctor Evil, fucking.
Yeah, Doctor Inferno is what his name is. I
Who's
know
the main villain? Is it the Inferno Man or is it the Acid Man? It's got to be
it's
one of those.
it's Doctor Inferno.
Inferno.
It's
You think it'd be the Acid Man because he's got a face made of fucking acid.
but no, he's like the second in command.
He's just like a fucking failed experiment that they make think is like the main guy. He's like
I know this theme does get a lot of shit for being too generic for a lot of people, but keep in mind, Lego was doing a lot of weird, like they had to simplify a lot of their sets because they were trying to do way too many like storylines with a lot of their sets, including Alpha Team that we mentioned just previously, and it didn't help that they were financially in a bit of a hole, so they had to have a theme like this as well as the Fantasy Castle theme to kind of simplify things because they just had to because they were not in a good spot. And truth be told, there's some cool sets in here, like the Turbo Car Chase. The Command Center was pretty nice. I actually think the Gold Hunt is actually kind of an underrated set. I don't know. I just kind of like the box art.
it's like a mission briefing.
Yeah. Even like
It's like
the
a
aerial defense unit with like those robot things.
who's the guy with the saw trap on his head in the swamp raid? What's his name?
I think his name is like
Chompers.
Snapjaw.
Steely Dan.
No, it's like Snapjaw or something. Or
Steely Dan is a good
Breakjaw.
show.
That's what his name is.
Breakjaw. Steely Dan is like, the musician like your parents listen to.
But yeah, no,
I listen
one of those themes that I think is a bit overhated. It's cool.
just a little bit overhated.
Which I guess that leads into my turn then, because I think we gotta get one out of the way. It's your favorite theme, and I know it's your favorite theme.
Yeah.
It's Goldie's number
Don't
one theme.
don't be sarcastic.
Why would I be sarcastic? Because we know we all know that you love crime fighting ninjas.
I do like crime fighting ninjas. No, I don't.
Especially when they're evolving Okay, I'm done with this bit. Ninjago.
Just please get it over with, please.
I'm gonna let you talk on this one first.
I don't know. Do I put it in F tier? Because I feel like I'm just giving it too much hate. 'Cause I feel like I just be being too vitriolic because it's like at the end of the day, it's just like a low D tier because like I don't fucking care, but like it's just kind of mediocre and lame. I don't even care. So like I don't know. I just don't give a shit. I just don't care for like that kind of thing. And like I was excited for the show when I was a kid because Lego TV shows was a foreign concept for me. But I was kind of upset that it wasn't made out of Lego. It was just the characters. So I thought it was really stupid and I didn't really care. So I don't care. I just give it like a D, a low D, but I just give it a D. Like I don't care. There. I don't even like just I don't even hate this enough to give it an F tier. Like I don't even care. Why give a damn? I don't care.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I thought we were gonna go on a whole tangent on that.
No, I'm not gonna fall by your trap. I'm not gonna give you stuff to I'm not gonna
God
give
damn
you
it.
clippable. I'm not giving you clippable moments that you can put on the front page. You're gonna have to do something else. You're gonna have to find somebody else to do that too. So I'm not
You did
playing
really
your
well
game.
with that one Benny rant. I will give you that.
I did pretty well with that Benny rant, but I'm not doing it tonight. It's Christmas time. I'm not getting
It's not
angry.
Christmas time. It's New Year's Eve's
New
Eve.
Year's time. It's New Year's Eve. Yeah, and
Anyways, uh, okay. So I've got a bit of confession about Ninjago. So, and I was talking about this with Goldie right before the stream. So here's the thing with Ninjago. I don't hate Ninjago entirely. Because, as you guys know, of course, I love fantasy stuff and, like, pseudo-historical stuff. And at the beginning of Ninjago's life cycle, that's what it was originally alluding to. Especially with, like, sets like the Dojo and some of the more building structure-like sets, like the Blacksmith, or even, like, the Dragons. I thought that set was kind of cool. And even the idea of the little game that they had, it was like Spinjitzu, right? Yeah, that's what it's called. I at least understood why that popped off because it was a game within Lego, which wasn't particularly that common. The only other time that Lego tried to make a game out of its own like its thing at the time, I'm pretty sure was both Bionicle and Lego Adventurers, but we'll get to those later. But here's the thing with Ninjago that annoyed the fuck out of me. Number one, it moved away from the fantasy setting stuff that I liked originally, where they started to implement more vehicles and more modern to futuristic like vehicles in a ninja setting, which is always something that I'm not particularly going to like. Like, with the exception of something like 40K, which even then that's more of a sci-fi, that's not really fantasy. I've always preferred fantasy to be strictly high fantasy with as little, high tech as possible. And because I like having the separation of technology from like a more, historic like era. And the fact that Ninjago went down that path, I really did not like.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Sort of.
Oh, sorry, you go.
No, I won't. I won't interrupt your list. I won't interrupt.
But yeah, number 2. The theme overstayed its welcome. It's been a theme for 13 years now, which I don't know about you, but that is kind of long for an original IP. Not that that's a bad thing, because I'd rather them have their original IP than, solely rely on licensed IPs. That being said, though, we haven't really gotten to it too much yet, but it did come at the cost of other original IPs. Because why would they bother with another fantasy theme with dragons if they already have a theme with dragons in it? Why would they bother with a mech theme when they already have a bunch of mechs in this other theme? Why would they bother doing a theme with more unique molds, with animals when they already have this theme to do it for? That's the sentiment I do not like about Ninjago and what I don't like how it represents. It represents contentment within LEGO. Just stick with one theme over time and not experiment with anything else. With the very few exceptions like Dreams and Hidden Side, which of course we'll get to that theme later. But the fact that this is the one theme that they're allowed to do that unique stuff with, I don't like. And then there's the TV show, which, truth be told, and I've made comments about this before, so this isn't anything new, the TV show is just straight up not a good show. We've talked about it in our Cartoon Network tier list. Go watch that if you want more context.
Yeah, go watch
that. But basically, it is just honestly kind of a lazy tie-in show that really wasn't a lot different from a lot of other Cartoon Network shows that aired at the time. Not to mention, it was a fully CGI show which I know it's it's kind of, I understand the thought process. It would be kind of hard to do stop motion with Lego for a TV show, but at the same time, it's like, why you gotta do CG? Especially, you could, I'd rather them have done 2D animation for it. Not to mention, you
just couldn't do something that looked like Lego without a big Hollywood budget, like the Lego movie and other subsequent.
Or at least not yet.
Yeah, not yet, especially at that time. But it's even now, it's I don't think you can.
And then there's the theme song made by a Christian rock band who has made songs about talking about how women should just stay in the kitchen. I am not joking. Watch my pop punk tier list.
Am I familiar with this band?
They're called The Fold. They're a Christian rock band. Yeah, a Christian rock band, by the way. So you know how that entails with me. So,
what song are you talking about?
It was on their debut. There were a few songs that was on their debut from 2007 where they had songs where they basically were doing how grifters online, they kind of hide their sexism by inadvertently kind of
they say very pseudo motivational bullshit that sounds it sounds like normal advice on face value.
But when you actually read the lyrics, it's just straight up just sexist bullshit. That's what they did.
I need a song. I just need a specific.
I don't know the name of the song. Go look it up. The point is, it's been 6 months since I did that tier list. Anyway, but point is, I hate being one of those people who just is trashing on this. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to take a step lower than you did, Goldie. I'm going to put this in F tier. Though I am going to put this at a high F tier. Mostly because of the wasted potential with this. Because, like I said, this went in a direction that I wish did not go in. And just considering just the mess that it became over time, I don't know. I just can't defend this. So, I mean, yeah, the dragons can be pretty cool, but there's only so much you can do. When are you gonna actually put those dragons in another theme? That's what I'm asking. So I sensed your silence is the fact that like you didn't realize I was going to take a step further than you. Now, did you?
No, I didn't think you would have more to say. I didn't think there would be anything.
So
This isn't something that I hate. Like, this is something I don't like.
well, truth
There's a
be
difference.
told, I don't entirely hate Ninjago. I just don't like the direction that it went. That's why I'm putting it in F tier. So, downvote me all you want, but at the end of the day, don't be weird. Anyways, speaking of hated Lego themes, God, if people aren't gonna be mad about me when it comes to this, they're gonna be fucking pissed how they are gonna think how I'm gonna feel about this theme. Let's rip the band-aid off on this one. Legend of Chima.
Legends of Chima. We're not talking about the cartoon, right?
We're not talking about the cartoon, though. Or I will talk about it. You don't have to, if you don't want to.
I have no. Well, let me look up the sets because I have no opinion.
This came out in 2013 and ended in 2015. It's the it's the Anthro theme.
Surprising that I don't care. Okay, don't. I need the theme brick set. I need the theme. There we go. Okay, you're only giving me like the keychains.
Keychains.
I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess like the Lion Chi temple's pretty cool looking. There's like yeah, they're cool looking, I guess. I don't know though. It's not my forte. Like again, it's just not. It's just not my thing. Like I just don't. I don't
It's
know.
not
It's
my
just not my
thing.
thing. It's not my thing, and if it's not my thing, then I'm just gonna put it.
But you're
I
you're
know it's Anthro, but I'm not some car. I'm not like that kind of furry that just kind of blindly loves anything that has anthropomorphic characters. Like I'm not gonna go thirsting over characters from like El Arca because I just happen
El
to be a
Arca
furry.
Noah. Wow, how dare you say that name on my stream?
El Arca Noah. Well, hey, Christmas was a couple days ago, so that's at least semi-fitting. But I'm not gonna go thirsting after every Anthro character. I'm not. I know there's some furries that are like that, and you know what? That's fine. That's fine. But I'm not one of them. I have standards. If I don't like the thing it's coming from, like I'm not gonna like drool over like characters from Sing because their designs are cool. Like it's gotta come from something substantial, something worth like attention, and I'm like worth attention. So yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't care. That's like asking me to care about like 1930s Disney cartoons. Like I'm sorry, but like I don't care. I'm not like not every furry is just going to lust after every anthropomorphic character. There are some that are like that, but it's a gross generalization. You're painting with a broad brush. So I don't know what to do for Legends of Chima. I'm just gonna give it a C tier because I don't want my tier list to be full of D's.
Thanks for falling for my trap.
What do you think? What's your opinion? What's your opinion? I want to know what your opinion is.
Oh my god.
You've been awful quiet. I want to know your opinion.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, I need to calm down.
You stop toying with me.
Okay.
Toy with these toys instead.
Okay. So here's the thing about Shima. Let's just say that a lot of people shit on this theme a lot because, well, for two reasons. Number one, this was originally supposed to be the theme that was supposed to replace Ninjago. Because in 2013, Ninjago was supposed to have its final run, but people were upset that it was shutting, like it was closing down, and so they decided to reboot it, which is unfortunately resulted in a pretty bad timeline, as we've discussed within the Ninjago section.
Mm-hmm.
That, and then there was also the controversy with the show, which I'm just gonna straight up say this right now. The show is also pretty stupid. Don't do Chima for the show. It's not worth your time. But keep in mind, this came out in 2013. A few years prior, on Cartoon Network, there was the 2011 Thundercats reboot. Oh, you know where this is going.
I know where this is going.
Basically, what happened is after a season, after the after like the first season of the 2011 reboot of Thundercats happened, they canceled the show. And then a year later, they released this. And people were saying that Lego was just ripping off Thundercats and that they canceled the show because they were making this show. Even though they had nothing to do with each other, but whatever. Basically, there was a lot going against this theme at the time. And it didn't really help that, again, the show itself was pretty bad, just like the Ninjago show. And, you know, we had basically multiple fandoms going after this. Here's the thing, though. I kind of do like this theme. Of course. Let me explain. So, basically, okay. This was like at the tail end of my original interest in Lego. I mean, keep in mind, by this point, I was going into middle school. And so, like, this was kind of like the tail end of like me being basically like a child, you know?
Yeah.
And this was kind of like the last theme that caught my attention, if that makes sense. Yeah, it was another thing that was kind of combining the whole fantasy thing with like science fiction tech, but the difference is that unlike Ninjago, where it had like a basis already like based off of like a somewhat of a historical setting, in Ninjago's case obviously like Japan, this theme didn't really have that. So the pill was a lot easier for me to the pill was a lot easier like to swallow with this. That, and also this was around the time whenever I was really getting into my Wizard 101 phase, and considering that game has a lot of Anthro characters in there, like, I don't know, I just kind of had like a personal headcanon that this was associated with that. I don't know, I was just being weird at the time. Point is that I like the approach that they tried doing, where they tried to think of something. They tried doing something different, where instead of having a theme where you had human minifigures, everyone was not human in this. Which, can you really think of any other Lego theme that did that?
No. Not really.
So that I thought was pretty cool. Not to mention, I think the animal theming worked a lot with a lot of the sets, especially a lot of the ones in like the last wave where they had like the fire versus ice thing. Like, honestly, a lot of the Phoenix sets look really damn good. And hell, even like some of the constructible figures that they had with this theme honestly weren't too bad either. So this is probably my biggest hot take of tonight. I'm putting this in B tier. So
Well, and I'll still put this in the C tier, so D tier doesn't overtake.
so and again, I know Ninjago fans are gonna fucking hate this goddamn shrimp. But
Hey, at least it was better than the 2020 Thundercats Roar.
Yeah, yes, that was actually stupid. And by the way, keep in mind, I'm not doing this because the show was fucking dumb. Don't acknowledge the show with Chima. Just look at it through like a set perspective. That's why I'm
Okay.
not putting it in higher. So, God, this is not going to be a popular tier list. Jesus Christ. Though, considering the theme of, you know, spiritual successors to spiritual successors, let's talk about Nexonites. This was the theme that replaced Chima. And also inadvertently replaced Castle.
Ugh.
You probably know where I'm going to go with this one. So, I'm going to put this... Okay, actually, no. Let me... Okay. You already know, I don't like themes that are fantasy that use science fiction tech already based off of pre-existing fantasy. In this case, the medieval era. I just think it's just an inherently really dumb concept. Frankly, that's kind of why my favorite 40k factions are honestly the Xenos factions and not the Imperium. But more importantly, even the, like, again, that's just the good guys. That's not even getting into the bad guys of this theme. Where, truth be told, they don't look really that great either. You have like a lava monster like thing going on here, but they're like not like it doesn't really look that cool. These just look very uninspired builds.
Yeah.
Like they don't even have like the cool wow factor that Dreams eventually would have, where they have really cool designs. No, these are just kind of
Just
ugly
kind of,
looking,
yeah,
frankly.
like too much. Like
Yeah,
just kind of too much.
yeah, there's too much like visual noise going on. And that doesn't help with the fact that the second wave with like the stone rock monsters, they look arguably worse. It's just dull. Like obviously they're supposed to be like, stone, so like obviously it's like I'm not complaining about the gray. I'm just complaining about the fact that they still didn't do anything with it. It just looks so dull.
It's very generic. Like,
Well, it's
I
not
don't know.
generic. It's just very like bland. That's the problem. Trust me. If this and trust me, this isn't even just coming from a perspective of like someone as an adult. As a kid, I know I wouldn't have liked this shit. Cause like this just looks stupid. And frankly, that's why this theme died out. Cause nobody really cared.
Yeah, it just didn't really have any. I don't think it really appealed to anyone.
Yeah, it was a theme that just appealed to no one. And frankly, I'm putting this one in F.
And I don't know if I like the color scheme.
Yeah,
I
like
don't know if I like that weird pinkish salmony red. Like with like the blue is fine, but like why?
oh, my problem isn't like the orange on blue with like the heroes. Like that's a really good color scheme. I just don't like the
It
fact that they're like technologically advanced knights. That's
just
always been
seems stupid. Why would you abandon your knightage? Who cares anymore? Ultimate Flamma.
it's
Like a jouster that's also a buggy thing or a lock, and it's
and
just
I guess the
bullshit.
reason why I'm putting this in F tier is because like I said, this replaced two themes that I either somewhat liked or loved. Because again, this was the theme that came after both Shima and Lego Castle. So it just stings a bit more for me. And they've not made a traditional Lego Castle theme since.
So we will put this in the F tier. Bat gun.
Yeah, no, fuck Nexo.
Fuck Nexo Knights.
Alright, last theme. Let's talk about the theme that replaced this. Monkey Kid.
Oh.
Which, thankfully, this one is actually still going on. Surprisingly enough.
Yeah?
Or,
To this day.
or at least I think it is. Let me check. Because
Is the show still going on?
I don't know if the show is still going on, but let me check the set dates. Was it 2020? Yeah, no, it's still going on. 2025. They're gonna release new sets. And I think next year is probably gonna be the last year they're gonna be doing Monkey Kid. I don't really see them doing Monkey Kid too much longer.
Because it's already been out for what?
4 years. Yeah, 4 years.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It shows what I fucking know.
Yeah, it started in 2020.
Oh, it's spelled Mokie. Okay. I fucking... Ugh.
Anyways,
Okay,
yeah, regardless of all that though, basically this is basically Ninjago if they did it better.
They actually tried.
They actually tried. That being said though, it still kind of has that same problem where I just don't know if I particularly like the fact that this is more tech fantasy. I mean, there are some sets that are more traditional fantasy, like the Flower Fruit Mountain, for example. I think that is actually a gorgeous looking set. Oh my god!
Look at the City of Lanterns. Like that's really cool looking.
Yeah, like the City of Lanterns,
like
just kind of like
a Hong Kong-esque, like sort of.
oh my yeah,
really
the Heavenly Realm set that looks so freaking gorgeous. Oh my god!
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And well, of course, the set being based off of
Dragon of the East Palace.
Yeah, this set, like this theme, of course, being based off of Chinese folklore, has a lot of dragons and giant creatures as well, very similar to Ninjago. So, and I'm gonna okay. And then, of course, that then gets us into the animation, I guess, which, well, the show, which is objectively the best Lego show. It's not even close, and it's...
Jesus Christ, look at the Celestial Pagoda. Oh my god. Holy shit. Those colors. Oh my god. You know what? I've never seen the show, but... fuck it. I'm gonna put it in an A tier. I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be positive. I'm gonna be cool.
You're gonna be a happy little Goldie.
I'm gonna be happy because I think these sets look really cool. They're bigger sets than the City of Realms and the Pagoda and the Dragon of the East Palace, all that shit. And even just like, you know, the mech suits and the vehicles, like
the little like the war elephant.
Yeah, a little war elephant. Yeah, that looks so cool. Like I'm putting it up there.
I guess I'm not. I guess I'm still just gonna put it at a B tier because again, I'm not a big fan of like the mechs, personally. Because again, I'm more of a traditional fantasy guy. So obviously, I like a lot of the building set. Well, I like having sci-fi shit just in sci-fi, and I just like having fantasy shit in like fantasy. I don't like it when they mix. It's so uncanny to me.
I don't like it when they mix.
It's so uncanny to me. Like, it really just... It is! It's so uncanny! That being said, though, it looks like they've been getting a lot better with, you know, having them to be their own thing with the ladder sets, and even what's going on in 2025 looks pretty cool, so I'm gonna put in a B tier. So, you happy?
I am happy.
So, good job, Monkey Kid. You did good.
Did good. I made you upset. That fucking ladybug is back and she's trying to harass me.
Alright, well, swat it away and you start figuring out your
You
Your
can't
pick.
kill ladybugs without.
Actually, while you kill her, I'll be right back because I'm gonna get a drink.
No, I can't
So,
kill her because then she'll smell. They release a smell. I need to spray it, but the spray's downstairs and I'm not leaving, so I'm sticking it out. Oh, jeez. Wait, what's happening? He had to leave for something, and I don't know. I should I talk about all like the really good ones? Should I talk about like a really good one that Sly would have a lot to say about? And then just be like, no, we moved on from that. I don't know. That'd be really funny, but that'd also be like really mean. Let me look this up on Brickset real quick. Name of the what? Mars mission. Why don't we look? Yeah, why don't we look at? Wait, Life on Mars. Isn't that a shitty movie? No, it's not. It's its own theme. Okay, well, fine. Well, why don't we look at? Oh my goodness, this is like a nothing. This is a nothing set. Oh
okay,
my God. Okay.
I'm back.
Life on Mars.
Life on Mars.
Life on Mars. This is a nothing set. Oh my God.
What about life on Mars?
It's just a bunch of tiny little fucking rovers, like a trike, a mech, and a rocket ship. And
Well,
everything else is just like a bunch of tiny little rovers.
well, here's the thing about life on Mars is these were combo sets. Basically, the whole point is that you combine a lot of these sets together to make bigger sets.
That's lame. Don't microtransaction my Legos in 2001. No, I'm giving this like a D tier. This is kind of
Oh,
a
come
nothing.
on. It's not that bad.
Okay, fine.
Come on.
Fine, I'll give it like a C tier. Fine. But I don't know, this just seems kind of lame to me.
What, you don't like it? You don't like having humans and Martians working together in, like, intergalactic peace?
I do kind of like that we're not going to fucking war with them for once.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is like the last classic Lego like space theme. You can't do that.
Fine, I'll keep it at a C tier.
So, okay, yeah, I'll put it at C tier as well. Um, Here's the thing that is actually kind of important about Life on Mars as well is that this was like the first game to have mechs in like Lego mechs that we know them nowadays. Like having to where they have like the posable limbs and stuff like that. Because most Lego mechs before that were just basically just solid brick builds. So having sets that were a bit more adjustable and that you can actually move around, that was a big deal. That and also the Martian minifigures also looked pretty cool for a time. I mean, yeah, they're just Star Wars droid pieces with some new extra molds, but it gives them a bit of a unique look compared to other like alien figures they could have done at the time. So,
Yeah.
so I don't know. This is kind of a cool theme in some ways. So, did you say any other theme while I was gone, or was that it?
No, I thought about like talking about like a really cool one and then just like completely leaving you out of the conversation.
I would
Like
have I would have kicked you
talking
out if
about
you did
one
that.
talking about one that you would have wanted to talk about and just like moving on quickly. Been like, no, it's not talking about that one. Fine, I'll save all the cool ones for you. Woo, woo, woo.
Woo.
Uh, it's my TV. on
All
the
right,
volume really low, and all I hear is
choose. Choose.
Jews. What's up, Toy Story? I don't want to talk about Toy Story. Technically a theme. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, it is a theme. It actually had two separate waves, as a matter of fact, for both Toy Story 3
For
and Toy
both.
Story 4.
Oh, it's his Andy's box is spelled sheriff. Granted, I still don't know how to spell sheriff, so God, I guess I have the brain of like a 9-year-old. I mean, these are pretty faithful recreate. I do like the construct a buzz. These are like pretty cool like recreations of what you see in the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of truck, the garbage truck, like a real garbage truck, the Pizza Planet truck. I want that car in real life. Ah, the trash compactor, where I thought all my favorite childhood characters were gonna fucking burn.
Yeah, yeah. The best set, the best scene to make a Lego set out of. They actually made
Well,
that into a set.
they did make that into a set. It's pretty awesome.
It's grim. That's what it is.
I like the army men on patrol because I just like the little jeep.
Yeah, that was funny enough. That was actually a pretty. That's actually a pretty good battle pack. You may, like buy multiples of those, and make like a little
Just
army.
make who needs like the ones made out of wax, like that your dad played with, when you can just get one of the Legos. Do you
Exactly.
ever have army? Do you ever have army men growing up?
Uh,
Do you ever have those little green army men?
yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I think we still have those in the garage. So.
Where you feel safe? I had a few of those. I didn't play with them much because I didn't really care much for war as a child. Go figure. But I just preferred to use my Legos and play war with them with my brother. Did I ever tell you
I
that?
mean, I did that all the time, but you never told me. But I assumed you did the same.
We would combine like the Star Wars stuff and the city stuff and like this the like
Actually, same.
just like we would combine all our shit and have like this big like clone slash cop slash army slash Jedi slash agents slash whatever like we were handed because we were handed down a lot of shit too. So whatever we were handed down from like relatives, and it would always end in an argument because there's no
No,
rules. We're like,
he got shot. No, he
yeah, no,
didn't. No, he is dead.
no,
No.
no. Well, he used his lightsaber and he blocked all the bullets, and it actually hit your guy, and he's dead. He has a secret field where he can like it's invisible. You can't see it. Shut up. So this set, I mean, I don't
You
know.
keep calling these
So
sets.
here's
These
what
are themes.
themes. See, this is the funny thing. We're finally talking about an IP that we like,
Yeah, an
Toy
IP that we
Story.
like.
We're finally talking about an IP that we like, so our bias can go through in like the positive way. Because everybody loves it when you're biased in a negative way, but everyone hates it when you're biased in a positive way.
I know. It's
So
sad.
I don't know. I'll just give this like a I don't know. Like I will just give it like a C though, because but like a high C. Like a high C because the sets are really cool. I like how they have like the train from the opening of the third movie. That's pretty cool. But they got Woody's Roundup. Still fucking waiting for that movie, Pixar.
Don't
It's
give him
not gonna be
ideas.
good. It's not gonna be good, but
Don't
it'll
give him
just be
ideas,
funny.
Goldie, I swear.
But I need to know what happens in the end.
No, no, you don't.
It was
No.
canceled on a cliffhanger.
No. Otherwise, we'll get, like, the Woody equivalent of, like, Lightyear, and I don't think we need that.
Lightyear. You want to see a Woody that's not played by Tom Hanks?
No,
Yeah. Why didn't they do that? Why would they not get Tim Allen to play Buzz?
because it's not the same universe. Anyways, I need to say my two diligence on this. So, sorry. So, Toy Story, at least the sequels, because well, I'm not gonna repeat what I've talked about with the first one because I don't want to make you cry. Um, so as far as Pixar movies, I really like Toy Stories 2 and 3. They are some of the best animated movies of all time, obviously. Everyone knows that. And they are highly regarded movies. And honestly, they're pretty good and they still hold up, having some really good themes about just kind of identity as a whole. And is honestly definitely like a movie series that I do respect growing up, funny enough, more as an adult than I did as a kid. That's how powerful like the Toy Story movies are. That being said though, was it really the best theme to make Legos out of?
Not really, even though like what we have is pretty nice, but then again, what Pixar movie is good to make a theme out of? No disrespect intended.
Uh Maybe like Bug's Life or something?
Ah, come on.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think of like
I don't think any of them would. But that's still like I think it's so I do like how you can like I don't mind there being Lego sets of them. I think it's perfectly fine, and these are kind of cool.
it just feels weird making a theme based off of toys that like are
That are already have toys.
yeah. And even as a kid, whenever this theme popped up, I didn't care for them. And I still don't. Not that the sets themselves are bad, though they are definitely way out of scale proportion. Like, I doubt Lego was really thinking about the complexities on how Buzz Lightyear would be able to perfectly fit into the Pizza Planet truck perfectly fine, even though he could not be able to see in the
I
movie.
think I think I think we're overthinking this
I
a little.
don't
So
care.
I think you're getting a
As
little
a
too
kid,
nerdy.
I was thinking this though. It's not me. It's not me as an adult. This is even me
Okay,
back then.
okay, okay, because I'm just saying, like, as an adult, I think we're thinking about this a little
No,
too nerdy.
even as a kid, I thought it was stupid. So, but yeah, and honestly, I don't know about you, but I also kind of think that like the manufacturers themselves look kind of creepy. It's uncanny because at least with
I,
like the first wave, they have like exclusive molds that are based off of like the actual like heads. I don't know, it just looks weird to me. So I'm sorry, but
I mean,
I'm putting this in D tier.
wow,
I'm
come on, come on.
it's just weird, dude. It's so weird.
I okay.
What's your third pick?
Oh yeah, I'm still choosing. Uh, fine. You want me to talk about something you like?
If you want.
If I want. Well, well, if you put it like that, I don't wanna. So, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Oh, D tier as well.
Are we just gonna speed through that? Should we just speed through that?
Go watch our Nickelodeon tier list, and even I think was the 2003 show on Cartoon Network. I don't remember.
I don't think so. I don't remember. They have a
Okay.
set that's just a pizza slice? I mean, that's cool looking, but like that's not really TMNT. It's just a pizza at that rate. Ah, they got a set that's based on the fucking Michael Bay movie. That's amazing.
Actually, an entire wave based off the Michael Bay movie.
Fucking amazing. Okay, I don't know. Just D tier. I don't care. We can speed run through that one.
Yeah, no. Again, I already don't like TMNT. I didn't like the 2012 show. I especially don't like the Michael Bay movies, so why would I care? Rise of TMNT, only good one, don't at me.
Rise of TMNT. Why not? Can we speed run through another one?
Yes.
I'm perfectly content with making my other stuff a couple of mine speed run because I haven't got my coffee today. I still want to go get it, and I don't want to have to go to the convenience store at fucking 3 in the morning to drink a coffee. I don't want to be that freak.
Okay,
Which I
then
have
say
been.
your thing.
Overwatch.
D tier.
Look,
In hindsight, D tier.
yeah, in hindsight, look, it's hard for me to talk shit about Overwatch because I was really into the game when it came out, and it was a big part of my life during high school. I had a lot of really good memories of the game growing up, I guess. Yeah, high school, still growing up. I had a lot of really good memories of the game during my high school years. So it's difficult for me to talk shit because even though I acknowledge that Overwatch 2 is fucking stupid and that Blizzard is an evil fucking company,
Fuck Blizzard.
yeah, that Blizzard's just fucking evil. And while the sets are pretty faithful they are pretty faithful recreations of the game. Just hindsight, just a D tier. A high D, admittedly, but that's only because of my soft spot. That's only because of the soft spot in my head. Because I'm stupid.
You're not willing to talk shit, but I am. Again, I need I say more? I had a complete U-turn on how I felt about Overwatch. I used to hate it, then I liked it, now I hate it again. I can't think of too many things that has happened with me on. And I don't think I'm going to really repeat myself other than what I've said in the past. So, and that is reflective on the sets. And even then, I gotta be honest, the sets themselves, hot take, are kinda boring. They're nothing burger sets.
They're nothing burger sets. You don't like the hamster and the giant mech ball?
I mean, he was never my favorite character anyways.
He fucking sucked because people would just grapple onto something and continue spinning round and 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 fucking round. He's creating a stupid fucking shield and he's a stupid whatever.
I mean, was he as bad as Bastion though for like, camping as like the LMG in like corners?
I mean, he fucking sucked too. That's like the tip. Bastion is your 10-year-old playing the game character. This ladybug is slapping his body against my door. He wants out.
Then get him out.
Well, I can't. I'm not. Because he's not going to go on. That's how bugs work. They want to leave. They make you think they're going to leave, and then you open the window. And
bug spray around your room then.
It's in the fucking kitchen. We're moving on.
Okay, my turn then. Let's actually choose a good theme. How about...
I hate how the little white spots on their heads look like eyes, but they're not their eyes.
Okay, here we go. Lego Atlantis.
Atlantis.
I'm gonna put this theme in S tier. So this was like the last of the underwater themes, and thankfully they went off with probably the best one that they made up until this date. Because not only are the vehicles pretty cool in their own right, like the Turbo Sub and the Underwater Sea Explorer
carrier,
the Neptune carrier, but even the underwater creatures, like the squid and the shark that you see on this picture, hell, like the scorpion And even the buildings themselves, like the portals of Atlantis and the city of Atlantis themselves. Oh my god, those are so good.
The angler attack is so cool. In the city of Atlantis.
Yeah, and like the Gateway of the Squid. I really wanted that set as a kid. I never got it though. Like,
Never got it.
unfortunately, I never got too many of the Atlantis sets. But god damn it, these were all so cool. Even the the HQ base. This is just overall a solid theme all around.
It's so
Unfortunately, though, it did have the same problem that Power Miners did, where it had a solid first year, but then the second year, also its last year, kind of tailed off. But again, it was not the theme's fault, and it's like, god damn it! Why couldn't we have like more themes like this that that actually last longer? It's like these are so cool, and again, it's not like. Yeah, like these, like yeah, they have like a general color scheme, but they are different enough to where they're still distinct. Like the shark has a different color scheme from the scorpion, where it has a different color scheme from the squid. Like hell, they even have like a little like a sea turtle monster, like which looks so badass. I think that was like a Target exclusive. Like goddamn man, Atlantis was a good theme. Really damn good.
Good theme. I put it in an A tier. It's a B tier. It's a good team. It's a good theme.
Well, I put it in S tier, so.
I don't like undersea exploration stuff. It's cool, but that's not my forte with Lego.
I thought you said you really liked it though.
In real life, not in
Legos. Real life, okay.
Yeah, I like undersea exploration in real life. So you can make up whatever shit you want in fiction. You can't in reality.
All right, let's choose another theme that low-key I actually really do like. Actually, okay, before we do that, we'll do the precursor. Adventurers.
Johnny Thunder.
Yeah, Johnny Thunder.
Johnny Thunder.
This was the first theme that they really pushed the idea of named characters in their theme. And this is one of the first themes that was like archaeological based. So this one, and by the way, we are including Orient Expedition as that is basically just a sub theme within this series. So this is all the Egyptian sets, all of the jungle sets, the dinosaur sets, because they had a dinosaur theme, as well as the China, India, and Everest sets. And honestly, I gotta be real with you, I'm putting this in an A tier as well. Because again, I like more historical themed like sets, and I don't know, I just really like the set, especially like the ones in the Egypt, like where God, I cannot speak. The ones that they're in Egypt for, specifically the tomb and the Temple of Anubis, which look pretty awesome. That's also including the fact that, if I'm going to be honest, my favorite set from this theme is probably the Scorpion Palace, if we're counting Orient Expedition in this. Because I like that type of architecture. It's like Indian architecture. It's pretty cool.
The Amazonian ancient ruins of the Sphinx.
Yeah, like those are some of the coolest sets ever. And, well, as I kind of talked about earlier, this was like the Orient Expedition technically was made as a board game. It was one of the first games that had yeah, because all the big sets, so like the Temple of Mount Everest, Scorpion Palace, and the Dragon Fortress, they all had like little sideboard pieces in those to where you could actually make it into a board game, like an explorative board game, with those three sets, which was a pretty cool idea that they did. And even just a lot of the smaller sets, with like the Guardians, you know, like the Tiger's Roar, Passage of Junshi, and I don't know, like I just like this theme. I'm sorry. The only reason why I'm not putting it in S tier is because I don't know if I fully like the dinosaur theme. Again, I don't dislike dinosaurs. It's just Lego just doesn't really do good with dinosaurs. I don't know why. But other than that, A tier theme.
Yeah, A tier theme, definitely one of the most iconic Lego sets I think just out or themes just out there. And I
Yeah.
do like how it's sort of a vaguely like 1900s, 1910s kind of like early like kind of theming around it as
Well, I
far,
mean,
you
it's
know,
obviously Indiana Jones inspired, so like, let's not even
yeah,
put a beat around the bush there.
yeah, but I do kind of like the theming of like the old-timey cars and just like the classic kind of look to it. It kind of feels very much like an old novel or an
Yeah.
old movie. Something crawling up my arm? No, that's just the thing, the string from my Luna hoodie that's sitting on the back of my chair.
Oh
That's
boy.
just the what do they call those strings that are on the hood? Those tighteners or whatever they frickin' call them.
I don't know. Anyways, all right.
Anyways, you guys get last option.
All right, let's do the spiritual successor theme to this. Or at least the Egyptian side. Pharaoh's Quest.
Pharaoh's Quest. Pharaoh, I've never heard of this one actually.
This came out in 2011, at the very beginning of 2011. And this was sort of, like I said, the spiritual successor.
Oh no, what have I done?
What'd you do?
Accidentally opened the debug menu on my computer.
How do you do
Okay,
that?
I have no idea. How do you spell Pharaoh? Whatever. Okay, I found it.
And I mean, you know me, I love Egyptian stuff,
I
so
love Egyptian stuff.
and even though it's only 6 sets, actually okay,
That
7 if you count the battle pack.
that pyramid is pretty cool.
It's
And
such
the
a
Sphinx is
it's
pretty
yeah,
badass.
yeah, the Sphinx and the pyramid. Oh my god, they look so good.
Yeah. The
Even like
cursed
yeah,
cobra.
the Cobra as well. Like and even like the like the mummy minifigures, like those flying like mummies
Yeah,
with like the wings. And even like
yeah.
the treasures that they have, like that staff and the
Diamonds of all the different
yeah,
colors.
like the
Studs, of course.
yeah, like the Copex Coptic or how I don't know, I forgot how to pronounce it. Those like those swords.
Yeah.
Honestly, I know. Okay, this might sound absurd. I'm putting this shit in S tier.
Holy shit.
My only complaint, I wish they had more sets. If they had a second wave, that's my only complaint. Make more set.
I think
Like
Yeah, I think I would put this in like an A tier because you don't get much, but what you get is pretty dang good.
it's so damn good.
Bit of an underrated theme.
It it
Definitely an underrated
it
sleeper hit
really
kind
makes
of
me
thing.
so mad. This was just another theme that it was just one wave and then done. The disrespect.
The disrespect.
I'm so pissed. I never got any of these sets. That's the sad thing for me. God, I'm sorry. It's a good thing. You admit that this is like really good for like a one-off.
It is pretty good for again like a little an underrated like little sleeper hit kind of thing. Like these are really cool.
Yeah, like I doubt Lego's ever
I like
gonna
the
do like a
Sphinx.
reboot like ever. But if there's one theme I want them to reboot, please do this. All right, that's my last pick. Your picks now.
Okay. Okay. Uh what's Ultra Agents? Is that the what?
That's the spiritual successor to Agents.
Okay, let's go through Ultra Agents. Wait a minute. I remember this.
This is
Kind of.
2014, 2015.
They got the acid guy, but he looks like a He's
Is it?
wearing a hoodie now.
Well, that's a different character.
Oh, there's multiple acid people in this universe. Okay, fine. I don't know anything about this set. Is this it? Is it just 5?
No, there's a whole other wave. There's 14 sets.
Man, that guy looks like the Riverside Raid, even though it's not by a river. It's just trash. I mean,
Um,
this is
honestly, I am gonna put this one in an A tier, like low key.
okay.
This is probably the best secret agent theme that they made. Again, it's unfortunately another theme that only had 2 years of life support because, well, Lego just hates the cool themes apparently. But it's essentially just a direct upgrade to the late 2000s Agents theme. And they have like the agent sets, like the agents focus sets especially with like the translucent blue on black. That looks really good.
It is pretty cool looking.
Like
Very much like very modern.
yeah, like
Very
very
modern.
sleek and modern. And even like the villains, they have like a variety of different things going on so that they aren't like completely like boring, like like tone boring. And I think
Yeah.
that works really well for him. Even like the main villain, Antimatter, he has a really cool, like sort of ominous design. So,
Let me take a look. See.
so yeah, no, like honestly, kind of a cool theme, even if it was kind of during the years I didn't care for Lego. Sorry.
I'll give this a good like. Where did I put it? Oh no, I clicked it and I put somewhere. I'll give this a good like B tier.
Mhm. By the way, one of the characters in this was in another theme that we haven't talked about yet, which is pretty funny. So,
Crossover?
yes, crossover.
Well, was that not interesting?
Well, funny enough, one of the characters from Power Miners was also in the Atlantis theme. So,
I do love my crossovers. I do love crossovers. That's why I love. I think we should talk about. I don't know. I think we should talk about Knight's Kingdom. Get all this Middle Ages stuff out of the way.
yeah, I'm putting this in A tier. Obviously, I'm biased, but I don't care.
Can we speed run through this,
Well,
or do you have anything you want to say?
the reason why I'm not putting this in S tier is because this was a theme that originally was not meant to have minifigures in it. Because it was
Yeah.
it was originally a contractable, like it was originally like a constructible figure theme similar to
What is that?
Bionicle.
Oh, those. Oh, now oh.
Yeah, this is the mid 2000s medieval theme. And I'm not going to lie, um yeah, they tried pushing those figures a lot, but low key, the minifigure sets are just objectively the cooler thing
Yeah,
about this.
the minifigures is just you can't beat it. You know,
Yeah, like you just can't beat it, especially
can't
with
beat the
how
minifigure.
really good a lot of the sets from this theme were. Especially the Scorpion Castle. Oh my god, the Scorpion Castle was really damn cool. Like, and even like some of the smaller build stuff that they had. Uh, yeah, Vladic's Dark Fortress. That's what it was called. That's a really dope ass looking castle. Or like even like the battle at the pass, where it looks like kind of like a Helm's Deep sort of thing. Again, I'm biased because I like the more fantasy medieval
Because
stuff.
you like
So
fantasy and medieval.
and so like, but even like some of these like cool swords, because these are like big ass swords that they have. They just haven't made sense, which is interesting. I don't know. It's
Disappointing.
it's just another castle theme that I like. So
It's another castle theme I like. Sue me, okay? Jeez. I'll climb up my fucking wall. Climb up my
all right,
wall.
how do you feel about this theme?
I just give it a I just give it a B tier because it's admittedly I'm a little nighted out. I'm nighted out, dinoed out. I'm a little outed on certain things right now.
You're wounding me.
I'm wounding you. Yeah, I'm wounding you. Yeah, it's payback for all the scathing comments and manipulation that you engage with us off screen. Well,
Rude.
allegedly. So
Allegedly.
I signed the contract. So, but allegedly. Sorry.
Allegedly. Or
I'm like a
last
TikTok conspiracy. I'm like a TikTok conspiracy theorist.
last
Allegedly, allegedly,
it's your
allegedly.
last theme.
Allegedly, my last theme that I'm gonna cover right now is probably just Lego Hero Factory. I can't hardly read it because, well,
Dang. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't make a better picture. Anyways, yes, that's Hero
like,
Factory. The successor to Bionicle, because they were finishing Bionicle in 2010.
well, you're talking to a child. What the fuck is Jetbug? I thought that was a basketball. Yeah, you're talking to a kid who does not like Bionicle.
So yeah, this is the another mainline construction figure sets or theme,
And
and
because of
yeah,
that, I put it in a D tier because I just don't care for this type of shit.
dang. I mean,
I
okay,
just don't care for figurines and I just don't care.
yeah, I admittedly, by the time that this came around, I just didn't really care because I don't know. There's like, I think part of my issue with Hero Factory is they really tried to lean into like the whole you can create your own hero out of these when it's like,
Own hero.
but
Mix and match.
when it's like you couldn't really do that. Not to mention, this was the era in which the figures had the parts that, unfortunately, were pretty brittle. As in, they had a bit of.
Broke easily.
Yeah, they broke easily.
And
Be-
ruined and caused many a children to cry.
and because of that. I don't know, I gotta be honest with you, I'm gonna put this in a C tier. It's not a terrible theme, but I just. I mean, I'm also someone who doesn't particularly care. Also, you disappeared again. What the fuck?
I disappeared again.
Hold on. But
On
on my stream, you're fine. They can still
okay,
hear you.
I'm fine. Fine, okay.
It's just the reactive thing is being stupid. Anyways, um, but yeah, I don't know. It's just for me personally, I just never like you. I've always been more of a minifigure person, and
Hmm.
just the fact that there really isn't much here that was too different from Bionicle, and the fact that the figures themselves broke more easily, that's a bit of a knock that I have to give to this. Because that is a bit unacceptable as far as a quality thing.
Yeah, it's a rare instance of the toy, it's the product itself being shoddily made.
Yeah.
Regardless of what we could say about some of these Lego themes, kind of interesting we bring it up. Regardless of what we say about these Lego themes, generally they do what they're said to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like on a functional level, they do work, which I know is not impressive because it's plastic. But I guess that just goes to show that this really just makes this flaw with Hero Factory ever more apparent, I guess. All right, 2 out of 3 to go. 2 out of 4. 2 out of 4 to go. 2 out of 4. Let's get some easy ones out of the way. Scooby Doo. Didn't even know this was a
F.
freaking thing.
F. Just straight up F.
The Haunted Lighthouse. The Mystery
If you guys
Machine.
know anything about me, you guys know I fucking hate Scooby Doo.
fucking hate Scooby-Doo for some reason.
Well, because it's the same shit over and over and over again. You can't even deny it.
I mean, it is. It's the same formula, even though there are some stuff in Scooby-Doo I like. I mean...
Well, here's the thing. Even putting my Scooby-Doo bias aside, this is still just kind of a lame theme. There's only 5 sets, and they're not particularly good sets to begin with.
They feel more like just regular, like, collector's items, like, type deal, rather than being... Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like, truth be told, does anyone genuinely really give a shit about the Haunted Lighthouse set? I doubt. I doubt it.
I mean, it's cool. I like a lighthouse.
Or the mystery plane.
I didn't even know they had a plane.
I mean, the only sets I see people caring... The only sets I see people caring about is the Mystery Machine and the Mystery Mansion. That's it, though.
That's the mansion from the opening from 1969.
Actually, I think it's the... Wait, is it the one from 69 or is it the one from 1970?
What difference does it make? They're the same year. Just one, we landed on the moon, and the other, we talked about how awesome it was that we landed on the moon. Did we do anything in 1970? No, we didn't. We were just kind of like, oh, fuck, 60s are over.
But
now it's time to stop doing LSD.
But yeah, no, like, this is just a bad theme. Also released in a really, really awkward time. Like, this just released in 2015. Why? That's like the most random year.
I don't know why. Moving on.
And by the no. Before we move on,
what more do you have to say about Scooby-Doo?
You see the picture I chose for this, right?
That's from like a trailer, right? Like a commercial?
A trailer for a tie-in Lego Scooby-Doo, like, you know, direct-to-video DVD film.
Sly, they've done collaborations with WWE. Not all bets are off.
And I'm just pointing out, this is just another part of that lineage of terrible licensed crossovers within an overrated franchise that's been going on for way too long. I rest my case. You can choose your last theme.
Moving on from your vitriol, what in the gosh darn is Brickheads with the Z?
Oh, you don't know Brickheads.
I don't know Brickheads.
I'm also putting this in F tier.
Oh, it's like fucking stupid Funko Pop bullshit.
Yes, it's Lego's response to Funkos.
Okay, you're just fucking trend. You're just chasing trends at that rate.
They have so many of these too for no reason.
You're just chasing trends at that rate. Come on, man.
They don't even look good. They just look...
No, they're just kind of creepy looking.
Again, the only reason why I have my Funkos is because they're characters that I like. But at least...
Manchester United.
At least they're somewhat proportionate to their character designs. These literally have, like, tiny-ass arms. Like, why are their arms so damn small? I don't get that. Not to mention, they've done a lot of these...
It's a lot of just stuff.
They've done a lot of crossovers from themes that they've done in the past that they haven't done in years, just specifically to tease and spite the fans of like the themes that they don't do anymore. And it's really
Like,
annoying.
why aren't you creating your Tom and Jerry theme?
Oh no, I was referring to like Lord of the Rings and like Toy
Yeah,
Story. So
I can get Rey and Kylo Ren. I can get the Joker who looks like he's about to cry. He does. Look at
he
it.
does
Like
he does.
he looks like he's about to cry.
I think it's based off that one scene from the
The
Lego
Lego
Batman
movie.
the Lego Batman
Yeah, it
movie.
might. But the Joker doesn't cry
Yes, he does in that movie.
in that movie. God, these look terrible. These look terrible.
Yeah, they're really bad if I'm gonna be honest.
They're pretty bad. I don't like these.
But
I hate the,
despite what we say, yeah, they do sell well. They've been around for
they
almost a
do sell
decade.
well. Yeah, it's because like you and I are the only smart people left on this fucking planet.
Oh
Everybody
my
else,
god, why does this keep turning off? It's
you,
actually pissing me off.
including you, the viewer at home, are not as smart as me.
Okay, seriously, the thing keeps disappearing. It's actually pissing me off. Ugh. Okay, is this gonna work? I'm sorry, it's just like I don't know why reactive is not working right now. Okay, there you are.
There I am.
Okay. But yeah, no, honestly, I don't like this type of shit. I mean, yeah, oh, but you have Funkos too. Okay, but like, at least they're proportionate with the characters.
To the character. About
These
the
aren't.
Valentine's Day cookie.
So, that's point proven. And also, those aren't all Funko Pops. Some of those are U2s. And U2s are objectively the better ones anyways. But point is, no. Anyways, my turn. Let's... Huh?
Your turn.
Okay, fucking... You know what? Speaking of trends, let's start talking about, video.
Video. What is it? The 90s again? And not even the good part of the 90s? Like the part that no one likes talking about? God.
I wish you were more accurate on that statement, but no, it's them chasing the YouTube TikTok trend.
The YouTube TikTok trend. I'd rather listen to the fuck is that ladybug doing? He's gonna crawl into my computer
God.
and burn to death.
Opinion. Yeah.
Anyways, I mean it's oh my god, this is like that. You don't like that part of the early 90s that was basically just like the 80s that people couldn't let die.
Yeah, 1990.
You don't like watch it? No, but I mean like when you watch Saved by the Bell, and you're like, this has to be an 80s show. No, it's a 90s show.
Well, it did start in the 80s, to be fair.
Yeah, but the 90s came in so quickly that Saved by the Bell just kind of looked like, I don't know.
It was just super dated, but
the product. I feel like even for its time, it would have been seen as like something that people would have perceived it as like this is obviously made by old people. Like even for its time.
which I feel like is going to be the case with video.
Video. You gotta say it like that. You gotta say it like an asshole.
Yeah, you gotta say, yeah, it's just kind of like how you say, what's her face from Ralph Breaks the Internet. Her name is actually Yes!
Yes! Does that bear have transparent legs?
I'm pretty sure.
Cool. No one on TikTok looks like this. What is this fucking bullshit? Like, I'm like, what is this, like, like glam rock Lego bullshit.
Basically, there was an app that Lego made back in 2021 where you could use these minifigures and use them to create your own music videos. And I
Music
say music
video.
videos in air
Right.
quotes.
We use the term music videos euphemistically.
Euphemistically. Because you don't actually make the video itself. It's an app.
What?
Yeah, it's you see all these bricks that are next to the figures. You
Yeah.
scan those individually to the app, and there you can unlock the songs representative with the characters themselves, and it would unlock animations for you to be able to use those characters in that video. So you don't actually even use the figures themselves in the app.
Okay. Can I at least mix and match the images and like create like a unique thing?
I mean you can do that, to be fair. But typically the app encourages you to make sure that you at least have characters of the same theme together to make a more cohesive thing for your song, your video.
Ugh, disco cowgirl. Why are you combining disco and country music? I'm literally going to if you tried to make disco country, I think everyone in the world would put a hit out on you. Like you would be dead. You would be dead. All right? Like country rap is fucking bad enough. I don't need country disco in my life. Thank God this is the only ever instance I will ever see those two words.
By the way, this theme was a massive flop, as you can probably guess.
As you can probably tell. Not even the furries picked this up, man. Like, we had anthro cheetahs, anthro wolves, anthro red pandas, anthro bunnies.
And
Like,
there's even an anthro theme we just talked about not too long ago from Lego
yeah,
themselves.
not even the furries picked this up, man. And I'm not saying that as like a slight on us. I'm just saying, like, you know, ice cream saxophonist. Some summer rapper.
It's bad.
Speaking,
I mean, okay,
speaking of
it's
speaking of things obviously made by fucking old people. I mean, I guess the genie minifigure looks pretty cool.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I'm not funny enough, even though this was a massive flop, and frankly, this is just a bad theme overall. I'm not gonna put it in F. I'm gonna put it in D tier because
I think some of the minifigures do look cool.
Yeah, there are some minifigures on here that on their own actually do look pretty cool. Like I'd say like the werewolf drummer, the shark singer,
the bunny dancer,
the
the banshee singer, the DJ cheetah, the shark singer.
Like there are some that do look good on their own. It's just why would you make a theme that uses an app that doesn't even use the minifigures themselves?
The vampire bassist looks pretty cool.
Yeah, that like
or I like the carnival dancer. Or the DJ beatbox. It's kind of got like a Daft Punk thing going on. And like or the puppy singer. I think some of these minifigures do look pretty cool.
It's just a bad concept.
I just put it in F tier because the concept is so fucking stupid. Just made for TikTok, and I hate that fucking name. Video.
Yes.
Yes. I love it when queens yas.
All right. You know what? Let's talk about the somewhat spiritual, because I'm only saying somewhat because it's only very, very loosely the spiritual successor to this, but is objectively better. Lego Studios.
Lego Studios.
I'm actually going to put this one in an A tier. So this, funny enough, was also a video making Lego theme, except this one actually was about making stop motion video.
Movie.
Yeah. And keep in mind, this was in the early 2000s. And does that mean
Yeah.
early 2000s? I mean 2000 to 2002. This
Yeah,
was
we're
even
talking.
before YouTube.
Some of these are tie-ins with like Spider-Man and so on.
Yeah, there's some tie-ins with Jurassic Park, Spider-Man. There was
It's
even like
quite
a sub.
funny.
There was even like a horror sub theme that they made for this. But
Yeah.
essentially, the theme was that the first wave wasn't actually really a wave; it was only one set, and it was basically a stop motion starter set where it even came with like a camera and like a workable stand for you to be able to make your own stop motion films and upload it into the Lego website. That honestly, I gotta be real. I don't usually like saying this because I hate using this term. That was actually ahead of its time. Like as far like if there's one thing that
Video
Lego,
making.
yeah, as far as video making online, and especially like stop motion like videos online, I gotta give credit where credit is due. Lego was right on the money on that one. And the fact that they were able to predict something that would become a huge thing on YouTube, because the Lego stop motion scene is huge on like YouTube. People
Yeah.
don't realize that.
Yeah. It was some of like the most. It was some of the most watched content that I saw on YouTube as a kid. To be quite honest, like
Exactly.
I was, I was absolutely just binging Lego stop motion videos as a kid. It was one of the most common things I watched. I sometimes wonder what those, like 15-year-old channels are up to nowadays sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. And just the fact that there was an entire theme dedicated to that. Granted, the later sets were just kind of more studio themed rather than, you know, talking about the stop motion stuff. But even then, there's still some pretty solid sets that came out of this theme, like the spooky sub theme that they had, um, or even some of the tie-in stuff with some license things. Honestly, it's another underrated theme, if I'm going to be honest, and low key, kind of wish they would have continued this on for a few more years. Because if this went into the YouTube era,
It would have been a lot more successful.
it would have been a lot more successful. It was just an example of something that was just a bit too ahead of its time. But even then, the fact that it was doing this early on, it Lego encouraged it. I gotta give credit where credit is due. So A tier.
Yeah.
So
The B tier. Don't me.
what do you mean? I didn't say huh.
I forgot that Mary Jane in the Spider-Man movie wore like a kimono or whatever that thing is called. Whatever those things are called.
Yeah.
That is not good. How dare she? Anyways,
All right. Third theme.
third theme. Oh yeah, you're choosing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's my thing.
That was
Let's talk. You know what? Let's talk about video game tie-in licensed themes. And you know what? We're gonna start with the first one. Technically, the first one. Actually, no, technically the second one. But you know, it is what it is. Actually, okay, never mind. We're gonna do the third one. Super Mario.
Super Mario Brothers. The Brothers Mario. I think I do a pretty good Captain Lou Albano Mario.
Well, here's my best Mario impression.
Luigi.
Mushroom Kingdom. Here we go.
Mushroom Kingdom. Here we go. I mean, in all frankness, I've heard that's probably like the only good Illumination movie.
Which is pretty sad, because Chris Pratt is still just playing Chris Pratt.
At least Charlie Day tries to do a Luigi.
Anyways,
Anyway.
Super Mario. I think this is going to be another contentious opinion for me.
You're not a big Super Mario guy, and to be honest,
Well,
I
I've
like
gained an
Mario.
appreciation for Mario recently, but I don't like what they did with this theme.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the. I don't like the way it's. I don't know. It's too big and bulky. I think
It
like
honestly
they
just
kind of.
looks it just looks like another Brickheads
It
thing.
looks like a Duplo thing, and I don't know if I like Mario. I don't like it as much as maybe something else that we're gonna get to, but I don't know. Like, I mean, I think some of these like little standees, I think like would be nice desk ornaments and such. Like, there's some stuff that's pretty good, but all in all, I don't know if I like. I just like the Bowser, like the Mighty Bowser is pretty cool looking. But all in all, I don't know if I
It's just a
really.
weird direction that they went with when it comes to
Yeah,
Mario because they
yeah.
didn't make this a minifigure theme, which is weird. Because again, this is you like you said. This looks like a Duplo thing. No, it's not. It's not made for a. It's not made
Not
for
it
little
just
kids. This was an aesthetic choice that they decided to make for this theme. And I don't know why. So D tier for me.
yeah, D tier for me. Oh my god.
All right, one more for me.
You fucking turn, you ladybug bastard. You fucking turn around. I'll kill you later.
So we talked about we talked about a theme. We talked about like a theme from a franchise that at least somewhat respect that wasn't really good.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about a theme that is from a franchise I just straight up don't like.
Let's talk about something we fucking hate. Let's just tear something down.
Harry Potter.
Ah, yes. I'm the boy who lived. I'm Harry Potter.
Need I say
The
more?
oh,
Need I say
I'm
more?
the boy. It was one of the oldest theme sets.
Need I say more?
I mean, look, I'm gonna put it into a D tier because you know that while I don't like Harry Potter, I don't have a vitriolic hatred for it as you do. So
Oh yeah,
like,
I do.
I know you do, but I don't, even though Harry Potter is not my thing. So like I just put it into a D tier, but a neutral D, where it's like I just don't care. I'm not I'm not Harry Potter's just not my thing. And there's things about it I don't like, but I don't hate it enough to like have a strong opinion, if that makes sense. I'm apathetic. I'm apathetic there. I have apathy for Harry Potter. I just don't really care, not really into it, don't really like it, you know.
I just don't want to be giving my money to a transphobe. That and
I mean,
also
that I don't like. That is definitely a bit of, although that I kind of separate a bit, in a sense.
doesn't matter. That being said, though, even
No,
though,
awful.
well, here's the thing that also does annoy me with Harry Potter. So remember when we talked about Nexo Knights, where
Yes.
I thought it was really stupid? Well, keep in mind they stopped making Harry Potter sets between 2012 to 2017. By the end of 2018, they brought it back. Though keep in mind, they've not released another castle theme since. Because why would they when they have Harry Potter to fill in the
Harry
castles
Potter.
themselves? So, this is the reason why we don't have another castle theme. Now,
Hmm.
I know, because here's the thing. I know it was originally its own licensed theme back in the 2000s where they it was
Never Still You
alongside,
Love.
where it was alongside other themes as well. But keep in mind, they only made those sets during the time in which the original movie Saga was made, because they stopped in 2012. And again, it's also just kind of awkward for me to talk about this anyways, because, well, truth be told, we actually had some of the original Harry Potter sets. We had like the original Hogwarts from 2001, along with a few other sets. So that is kind of a bit awkward for me. And I've, I don't know. It again, a lot of this is less to do with like the theme itself. It's more just to do with the fact that I just really do not like Harry Potter. Again, go watch our hero and villain tier list if you want more context. But I just don't want to support shit like this. And again, just Harry Potter as a franchise is just kind of lame. And like I said, I just don't like the prospect of them using this as their justification for them to not make any more castles that aren't licensed castles. So,
yeah, a bit of a shadow over this one.
basically.
That wasn't a scathing teardown. That was just depressing.
It was depressing.
Depressing. Is it mine? It's my turn, right?
Yeah, it's your turn.
I don't want to be depressing, but actually, we're kind of running out of a lot of the bad stuff. Okay. Let me put this in. I fucking forgot about this set. Monster Fighters.
Ooh.
That is okay. Well, if any of you guys know me, I love Halloween. I love things that are spooky and scary. I don't like horror movies, but I do like things that are spooky.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a very, 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 very Halloweeny themed set or
Theme. You keep calling it sets.
They are sets. They're
Well,
a bundle of sets.
it's a bundle of
You know what?
sets.
I mean, the haunted house looks really cool. The zombies thing, like with the fucking like the truck and the tombs, like it's a very much. What do you call this style? Like, what do you call this?
It's gothic.
Yeah, you're right, gothic. Idiot. I'm an idiot. Yeah, this like gothic sort of style. I think it's really cool. The vampire castle. Speaking of castles,
Yeah, the
is
vampire
pretty
castle's
cool.
really good.
I like how the roofs look like witch hats, and I like the car.
Witch hats. Okay.
They do look like witch hats, don't they?
I mean, they
Isn't
kind.
that not the is that not the intention?
I don't think it was, but
Also,
it
don't
worked.
don't shoot the werewolf. He's just a furry little guy. So yeah, I give this like a good B tier because like this is a pretty cool set for Halloween. It only lasted
Theme.
for, it only lasted for like 1 year, which is kind of sad. It only had
Another
one day.
example of a theme that lasted too short.
Too shortly. A good B tier though.
This is okay. This is another theme that is kind of interesting with me because, funny enough, I actually owned most of the sets in this theme.
Really?
Yeah, so I had the swamp creature, the mummy, the werewolf, the vampire hearse, the zombies, the crazy scientist, ghost train, and the castle. The only thing I didn't have was the haunted house, but that was because that was like the big expensive set. But yeah, no, I got all these around my birthday in 2012, and actually for several years I used the castle set that you see as like a decoration for our house for a few years. We put it like a little stand.
Wow. So you use this as decoration.
I mean, it looks cool with it. Like, you can't even deny that it doesn't look cool because it looks cool.
It does look cool.
And
I'm just surprised that no children didn't come in and like steal it or destroy it, because children are kind of psychopaths,
be-
especially around Halloween.
because I didn't have it at the front area, of course. Because why would I do that? But yeah, no, like, I mean, this is another theme where crystals are the main theme, as you can probably tell. You see, like, the little crystals that you
See,
get. Although, oh wait, they're technically not crystals. They're moonstones.
also
Totally different.
Moonstone.
Totally.
You got the ghost moonstone, the vampire moonstone, the zombie moonstone.
But yeah, no.
Go
Honestly,
Arrow.
this is honestly one of the coolest themes that Lego has done. Specifically because it reminds me a lot of Castlevania. Like that, just
In a sense.
yeah, in like a weird sense. And it's the closest thing we're probably ever gonna get to a Castlevania theme, because that's
Because ghosts and ghouls and zombies and monsters, boo, haunted house. What is this? Might as well
well,
just call this game Boo,
well,
Haunted House.
it's funny with the castle because I mean, you know how much I love Sly 2, right? Specifically, like the castle in that.
Yeah, in the Czech Republic or whatever.
Yeah, I always like. I remember I always would use the castle set from Monster Fighters as like a stand-in for like making like kind of like a mock version of like that, because it kind of looks similar to it.
So you edited the castle.
I mean, I didn't edit it; I just kind of used it as kind of a weird stand-in. But anyways, point is that like the minifigures look pretty cool. The sets themselves are pretty cool. There is a good enough of a range for its it should have been more than one wave, but it's only wave. And you got your typical classic monsters from media here to represent, and all of them look pretty cool. Even the heroes themselves look pretty cool in their own rights. And
Yeah, the minifigures are really well designed. Both like the monster hunters and just like the cryptids monsters themselves.
so yeah, no, I'm putting this in A tier.
I like the hearse.
Yeah, the hearse. Yeah, the car looked
I like
really
the
cool.
hearse. I like the little vampire car with the castle. I think my favorite though is just the haunted house. I think that one's my favorite. How often do you get like a Lego set where they just build a whole ass house? Like, you know what I mean? Like four walls and a roof house.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, they
they're
rarely
good.
ever do that. And funny enough, that's the only set where there's a minifigure with blood on them.
Which one has blood? The
Uh,
one with the zombies?
yeah, it's the zombie figure in that. I know they try. That was actually something that was a controversy at the time, and Lego was like, "Oh,"
Ouch.
and Lego was like, "No, no, 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 no! That's just pizza sauce. It's blood. Let's be real here."
It's blood. It's wine. It's like, oh, that's not, they're getting drunk on milk, It's like that type, but let that like cartoon bullshit.
But yeah, no, A
Getting
tier.
drunk
It's
on
a good
ice
theme. Wish it lasted longer.
wish it
So.
lasted. It would be cool if it became like a Halloween tradition. Like just like a couple of sets they released
By
around
the way,
Halloween.
don't you like the fact that we've had more haunted themes that we've talked about here than we've done like Christmas, despite the fact that we're closer to Christmas?
I do like that because I prefer Halloween's my favorite holiday, so like I prefer that. Dude,
Hmm.
I can't believe it. In 3 minutes, it's gonna be December 31st for me.
Dang. All
What am
right,
I gonna do?
all right, let's hurry up with the.
Let's hurry up with this. Let's do Alien Conquest. Is this the other set that had a crossover?
No, but this was yet another theme that unfortunately was cut a bit too short because Lego hates cool themes.
Lego hates cool themes. Well, look, as a child, this scared me because the concept of alien invasions was one of my top tier fears. Don't laugh. It really was. It really was a
Okay, the
genuine
moment
fear
that
of
you
mine.
said "don't laugh," that made me laugh.
It was a genuine fear of mine as a child that aliens would. I'd look up at the sky sometimes, and I'd wonder, like we're fucked. Is what my child brain would say. Like if aliens came in, we'd be fucked. This is terrifying. So I thought this was scary as a kid, but it's about fighting the aliens. So, and they look like weird bug people. Well, some of them. The ADU
The Alien Defense Unit.
sounds like a fake government agency. Like
So,
in real life. I mean, like sounds like it sounds like a shell club, like a not a you know what I mean? Like the government will
yeah.
just have like a fake, like just an office that's totally not meant for like selling cocaine or something like that. It's like what, like the CIA?
But yeah, this
Yeah.
is another theme that is just kind of weird for me because this was another theme that I actually had a lot of the sets for. The only set I didn't
Wow.
have was the jet copter.
The jet copter.
Dude,
Let me
that
take a look.
mothership, that thing was huge.
Yeah, that mothership looks fucking cool.
Like, here's the thing: this ship was actually
Shit.
cheaper than the Earth Defense HQ because the Earth Defense HQ that was $100. The mothership was 60, which is interesting.
If only.
I know. Again, going back to what we said earlier, Lego prices. God. But yeah, no, honestly, I'm going to put this in a high B tier. I think the only thing that's keeping this is that it just doesn't have a lot of sets. And unlike something like Pharaoh's Quest, where I feel like the quality was really, really there for me,
The quality is just kind of
like it is a bit of a lesser quality here. Although these are still really cool, like designs,
they're,
and
they're cool. Yeah.
I'll even say this again as someone who actually played with these sets. These are honestly really cool. Like the UFO here, for example, you can actually abduct that farmer guy because they have like a little like thing at the bottom to where you can just grab him, which was just insane. Also, the tripod, you can actually take that top off, like top part off, and turn that into like a little bomber saucer.
Well,
So,
I mean, it's cool, but again, I'm not a big like vehicle guy when it comes to Legos.
and this is all vehicles.
It's all nothing but vehicles. And you scared me as a child. Fuck you, Lego. I will never forgive you for moving on.
Where no, you didn't say your tier.
Oh, see,
Damn! How dare
it's
you?
just vehicles. It's not my thing.
It's a big thing.
Just hush. Just
D-
hush.
Your next theme, then. Okay.
Exo Force with the dash in between because it
Oh,
needs to be
the
read.
anime theme. It's the
The
anime theme.
anime. If only Sai were here.
I know.
Why? So this is an anime style set made by
Theme.
a Danish company, released predominantly in America.
Correct. In the mid
Gee,
to late 2000s.
I thought Totally Spies was breaching borders. Like, goddamn. Yeah, it's a French Canadian. It's a French cartoon.
Yeah, I know. It's a French
Collaboration with
Canadian.
Canada,
Yeah.
primarily with Japanese influence, aired predominantly in the United States and Canada.
By the way,
The global world we live in.
I don't know if you know this. This technically did also have its own show, but it was a web series.
That doesn't count. Web series don't count.
What do you mean web series don't count? Do you not see the behind me?
Do you not know the hoodie you just got for Christmas?
Yeah, do you know what that's called?
Yeah, I know it's.
It's called a web series, Goldie.
Yeah, but in 2012 it was. In
2006.
or 7. I don't know where I got 12 from. I'm intentionally trying to get a rise out of you. Don't worry. I do love the little anime icons at the top right of the box art.
Honestly, that is something that is actually unironically I think is kind of cool.
I think it's just kind of funny.
Though I'm not gonna lie, okay, I do like the mech designs here. I think they look really cool, even if we're probably never gonna get a theme like this because Ninjago, but that's the point. And even like the robot dudes look pretty cool. I just wasn't a big fan of like the faces because they tried. This is when they started doing
They
like
tried,
the exaggerated faces.
yeah, but they tried to do it with like anime, and I don't think it translates very well on a Lego head. It just kind of ends up looking really silly.
Well, here's the thing. They would eventually do that with a lot of their Clone Wars sets with Star Wars as well.
But they didn't have.
We'll cross that bridge when we cross there, but people are not gonna like what I'm gonna have to say about that. But point is that I don't like it whenever there's more detailed faces on Lego minifigures like that. It's just a tone clash.
Yeah,
That being said, though, I am gonna give this a B tier because I think that the actual designs of the mechs themselves are pretty damn good, and generally the vibe that they give for it does work, and both factions I think look pretty cool in their own right. So I'll give it a B tier.
okay.
I know you're
I
not.
don't know.
Yeah, I know you're not gonna let because it's another very vehicle heavy theme.
So just like a D tier because I just think it ends up.
Oh,
I just think the minifigures.
wow.
I just think the minifigures end up looking.
The minifigures are that much of a detractor.
Okay, fine, C tier. Admittedly, I think I kind of flew off the cuff for a split second there.
By the way, how many themes do you have in D tier? Oh my god.
I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but in B tier, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. In
Contrarian
C
Goldie
tier, I
strikes
have 1,
again.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is balanced. Once you see it, you'll see that it is pretty balanced. What's good is that I don't have a lot in F tier. If I had a lot in F tier, then that would be a bit of a problem. So let's balance out the odds and go into something that we talked about much, much earlier and come back to it. Let me look it up on the brick set so I can get a better idea of what we're talking about.
Oh god, I think I know what you want to talk about.
Western.
Oh, never mind.
No. Yeah, I think this is again, as we've not a very big set, sadly.
Theme. You keep calling it.
Not a
It's
very not a very big theme.
actually. Okay, I mean,
Exactly.
20. That's a decent amount. 20 sets.
Especially for the late 90s.
Yeah.
But no, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Wait a minute. Oh my god.
What?
Okay, story time. I okay. So when I was a boy, a little boy,
When I was a young
a
boy.
young boy, when I was a young boy, my my father, and I mean usually my mother, but sometimes my father would take me and my would take my brother and I into town. It was not a city; it was about 2,000 people, and we would go get our hair cut.
Okay.
Because, you're a little boy, you can't really, you don't get to control when you get your hair cut. I had the same fucking, little bowl cut that I always had until I was like in my freshman year of high school. Didn't take me until high school to get an independent
Okay.
look, but
What?
anyways,
What?
the
What?
play, to entertain the kids, they would have Lego stuff. And these base plates for like Rapid River Village and Bandit's Secret Hideout is the exact same plates. They didn't have these, they only had Duplos, but they had these base plates that were meant to look like rivers and paths. And I've forgotten about these for probably, 20 fucking years until now. And the barbershop is still, that barbershop in town is still a barbershop, but now I get my hair cut in the city. But my father does not take me. I take myself because I'm a grown man.
So I just unlocked a
Anyways,
memory for you.
we unlocked memories tonight. But anyways, no, this set is really cool. Again, I like old Western stuff, but it's a period of history and a vibe that I really like. So I really like, the little bank and the general store. I like how they used like the grooved like Lego sets for the general store to make it look like wood.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really cool. I like Fort Legorito. I think for one being a really great fucking name. I love how, it is like an
It's
old
a
like
really great
style fort.
name. Nah.
I do like how it's an old military fort. That because this is what forts used to fucking look like back then. They were made of not plywood. They were made of logs.
Yeah.
And like you have like cannons and the Rapid River Village, like an old Native American village. You know, or were they called village? No, they're called tribes. What do they call their land? They're a reservation. And some of the horses are decorated with. So it's like it's both Native American stuff and Western stuff. Granted, maybe some of the minifigures for the Native American stuff is
Yeah,
not.
I was about to. I was gonna
It's
talk about that.
definitely it's definitely not aged well, but I
It's
give
it's
Lego the
not
benefit.
that bad. You'd be
Yeah, it's not.
surprised.
It's not as yeah, which is why I'm giving it a pass because it's not as bad as it could be, and also like we know Lego's track record. Like they've every time they kind of are like offensive, it's pretty much always like on accident.
And obviously, we've mentioned this before. In instances where they fuck up really bad, they do make public apologies on that,
Yeah,
and
they
because
own up.
yeah, because they're one of the few companies that actually owns up, because they kind of have to, because they're a toy company, and
They're a
they
toy
have to
company.
at
Their
least,
reputation's important.
yeah, they have to keep up at least somewhat of a reputation. Otherwise,
A
well,
PG image.
yeah.
Otherwise, parents are going to want to support the company or want their kids to grow up around that stuff. So, the Native American stuff just falls into like innocently, like
Well, okay, here's the
innocently
thing about the Native
that
American
makes
stuff
sense.
that like is that they don't actually have sets where they're interacting with like the cowboys and like the soldiers. They are just sets that are just on their own.
Yeah, and I think that might have been intentional.
Honestly, I think that
Maybe,
was probably for the best
yeah, and
because
for the
it
best,
makes
because then you can kind of it's a good strategy because then at that rate you're not really projecting any bias that anyone might call you out for.
that being said though, I don't know why they have to have like the detailed faces. Because like with Exoforce, they were given detailed faces, even though the other figures are just normal like minifigure look, which is just
Maybe it was just that they were like, well, maybe it's just like they were, and I assume this is designed by Lego in Denmark, right? Like this is designed in Denmark.
yes,
I assume that and I guess that's also something to keep in mind too, is that this is from like a Danish company, so their knowledge on like American like sociology is gonna be a bit tenuous.
yeah.
So like that's keep that in mind. I think maybe they were just like they wanted to acknowledge that Native Americans aren't white, I guess. They wanted to acknowledge that they're a different
Yeah,
race.
I mean, to be fair though, that is the thing with Lego at the time, is that this was before they introduced different skin tones.
Like skin. Yeah, so it was kind of awkward. So it was kind of awkward whenever they wanted to do something like this, where it's gonna represent a culture that is ethnically not white. So
Yeah.
like, which is kind of why it's a good thing that they've introduced like skin tones, even though there is nothing wrong with the yellow. It's just that it comes into
Well,
you
it's
come into
because
some
well,
problems.
here's the thing. The reason why, and we discussed this on our podcast, but the reason why a minifigure is yellow is that at least at the time in their inception, they thought it was like the best representation to closely represent all cultures as they possibly could. Unfortunately, they didn't contribute to the fact that you can only reject that to a certain point.
Yeah, until people just start kind of making their own conclusions,
Exactly.
and people just kind of assumed it meant white. And
Yes.
no, no shade throwing at people who just assume that, because I mean, I assumed that when I was a kid. It's just kind of a nat. It's just kind of like that's not a. I'm not saying it's a good thing. Not saying it's a bad thing. Is what I'm
It's just
saying.
something that unfortunately just kind of happened. But
Yeah, it just kind
anyways,
of happened.
but what about this? But uh, what about the sets themselves? How would you like
Well,
rate the theme?
I would rate the theme at a pretty. I would rate the theme at a pretty solid A tier,
Damn.
because because again, this is more so my forte with, and I think it's a big missed opportunity that they don't go back to stuff like that. Because again, like we talked about with the Lone Ranger stuff, you could see like with the way Lego is now that they could create some really cool old west style stuff. I guess I feel the same way about this as you feel about like castle stuff and like medieval.
Well, here's the thing as to why I think I know why they don't make Western themed Lego sets anymore. And
Just
it has to do with, well, us, the topic that we took a while to talk about when it comes to the Native American stuff.
yeah, it's touchy. It's a touchy.
It's because of the context of the Wild West as a whole. Because
Yeah,
if you
a
know anything
very
about your history, is that, well, westward expansion had a lot of, let's just
westward
say,
expansion was definitely
disastrous
pretty
like
bloody.
results specifically for Native Americans.
Yeah, it's definitely like yeah, and then keep that for viewers at home. Keep that in mind that I do express great interest in the Old West, but I do not, I don't sugarcoat things. I acknowledge it was a very violent period of history of American history, which on a fucked up level is kind of why it's interesting to me because it was very tumultuous, if that makes sense on a fucked up level. So
Yeah.
I understand why they don't go back to it.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, Lego hasn't done it in, like, well, besides with Lone Ranger, they haven't messed with that in decades. And, well,
Yeah.
Playmobil, they haven't had a Western theme since 2012. So,
Yeah.
and it's because of what we just described. Now, that being said, about the theme itself, I mean, if I'm going to be honest, they don't really do a lot with it. I mean, yeah, they have, like, your fort, your bandit hideout, your sheriff's thing. Like, they only kind of have, like, I feel like a bare minimum. They don't even have, like, a gold mine set, which is weird because, like, that I feel like that's
Oh,
kind of a staple.
it is, California Gold Rush. Yeah, that's kind
Or,
of
like, even like a proper stagecoach set. I mean, they have like a military wagon, but that's about it. So I feel like this is a theme that they could have expanded on upon a bit more, and also because of just kind of just the way, like, just kind of the awkward position that they had to put with, like, the Native American part. I am gonna put this at a C tier, but trust me, it's not the worst theme. It's just an awkward theme. Just kind of mean,
awkward theme for. Well, this is one of those moments in the tier list where we differ, which is
yeah.
why they're interesting. We have I have not got an S tier yet.
How have you not got an S tier? You're a lake.
Because you snubbed one of my favorite themes.
I didn't snub.
Was
I'm
that
just
my
being.
second one? The Old West?
No, that was your third. No, wait, no. That was all of them. Yeah, that was all 4 of them. Because
What?
Monster Fighters, Alien Conquest, Exoforce, Western.
Shit.
So,
Fine, well, get some out there then.
I mean, I was gonna do like a rapid fire. So,
Fair enough, it is midnight my time.
all right. So, all right. I'm gonna
Rapid
save.
fire.
I'm gonna save the themes that I have a feeling you're gonna want to talk about. So, and then themes I want to talk about. There we go. All right. Architecture.
Architecture.
It's kind of a similar thing with me when it comes to something like the old racer theme, where it's like I respect it, but it's not entirely my thing. But I still think it's cool enough, so B tier.
I think it's cool. I give it an A tier because, again, you're talking to the guy who likes the architecture stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of these scale models are really detailed in their own simplistic way, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with stuff like the Arc de Triomphe and the Statue of Liberty and Shanghai. Like a lot of the skylines are really cool. Or the like Trafalgar Square.
Or like the Taj Mahals that they
Yeah,
made.
the Taj Mahal, the Notre Dame. Like they're really beautiful.
So yeah,
They're great.
B,
Yeah.
B tier.
Ah, Dubai, we can build Dubai.
All right. Avatar. And unfortunately, no, we're not talking about The Last Airbender, which was actually a theme, but it didn't have enough sets. It only had 2. So,
Damn.
D tier. Again, Avatar.
Kind
It's just whatever.
just kind of overrated in my opinion. That's I know it's a hot take, but
Also, these are overpriced sets. I'm just gonna be
yeah.
straight up. Like, that set that you see right there on the screen, $80.
Mm,
At most, it should just be 50. So yeah, overpriced. So D tier. What's your tier?
D tier.
Okay, cool enough. Galaxy Squad. This was the last original space theme by Lego. And basically it's Alien Conquest but better. So A tier. Like it combined the best aspects of Space Police and Alien Conquest, put them together. And
Galaxy Squad.
I think it's pretty cool. And by the way, this is the theme that crossed over with Ultra Agents.
But I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, Solomon Blaze is the character.
Solomon Blaze.
Also, this theme has like more insectoid looking aliens, which look pretty cool. Also, the robots look cool. So, what's your opinion?
Yep, C tier. Because you know I'm not the biggest sci-fi guy.
Ah!
You can't. Rapid fire round.
No. Explain. Explain yourself.
I just don't like sci-fi stuff. We've established this.
Well, you're wrong. Anyways, Hidden Side. This is the other spooky theme, which actually lasted longer. It actually lasted a decent while. Though, I don't think it's as cool as Monster Fighters. I'll put it in a B tier.
Ooh, but I like the shrimp attack thing.
I do like the Haunted School, but that's like the biggest highlight for me. Also, the graveyard. The graveyard set is kind of cool.
I'll give this. I like the lighthouse. Here, a good lighthouse. A good spooky lighthouse. Yeah, I'll give it a C tier. These are pretty creative, pretty cool looking.
Oh yeah. This theme's castle is also pretty cool. Again, I just wish it lasted a little longer, but whatever. All right, Indiana Jones.
What are we
So,
doing?
the B tier.
Oh.
What?
Oh, right. You don't like the games, but yeah, I mean, to be fair, the sets are pretty cool.
Yeah, the sets are good. It's interesting that it's the one theme that they allow. Well,
Nazis.
World War II Germany. Even though I know
World
it's
War
pre
II.
World War II. Oh, also Soviet sets, which is fun,
Soviets.
which is pretty
Good.
funny.
Peril in Peru.
Yeah, Peril in Peru, the
Shanghai
Temple of the Crystal
Days.
Skull.
Younger
I
Putters of
I
Babylon.
am kicking myself that I just missed out on the recent wave. But
Yeah, like the temple, like the Golden Temple's really cool. Or the Golden Eye, Temple of the Golden Idol.
yeah.
Or Escape from the Lost Tomb. Or even just the Temple of Doom looks really fucking sweet.
Well, that Temple of Doom set, the one from last year, actually it did not release.
What? Is that
It
why the only photo of it is blurry as hell?
Yes, because it was controversial because of the religious imagery of a Hindu god.
Okay.
Because Lego avoids using any religious imagery, not just Christian, but like any religion.
Any religion. Well, I give them, well, at least they're consistent.
But yeah, B
So yeah,
tier.
yeah, B tier. Pretty cool.
Insectoids, which is the first. No, it was not the first, but it was one of the first alien themes, like space alien themes. Give it a C tier. So
C.
it's just fine for what it is. It's kind of like life on Mars in the sense that it's like for its time it was okay.
It was just okay.
You agree?
I agree.
All right. The Lego Movie. Cuz yes, of course they would make Lego sets based
Well,
off a Lego Movie. It's a given.
yeah.
I'm only
I
going to
mean,
give this a C tier though.
a C tier though, because I mean, the movie's okay.
Oh, I actually really like the movie.
I think
Surprisingly,
from a, I
one
think
of the
from an
few
animation,
product placement movies that's actually good because it's one of the few movies where the trailers made it look bad, but it's really fucking good. It's probably like dare I say it's one of the better animated movies from the last decade. So dare I said it.
I mean, a lot of the case that kind of just sort of is the kill. A lot of trailers make shit look bad.
No, no, but you don't realize whenever the trailer came up, people thought this was just going to be another shitty like product
Like
placement movie.
tie-in movie.
Yeah, but no, it turned out to be way more than that, which is good. But yeah, as far as the sets themselves, funny enough, I think I like the sets that either are more exclusively based off of like specific or let me phrase that. I think I like a lot of the sets that were the convertible sets because they had like a few sets that you can transform into an actual like truck or to an actual castle or to like any of that sort of stuff. And even just kind of some of the more generalized sets loosely based off of certain scenes from the movies that aren't explicitly like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I feel about the sets. That and also just inherently, I'm not really like a big fan of like when they introduce like the doll figures with the Lego Movie 2 sets. Although that's just kind of a personal preference.
Yeah.
So, all right. Mars Mission, the first of the combat space themes. I'll give this one a B tier. Another crystal theme. because
Crystals. You gotta get those crystals.
yeah, you gotta get those crystals. And
Gotta get, gotta get.
it's funny because the worst set of this theme is the headquarters set. Everything else is actually pretty good. Um, I don't know. It's just as far as like the first of these like space combat themes are concerned, it was fine. So, how do you feel?
Well, you know my opinions with sci-fi, but the sets themselves are very slick looking. So C tier. Just to, it's definitely an improvement from Life on Mars. So credit where credit is due for improvement.
Oh, by the way, the aliens here, they're not Martians. They're from a different like planet. They just came to Mars.
Yay, we're not an invading force.
Yeah, I mean, for once, sure. Uh, all right,
We're
Lego
talking
Mar.
about humanity, not America.
All right, Lego Marvel. I mean, this is kind of yeah. I mean, you probably can guess where I'm gonna put this.
F tier.
No D, but I just don't
Can we
care.
do it just for? Can we do it just because it'll be funny?
Where are you gonna put it?
I want to put it in F tier because it's funny. I fucking am so sick of Marvel. I just can't. I just don't care.
Uh,
I want to
I
put it in
mean,
F
that
tier.
is that is pretty tempting because I really am sick and tired of Marvel.
Give into your anger and do it. Do it. Give into your anger and put Marvel in F tier. Ironic because Star Wars. So
Ironic.
ironic. God
No,
damn.
I don't spite Marvel that much. I'll just leave it in
Well,
D.
I'm gonna spite Marvel. More
I
like,
already
more
spited
like,
Harry Potter. I don't want to spite anything else right now.
well, you spite Harry Potter, I spite Marvel, so it all evens out in the end.
Alright, fair enough. Alright, pirates. Funny
Hell
enough,
yeah.
I think the newer pirate sets from like 2009 and 2015 are really good. Some of the older sets are pretty good. That being said, though, I think I have to address something with this.
The
So,
island's natives.
yeah, remember I was talking about the Native Americans from Western?
Well, it's unfortunately a little worse in here.
You can't even make an excuse for this one. We can try to make an excuse for Native Americans. We can't with this one. It's terrible.
It
Like,
is not a really good representation
of islanders at all.
of like
Of like
of like
Caribbean islanders.
Caribbean or Pacific Islander. Were there pirates in the Pacific?
Yes, but they weren't as common as the Atlantic.
Okay.
Oh,
So
like when we think of like pirates, they're Caribbean pirates.
Caribbean. Yeah, Caribbean.
So yeah,
I
that unfortunately does bring it down a lot for me. Because if it weren't for them, I would put this in S tier. But because of that, I have to put it in B tier. I can't, in good faith, put it higher.
I mean, I would still put this in an A tier because ultimately it is a really cool set. Like how
Theme.
often it is a really cool theme. All in all, unfortunate portrayals aside, at the end of the day, it is just toys.
I mean, it's just
You know,
toys, but again, I don't.
more portrayals. You're right about the portrayal, but you know, I think it would be kind of it'd be kind of sad to overlook a lot of the other sets that don't have those portrayals
Okay, but
that are
like no,
really
but like
good.
here's the thing though, is that I don't want to be teaching children that that's how like there are, you know.
I get that, but I think it's not something that's going to be extremely impactful.
You're really underestimating.
I don't know if I am, but we'll move on from that. We can have our disagreements.
Again, this is coming from someone who likes the theme though.
I know, but so do I. We can have our disagreements.
Okay, but
I still think the betrayals suck. That's the thing. Like, I still think they're horrible betrayals, and it's
yeah, it's
not
fine.
something to be teaching at children. But there's also plenty of other sets that just don't include that. And to avoid that, it would be very easy.
I fucking hope so.
I think it would be. It's not like it's something that's gonna come back.
I
As
mean,
far as
I
as
mean
far
to
as
be
Lego
fair,
is concerned.
I mean I will say they like the last two times they tried bringing back the theme, they did not have that at all. So I will give you that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just sensitive about shit like that because it's
I un
terrible.
and I understand. And I get you, and I understand.
But yeah, let's move on to a
Yeah.
different type of pirate from the Caribbean.
The Pirates of
Which,
the
funny
Caribbean.
enough, I'm also just gonna put in a B tier because they just didn't really do much with this theme.
Yeah, just kind of
I mean, they have some cool sets. Obviously, like Black Pearl's
the
pretty
Queen Anne's
cool.
Revenge, the Black Pearl, and Silent Mary.
And I will even say this: I even like like the mill, but
Yeah,
unfortunately, they just didn't really do too much with this theme. Funny enough, I think if all things Mega Block slash Mega Constructs, they did a way better. They had a way better tenure with Pirates of the Caribbean whenever they had the license. So yeah, I don't know. I just kind of wish they would have done a bit more with the
yeah. Whitecap Bay is pretty cool. They
so
mostly just kind of followed what was in the movie, which is pretty cool.
which
But
that's part of the problem. Most of the sets were based off of On Stranger Tides, which was just straight up not a good movie. So I rest my case.
arrest thine case,
Okay, Prince of Persia.
Prince.
Technically the first video game license theme, even though it's based off the shitty movie. Though, here's something that might shock you.
Yeah,
Despite the fact that the movie sucked, and it did suck, I'm just gonna be frank.
no one remembers the movie.
Nobody remembers the movie because it was like terrible. I still like the sets. Again, it's like that Middle Eastern look, and you know how
I
much
miss
I'm
that
a
Middle
sucker for that.
Eastern, yeah, like sort of soft spot you get for Middle Eastern like
Yeah,
architecture.
and Lego rarely, if ever, makes sets based off of the that region.
So we don't get much based on a terrible like, well, not terrible, based on a pretty silly IP, but
Well, no, it's not the IP. It's just the fact that they based it off the movie. Because Prince of Persia as a series is pretty damn good. Hell, the game that came out earlier this year was actually pretty damn good.
based on a movie IP that wasn't really good.
That being said, I am gonna put it in B tier. That's probably higher than I should probably put it, but I don't care. I have a soft spot for this type of stuff, and the fact that Lego never makes stuff based off this
Never
region.
makes, yeah, it's definitely a nice rare treat that I would put it in a B tier as well. You don't get much, but what you get is pretty good.
Yeah, especially like the Battle of
The Battle
Alamut.
of Alamut. Yeah, I
So,
like the ostrich race, and I didn't know people actually rode ostriches.
I will say the only thing again the one thing that is kind of annoying is the fact that they have the prince in every single set.
Prince. Well, you can just remove him, put him in the shelf.
Whatever. Anyways, what's next? Oh, fucking fucking time cruisers.
Time cruisers.
I'm just gonna be honest with
What
you.
is
This is easily one
what
of
is
Lego's
this
worst
one?
themes. It's F tier. It's
What
terrible.
is this one? I have never heard of this.
We talked about it in our podcast.
That was 2 years ago. Well, maybe that just goes to show how forgettable this set was then.
Theme. You keep calling it
That
it's theme.
I guess that goes to show how forgettable this theme was, and that I completely forgotten about. This is the most '90s fucking
It's
box art too.
it's terrible, dude.
This sucks.
It's
Oh my
so
goodness. What is this? Just time travel? I don't get it.
it's supposed to be time travel, but there's only so much you can represent with that in a Lego set.
But they but they didn't even represent like anything. It's just a ghost train. This feels like a ghost train. It feels more like it's trying to be spooky rather than just like, oh, time travel.
Well, because that's the bad guy side of things. You haven't seen the good guy sets.
Well, I am seeing the good guy sets, and even then it just feels more mystical rather than
By the
like
way, I
a
again from
sailboat plane. What is this?
I don't fucking know, dude. It's stupid. Though the saddest part about this is that, well, I had the main character from that, like, hand-me-down bundle of Lego sets. Fucking
Which
somehow.
one? The guy with the eyes? Not the scientist, but the cool kid with the T on his shirt.
Yes.
Only assholes have their initials on their shirts. Kind of a narcissist wears a shirt with their own initial on it.
You know
That's
what's also just kind of annoying about this theme? They had a
what?
comic tie-in with this theme,
I
which
bet
lasted.
everyone bought it and read it and enjoyed it.
Well, here's the thing. It lasted longer than the theme itself, all the way up until 2001.
Okay.
So the comic lasted longer than the actual theme itself.
The comment. Okay.
It's not even that good of a comic. It's the most late 90s, early 2000s bullshit you've seen alongside Rocket Power.
Just a product of
It is just a
wow.
product of that
Product of its time.
of the turn of the millennia, and it's
Oh boy.
terrible. God, we've talked about so much terrible shit from that area. I swear to God. Anyways, where'd you put it?
I put it in an F tier because if I
Thank you.
forgot, because it just seems like
Thank you.
they had no idea what they were doing.
There is peace.
Yeah, did I make up for our disagreement with pirates?
Almost, but yeah, this is bad. It honestly, I gotta be real, this is probably Lego's worst theme. It's not even close. It just makes no sense. But anyways, thankfully it all goes uphill from here. So, Vikings. I'm gonna be biased again because I like this type of stuff, but I'll put it in an A tier. Because again, I like that sort of like, this is technically the Middle Ages, it's the early Middle Ages, so.
Yeah, early.
And so, like, I'm biased when it comes to stuff like that, but even then, I still think this is a pretty cool, like, little, like, inner period theme, especially with, like, the cool little, like, serpents and dragons and even, like, the wolf, you know,
Wolf people.
well, it's like wolf, like, animal, like, figures that they had for this theme. And honestly, it kind of slays. No pun intended.
Plays.
Even,
I've
yeah,
never
even,
heard
like, the Viking fort, like, that looks really cool.
the ships look really cool with that sea serpent.
Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
cool.
that fortress is pretty cool.
Unfortunately, it was just another theme. Okay, it technically did have two waves, but the second wave only had two sets, which is just lame. But again, I'm biased, so it's cool.
It is cool.
So where you put it?
For theming, for what little we get, again, sadly a pretty small set, but what
Theme!
we get,
Theme! You
thank
keep
you.
calling it.
I said theming for a pretty small theme. A good B tier. We got a lot of B tiers this list.
Yeah. Alright, so I saved the last 7 because I feel like you had stuff to say about them, so you can choose which one to talk about first.
Where do I start? I'll get one you're not gonna like out of the way. I'll get Sonic out of the way. You're not gonna like this. You know that I'm the Sonic fan, though. Oh my
I'm
god.
like the one, yeah, I'm like the one person in our friend group who just does not like Sonic.
Yeah, you don't. And to be honest, I mean, at least they're minifig like to scale.
At least they're minifigures.
Yeah, they're
So
minifigures, and the minifigures are pretty cool. I don't know about that Shadow Head, but you know, get Tails' Workshop. I mean, it's definitely more to like classic Sonic in a way, but well, except for Shadow's Escape. That is from that fun little game. But I give it a C tier, a middle C tier,
damn, I
because
thought you were gonna put it way higher.
why? It's not like it's cool. It is cool, but like it's not like it's something to sing about. It's just nice and cute, and for what it is. If you like Sonic and you want something, you want some decor, then there you go. You got something. It's a nice, it's just nice, innocent little set. Inoffensive, if you will, but in a good way.
I mean, you already know where this is gonna go. I'm just gonna put it as in D tier.
I know you don't like Sonic.
Again, it's just the inherent design of Sonic I just never really cared about. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is also just kind of a small theme right now anyways. Like they've only like there's not that many sets that they've released. Which is
Well, I mean that's also why I don't put it higher, because yeah, it's not really that much, and I doubt it's ever going to be that much. Or maybe it will. Who knows?
but here
Oh no,
I
I
guess they're trying
apologize.
to I think you guys are starting to see a bit of a pattern with me though, is that I just don't like the theme. I just wish if they were going to do more licensed themes, which I don't encourage them to do. I'd rather them do original themes. But do IPs that I at least care about. I just I feel bad for saying that, but and of course if you guys like these themes, that's fine. It's just I just don't really care for like Avatar or Marvel or like Scooby Doo or Harry Potter. Those aren't really licenses that I care about. And if we're gonna do a license theme for Lego, these just aren't the ones that I would have preferred, if that makes sense.
It's just not your thing.
It's just not my thing.
It's just not your thing.
So, and of course, if you guys like it, of course, more power to you. It's just not my thing. So,
I
what's
figured we'd
next?
get that one out of the way for you.
All right, what's your next pick?
Next pick would be, we have not talked about Bionicle yet. That's weird.
I mean, I was saving this for later, anyways.
Okay, so we can I'll save that for you. I'll save that for you.
Fair enough.
Do we want to get like all the like? Should we get? Do you want me to save Lord of the Rings for you?
Yes,
Okay. What about SpongeBob? Do you want me to save that for you? Because I feel
we
like
can
that's more
talk.
of a me thing.
We can talk about
That's,
SpongeBob.
I feel like that's gonna be more of a me thing. Little SpongeBob, another. Oh, what? Really? I thought there was more sets. Wow, there's not as much as I thought there would be. But they got everything. They got the pineapple. They got the Krusty Krab. They got the hospital. They got the Flying Dutchman. They got Glove World. Well, kind of. Not really. But
It's just like a few things from it.
two things actually. I want Glove World. Can they build Glove World in like, in like Cuba or something?
I don't know.
How they're building like pineapple bungalows in Puerto Rico. Can they build up in like a country where like real estate is cheap? It's kind of interesting how some of these are based on real episodes. Like the Rocket Ride, like Sandy's Rocket. It's from like fucking season 1. Which is funny because this came out in 2008 when they were in like their 6th season.
Yeah, that's really
Quite
weird.
interesting.
I mean,
Pretty
to be
weird.
fair, I'd rather them base their sets off their earlier seasons than the seasons they were like releasing at the time.
Yeah, because I mean, season 6 is arguably one of the worst. But anyways, true to the show, very well made. The
Mhm.
minifig, I mean, regardless of the old version of Lego Squidward, where it wasn't a mold of his head.
Oh yeah, you know what? Okay, it's funny because again, this is something else we talked about like before the stream started. Is that I actually had that first Adventures in Bikini Bottom set,
Yeah,
and I had the stupid Squidward that came
yeah,
with
the
it.
dumb Squid.
It's
What'd you
just,
do to him?
I mean, what did I
What
do
did you
to
do
him?
to him? What did you do to him? What did you do with it? That stupid thing.
I just typically do what I used to do with my minifigures, and I just took them apart. Well, okay, here's the thing about like these sets, like the minifigures in this. These sets were notorious, unfortunately, for their minifigures to
Yeah,
like to have like the print like chip off, like especially the SpongeBob minifigures. Especially, well, that's what happened with mine, where he started to chip off over time, and
yeah.
it's
Oh no.
yeah. And I don't know, like, I mean, I feel like they probably did as many sets as they could have done realistically,
Yeah,
because I mean, there's only so
there's
much you
only
could
so
like represent. Because
yeah, there's only so much you can do with SpongeBob.
yeah, they've got the three houses, they've got Krusty Krab, actually two Krusty Krabs. They have the Chum
We got the
Bucket,
Chum Bucket,
the boating school,
got
Rockets.
the hospital.
They never made Sandy's actual like dome.
I guess because that'd be kind of difficult to make. Like you need like a big dome piece.
I mean, you can probably just not have the dome and just still kind of like make it
But,
into like just kind of like
but like
have it an invisible thing.
yeah, but that kind of defeats the whole purpose of like
Okay, but do you want to
having.
actually play in it or not?
Well, I want the dome. I want them to figure out the dome.
Okay.
I don't know where to put this. I honestly don't know where to put this.
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, this is another one that's kind of a D tier for me.
Okay, I wouldn't put it that low.
There's just again, this is
I
just
can
another
consider.
this is a kind of a Toy Story thing with me. Where is SpongeBob really the best theme to make a Lego theme
Not
based out of?
really, but I not really, but I think they did well enough with what they had.
I guess I'm also just kind of salty about this theme because remember when I mentioned that there was a very short-lived Avatar Last Airbender theme?
Yeah, that probably would have been a lot better of a. That
Well,
would have
here's the
produced.
thing is that those both this and that both released in 2006, but
What?
the Avatar
SpongeBob was.
theme undersold. But the
Oh
SpongeBob
boy.
theme like sold so many copies. and thus they did not continue with the Avatar theme.
It did not continue.
A massive
Well,
mistake, in my opinion, but that's besides
yeah,
the point.
well, that's pretty lame. That's pretty lame.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But yeah, that being said, it's fine. Or
The C tier.
it's, I don't know. Again, it's just not really like a
I
theme that
prefer
I'm.
the Sonic theme. I do prefer. I think I'd prefer the Sonic theme though.
God damn you!
You say it. You can say it.
What do you mean?
You're gonna call me a furry bastard, aren't you?
I was gonna
You
call
can
you a furball.
you can call me that.
God. Okay, we finally
I
reached
think
themes.
Coldplay would.
That was the last bad theme.
Oh,
So,
bad. Okay. Whatever. We're on. Where? Hold on.
all right. You know what?
There.
Fuck it. Let's talk about the Lego Minecraft theme.
I mean, for one thing, it's definitely a crossover that does make a lot of sense.
Yes,
Both
this is
are
funny enough. This is probably the crossover that makes the most sense.
Minecraft is a game that is heavily focused. Well, it's made of blocks for one, so easy to replicate with Legos. And
Mhm.
two, it's a game that's very focused on creativity and building. So naturally, you pair that with Lego, which has a huge focus on creativity and building. You got yourself a pretty good match. And honestly, the sets themselves look amazing. They do a really good job of translating like Minecraft sort of style, their graphics, into toy form. Like with stuff like the farm cottage or like the village, like the pillar, not the pillager up. Well, yeah, the mine, the fortress, the village, desert outpost, jungle tree house. There's a lot of. Aren't some of these snappable? No, okay, I think I'm mistaken them.
No, some of them are.
But okay, behind some of them being snappable, which works well, and obviously the graphics of they. This is good. This is good.
So where you put it?
Honestly, and maybe this is my love for Minecraft speaking, but I put this in an A tier. I think this is a very cool, very nice set, and I'm
Theme.
pretty theme, and I'm pretty proud of Lego for being able to translate Minecraft into. They have sky towers. What they did the fucking ether. How could they without putting it in the game? And the
It's
Fox Lodge is fucking adorable. Okay,
it's
that's
not
adorable.
a it's not a.
And the training grounds is cool. I like all these sets. I think I just like all these sets.
Okay, so I will admit, obviously Minecraft is one of my favorite games of all time. So obviously I am gonna. This is one of those few licensed themes that Lego has done that I actually really do like, and I will fully admit, I for the first like 3-4 years of this theme's life cycle, I think they nailed it, especially with recreating a lot of the different structures that are in the game, or even just kind of making up hypothetical structures that the player would make. Especially, with like the Ender Dragon set or the mine, the cave, and even some of the Nether sets that they released, the Jungle Temple as well. I think those are pretty cool. Yeah, the Witch's Hut, even the massive mountain cave set that they released, which, goddamn, that set is expensive as hell nowadays. But like, goddamn, that was, in my opinion, that's probably one of the best sets, if not the best set they've ever made for Minecraft. However, there is a problem that I noticed over time after the first 4 years. They downsized a lot of the sets
They cut a lot.
significantly.
They got miniature, somewhat.
Somewhat more like a lot.
A lot.
And I don't think I like that. Because it just kind of feels very limiting.
Little disappointing.
And I mean, they still have released some pretty solid sets, I'd say overall. Like the 2021's Abandoned Mine thing, I think is a decent enough set. Also the Deep Dark Battle, I think, is also a pretty solid set. But it wasn't just the downscaling that I wasn't particularly a big fan of. I also didn't like how they had a lot of sets that were just kind of, I guess, just kind of random sets that honestly don't even really have much to do with like anything that came from Minecraft at all. I don't know. I just noticed that they've been doing a lot of just kind of, like I said, just kind of more random general just concepts rather than something that's based off of like something explicitly in the game, if that makes
Fair
sense.
enough, but again, Minecraft is pretty much just like a sandbox
I know it's a
game.
sandbox
So, like,
game, but like
I think it's I think it's just kind of them going and being creative with the IP, which I appreciate.
it's them being creative with the IP, but there's only so much you can do before it starts feeling like it's going away from the ethos of the actual Minecraft like license itself, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
That
At
being
the end of
said,
the day,
that being said though, it is still a pretty good theme. And I'm gonna put it in B tier. Actually a high B tier.
high B tier. High B tier.
So at least they didn't like fuck it up. I mean,
Yeah,
how could you fuck it up? It's Minecraft. How can you fuck up an
Minecraft.
IP like that? You can't.
It's unfuckable, guys.
So, but okay, we've got ourselves 4 more themes here. Which one do you want to talk about?
Should we talk about Bionicle?
Sure.
Because I'd like to get that one out of the way.
Which I think I have an idea where you're gonna put it.
D.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm sorry, but I never really, as a kid, I just never got the appeal to Bionicle.
By the
I
way,
don't think it looks really good.
they're booing at you. By the way,
Oh, great. I'm sorry, I don't like Bionicle. I don't like robots, whatever the hell those things are. And I have no interest in watching the
movies.
movies.
So
I have nothing more to say.
Oh, okay.
I have nothing more to say because I just like Ninjago. I don't care.
Oh, by the way, chat is definitely saying that their friends would be disappointed at you if they heard what you said.
Well, good thing my friends aren't your friends.
Okay, so with Bionicle, here's the thing: is that while yes, it's very different from the traditional Lego that we now know. Because again, this is the early 2000s. This is whenever they were just Lego was just taking the crack cocaine with trying to do whatever the hell they wanted to do. I mean, we discussed several of those themes already. And this was kind of one of their experiments that they were doing. Because again, in the late 90s, early 2000s, mid 2000s even, Lego was not doing well financially. And many of the experiments that they were doing were not financially successful. However, this was the one experiment that did pretty well with them. Obviously, I don't want to get too much into the whole detailing. Of course, watch our podcast episode if you want more detailing on that. But because of that, I do at least have to respect it for being one of the things that was able to at least somewhat help Lego recover. It wasn't the thing that helped them recover, but it was one of the contributing factors because it was the one experiment that paid off for them.
Yeah. Even if it's something that I personally am not into, it definitely, as far as a business standpoint, did literally pay off.
It did literally pay off. And not only that, but if I'm going to be honest, I do kind of like the figures because if they were going to do a non-traditional Lego mini or a non-traditional Lego figure, that's probably the best way they could have done it, at least at the time. Just take a lot of Technic pieces that otherwise would be used in kind of not very good like building sets and apply it into making a figure that is posable, has that has like posability, has a game tied to it, which I mentioned or with the ladder sets where there was like the gladiatorial uh game that they had tied with this. And even the whole lore thing, which obviously we're not going to get into. And just kind
Yeah.
of
It's kind of not around anymore, though, is it?
well, they haven't made new Bionicle sets in years. They tried rebooting it, but nobody liked it. Nobody liked the reboot. But just overall, just having an original IP that was able to like stand on its own, I think at least warrants a bit of respect. And well, truth be told, I was one of those kids who wanted Bionicle. Unfortunately, I never got one, but that's besides the point.
That's where the anger comes from. That's the Freudian. So your anger's very Freudian.
What do you mean,
It all
Freudian?
started when my father wouldn't let me play with Bionicle.
That being said, though, I am going to put it in a B tier.
What?
I'm not going to put it higher because, again, I'm still someone who does prefer minifigure scale sets regardless. But I do at least respect it enough to put it at a B tier. So it is what it is.
Okay then.
What do you mean, okay then? Where do you think I was going to put it?
I thought you were. I thought we agreed on something for once.
Well, you should have thought differently.
You should have thought about that before you made baseless assumptions about my character.
All right. Let's get your actual favorite theme out of the way.
My favorite theme.
Lego City. And by the way, we're not doing the thing we did with Space and Castle where we're separating it. We're just gonna do it like as a whole.
Colloquially as a whole. So, as a kid, for me, my interest. Oh, the bank and money transfer. I remember this one. I owned this one. Then it got destroyed. Um, a lot of my sets got destroyed. Oh, the city garage.
Okay,
See, this is what we're
focus.
talking about. We wanted more
Focus.
stability. But like, I had the dirt bike transfer, but I really liked city stuff. I liked the idea of making my own like town or city by myself, which I've never been able to do in the time I've been on Earth, and it still keeps me up at night. And I will fulfill that dream one day. But anyways, this is just the part of Lego that I like the most. It exemplifies the architecture stuff. It has a lot of vehicles, but the vehicles kind of tie into stuff like that. And can I, am I, for Legos, okay, here we go. Let me just narrow it down to like this year. Because admittedly, Lego City has a bit of a bad track record, I'll admit, of sort of recycling themes.
Especially
and
police.
especially police and firefighter and all that, which I definitely don't approve of. That being said, though, in recent years, like into the 2020s, I think they have gotten better. They still do the police stuff, but I think they have. That's a wow. There's new. I think they've gotten better with more civilian, I guess, kind of stuff. So you have stuff like the burger truck, which is pretty cool. Let me go. Let me go by the year again. No, not 20. No, 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 no. 2023. Uh, okay. Well, they have like the apartment building, the ice cream shop. Ah, hey, I miss those commercials. I would shout them all day. Is it like as a child? I would go, "Hey," and my mom would think it was very funny. Cause I'd be like, I'm imitating the commercial, mom. And she'd be like, oh, that's so cute.
Okay, I, I don't want to feel like I'm cutting you off. I'm just trying to make sure
Yeah,
that.
okay, anyways, but now in recent years, they have like the apartment building, the ice cream shop, the car wash, the skate park, they, yeah, they have like a hospital, a ski, sort of, a ski climbing thing. They have downtown, which is like shops and stuff like that. What else? One more example. Custom car garage, which is, I mean, I guess more like a stand. I actually don't know what this is. Okay, well, family house and electric car. Lego's environmentally friendly, but they have increased the variety a lot more, which I give them respect for.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of their sets are very good looking. They're very clean, which I like. And you know what I mean? Like in the sense that they feel modern and you know what I mean? Like they're appealing.
Yeah.
They're appealing, they're colorful. I really want that family house, even though it looks so tiny. I want a Lego electric car.
So, I'm assuming I know where you're gonna put.
I'm gonna put this as an S tier because
By the way,
finally, first S tier.
Lego hater.
I'm a Lego hater
You only have
because I
one in
only have
S tier.
I only have one S tier. Okay,
You're
I
a
have plenty of
Lego
A.
hater.
I have plenty of A tiers. You have to keep in mind that I haven't really been able to cultivate my interest in Lego for a while. Legos are expensive, and as an
I mean,
adult,
they are expensive nowadays
yeah,
because
Legos are expensive, and as an adult, I got money to pay on for gas, and I got school, like
got
college
bills to
and stuff.
pay.
Like,
So,
well, I don't have bills to pay. I still live at home,
well,
but
gas is billed, so technically it's a bill.
bill to pay. I don't pay shit. Okay, let's make that very clear. I don't pay shit. I'm a college layabout, but regardless, I fully acknowledge that. Hopefully not for too much longer. But anyways, I haven't been able to cultivate. Well, we're given like final thoughts. Like I think we should get these last two tiers out of the way before we kind of talk more generally about our opinions of Lego.
Well, I haven't talked about my opinions on City yet, so
Exactly. So let's get like that out of the way and we'll talk about the other two tiers or the other
the
two
other two
themes
themes. Anyways, so
and then we can do final thoughts.
all right, so with me with Lego City, I mean it's been around for like 20 years now, which is like wow.
Yeah.
Because obviously this replaced Lego Town,
Yeah.
which was the theme, which we are not ranking here. But as far as Lego themes are concerned, it does have its place as being your more urban contemporary theme. Like I know people make fun of Lego City for it being probably like the most overly saturated theme in Lego, because like they release so many Lego City sets each year, some of which are cooler than others. But then that kind of gets into probably my main criticism of Lego City is that there's so many sub themes, but a lot of the sub themes don't really make any sense for city. Like
Yeah.
there's I mean, stuff like, your police sets, your firefighter sets, your
But they
hospital
also
sets,
have
your construction sets, your train sets. Those make sense because those are more contemporary, like city centric themes. So that makes sense. But then you have the weird shit like volcano explorers
volcano explorers
or like
and deep sea exploration
deep sea
and space,
exploration. Yeah,
which I feel could still be its own, like stuff that could definitely be its own separate
yeah,
categories.
space should not be a part of the city sub theme.
You're not
It
even on Earth, let alone a city.
Yeah, it makes no sense why like just make it back into space. That's the frustrating thing. And also like the weird sub themes that they've had for both police and fire, like the forest police or the swamp police or the elite police. It's well, that gets into the other thing is that they make so many police sets, which I like Lego City Police.
It just becomes oversaturated.
It's oversaturated. And I mean, it didn't help that around the time of 2020, they just so happened to release a new wave of like police sets. Right.
Poor timing,
Yeah.
as we know, current events.
So, yeah. And I mean, I don't know. It's just one of those themes where I just think they need to tone it down a little bit and not even that. Just tone down a lot of the weird shit.
Yeah,
We
just
don't
they just
need a jungle sub theme of Lego City. We don't
yeah.
need a mining sub theme for Lego City. We don't need like a lot of these Mars exploration. How the fuck is the city going to Mars?
Mars.
And the worst part is, you know what the worst part is?
And the worst part is,
they're still really damn good.
why must you toy with my emotions?
Like I actually do like these space and Mars exploration sets. That's the thing. Just don't put them with city. But so yeah, B tier.
How dare you toy with my emotions like that?
How dare you put themes that should be their own thing into city? How dare you? Hell, they're starting to put in racing stuff in here, even though they have speed champions. Okay. God, I hate Lake.
I hate feeling conflicted.
Alright, so let's move on to the final themes. The big ones, at least for me personally.
The big ones for you.
So, which one should we start off with? Actually, you know what? We're going to start off with LEGO Star Wars. Which is very topical, by the way. Because, well, if you guys remember from last week on Christmas, shit, where is it? There we go. Got myself the newest Star Destroyer here. Shoot, I can't hear you.
Got you, but
What?
you can't hear me.
What did you say?
You couldn't hear me.
What do you mean you couldn't hear? Is that what you actually said?
You said I can't hear you.
Well, I can now.
Okay.
I was picking this up because I've got a Star Destroyer in my hands. Which, by the way, I don't think I actually showed you this, so can't turn on my webcam because of Discord. But anyways, so this should pretty much. I mean, it should be pretty obvious that Lego Star Wars is going to be S tier. So
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, obviously, though, I don't love everything that Lego Star Wars has made, but I mean, it's an IP that I love anyways. And funny enough, this was one of the things that got me into Star Wars to begin with. It wasn't the thing, but it was definitely the thing that kind of helped spark that interest. And even though some of the newer sets, I will admit, are kind of weaker than they should be, especially a lot of their Clone Wars sets, a lot of their original trilogy sets are pretty good. Like, I would definitely say that the Star Destroyer is actually one of the best sets that they've released in recent years. Like, this thing is so good. So, yeah, like, as far as I'm concerned, Lego Star Wars makes sense to be on here, especially since, well, this was one of the other things that, you know, for better or for worse, did help Lego get out of their financial hole in the early 2000s. Whether we like to, like, again, I say for worse because of them focusing more on licensed stuff than original IPs, but for better because it brought in, you know, proper toys for Star Wars that anyone can enjoy and became its own sort of subcultural phenomenon. And I think that's
Yeah,
worth something.
that's worth something these days.
So, you've got anything else to add to that or no?
I don't think so. I think you eloquently put it well.
Yeah, I did.
Hell yeah, I did.
Which then leads us into the last theme,
Lord of the
Lego
Rings.
Lord of the Rings, and we're also going to throw in the Lego Hobbit in this one. So
It's
this one
basically
is
the
another
same.
biased one because Lord of the Rings I fucking love. It's my favorite movie trilogy ever. So naturally, it's going to go up all the way in the S tier.
Up all the way in the S tier for you.
I mean, I my only complaint about Lord of the Rings is that they haven't continued on making more sets. Even though, well, this is an objectively better castle replacement than Harry Potter is. Don't at me.
I
Um,
mean, it makes sense.
like here's how I would have seen it. If they're not gonna make any more Lego Castle sets, fine. But if they were to replace it with a licensed IP, I'd rather they have done it with Lord of the Rings or Legend of Zelda. Though there's only one Legend of Zelda set on here, unfortunately. So
Yeah.
that didn't qualify.
Yeah.
But I mean, they got most of the major movie scenes down. They got Helm's Deep. They've got Weathertop. They got the Battle of the Black Gate, which is pretty nice. I wish they did have a set based off of Amira's Torrent than the Pelennor Fields, but they were more focused on like Hobbit sets, which those sets are also pretty good in their own right. They pretty much got every single major scene in all three of those movies, which is pretty nice. And regardless of how you feel about the Hobbit trilogy, they still made pretty good sets, regardless of like just kind of that whole thing. And even just a lot of the new character molds that they made for this theme, especially like the elf and orc ears, and even like some of the new swords that they've used and continue to use with some of the, you know, more sculpture based sets, they're honestly pretty cool. So again, I'm biased because Lord of the Rings I fucking love and
One of
I
my favorite
like,
things.
but it's a great theme. And if anything to take from the Rivendell set is that I hope that opens their eyes to make more Lord of the Rings sets because that's been doing pretty well from them as far as I'm concerned. So, yeah. Have anything else?
Well,
Have anything else to?
I give it an A tier because out of all like the medieval themed sets that we've got, it's definitely the one that feels the most fleshed out, if that makes sense. Like detailed, like it was like the one that's felt like it's been allowed to
I
be
mean,
cool.
weirdly enough, I would say Castle was the most fleshed out because there's so much you can do with Lord of the Rings. It's one of those IPs that I can easily see them do more stuff beyond um
In the decades to come.
like beyond what they saw in the movies. Like you would be
Yeah,
surprised with just how much like lore you could actually make. Cuz I mean, Star Wars does that all the time where they
yeah,
have sets not just released based off the movies but off the TV shows, based off of even some like, the video games and the comics cuz they have Old Republic sets and they even had a few Force Unleashed sets.
yeah.
And
Like just their extended universe, basically.
yeah, and I feel like with Lord of the Rings and with The Hobbit, they could have easily done that. Like, dude, I would fucking kill if they would have ever made like a Muma kill set. The
Muma
giant
kill.
the giant elephants from Return of the King.
Return of the King.
Or like or like little like battle packs where they have like, Rohan guys, Gondor guys, Harad guys. Like that'd be so cool. But alas,
Alas,
they've not made more
intellect.
sets within this theme since. Though, like I said, I hope Rivendell is a wake up call for them because that's been selling like hotcakes. So,
Do hotcakes sell? I would like to know where that phrase came from because it's not like pancakes are a high valued commodity. I guess maybe they used to be in like 1930 or whatever, maybe,
my God.
whenever your grandpa started using that phrase. Great, the Lego City sandwich shop set just makes me want to have a sandwich now. Because I'm really hungry
Well, good for you.
and
We've
tired.
well, if it makes you feel better, we are officially done with the Lego tier list. We're not doing a bonus entry this time around, so don't worry about that.
Oh,
Um,
geez, okay, my heart cannot take any more deception.
so I mean, I didn't really
But yeah,
have. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was debating on whether or not I was gonna just throw in Galador, but I'm not gonna put you to that torture. Um,
it's not like there's a Lego Family Guy set.
there is Lego Simpsons though. Uh,
There is like, but that's different.
I
It's
know.
like I like The Simpsons. I
But
like The Simpsons.
anyways, so that is gonna be it for this tier list, and this is the last tier list of the year.
Of the year of 2024.
Mhm.
Will this be the last stream?
No, because I still got to do that 1992 like Caspian Awards that I've been just procrastinating on.
You've been procrastinating on because you don't care about your fans.
I do care about my friends. It's
He
just
does care about his fans. He does.
which, by the way, I do apologize for ignoring chat. I made sure to DM them to make sure that I wasn't ignoring them. It's just the format of the tier list series. This is kind of awkward.
Yeah.
But anyways, that being said, but yeah, spoiler alert for the 92 thing. That year's gonna be ass. Oh my god, it was actually
He's gonna
torture.
suck.
It was actually torture trying to do the research for that. Oh my god. That being said, though, that's going to be it, of course, for this particular episode. But of course, before we end this, I want to make sure you guys check out Goldie's Instagram. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys check out the
Check out my
link.
Instagram.
Yeah, make sure you guys check out the link on the side of the chat, because you
I
would great.
could really use some new followers before the year ends, please.
Get them to 200.
Wait, am I close to 200?
No.
Oh, what?
All right. But yeah, of course, if you guys can, feel free to check out Goldie's Instagram if you guys want to see his artwork on his little thing that he's worked on for years. He would really appreciate if you guys do check that out. So
I demand you get me to 200.
And of course, while you guys are doing that, if you guys haven't already, of course, make sure you guys hit the follow button down below and turn the bell icon if you're watching this on Twitch. If you're watching this over on YouTube, of course, hit the subscribe button as well as the like button if you guys liked what you saw. Oh, before we leave, I just forgot. Share your tier list.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to keep remembering to like do that. So just stop streaming on your end.
I keep forgetting how to share tier lists. Save or download.
Just share the screen. It's fine.
Yeah, or
So,
just copy the image and put it in the Cooper Gang chat.
I mean, either or. All right, here we go. So
I had more C's and B's
wow,
than D.
only two
It
S
all
tiers.
it
You
all
are a
evened out.
Lego hater.
It all evened out in the end.
Lego hater.
To be fair, I don't have a lot of money, so it's not exactly an
You
interest.
still just judge them based off of the picture, whatever.
Judge them on vibes.
So, feel free to pause if you guys want to check that out for yourselves. At least we all agree Time Cruiser sucks ass.
Time Cruiser sucks.
But yeah, of course, like I said, make sure you guys check out Instagram, hit the follow, hit the subscribe, whatever you guys want to do. Of course, check out the link tree if you guys want to check out all my other social media. And if you guys want to directly support the content, of course, over on Twitch, you can hit the subscribe button. If you can't necessarily do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad that you guys took time to watch this. But regardless of all that, though, make sure you guys share the stream to other people as well, and continue to be awesome people in the process. But until then, I'll see you guys on the next one.
And I will see you guys next year in 2025.
Hope to see you guys then. Have a good night, and
Good
peace
night.
out. Bye.
Good night. Bye.